This is the start of P3 and 2 hearing. A little late, but better late than never. 9 o'clock. So we've occupied a little bit of time. So, Mr. Leary, we have your evidence. We've read it. We've asked some questions. The 42A author some questions about it. So we think we understand what it's about. But if there's anything you wish to draw specifically to our attention, well, now's a good time.
Well, I haven't presented prepared. First of all, I'll just introduce myself. I'm doing the evidence on behalf of Prime Property. I have Cameron DeLay here, who's working with me on submissions on the district plan, is coming along more or less as an observer today, but we've worked together on the submissions of a major district plan. Two of us here. This is a relatively, this submission's been made on a relatively narrow point, which was the inclusion of a specific restriction under the discretionary rules of the district plan in respect to an area known as Benmore Street, which, as I said in my outline in my evidence, I've been involved in since around about 2007, 2008. Very familiar with the way the council officers have been administering it and the issues relating to traffic. Now, my first involvement was the plan change hearing, which rezoned this from rural to residential, and traffic was a major issue during the hearing process due to a large number of submissions from residential properties. It's my position that it's just typical of residents that when a rezoning or whatever occurs, whether it be one lot or 100, traffic is the end of the world. And that is my opinion of what happened in this particular case. And so there was the hearings committee, the hearing commissioner declined the application, was appealed, and as part of that mediation process, which I was not involved in, a decision was made to put a limitation of 90 dwellings on this property. Since then, the applicant had, well, the owner of Prime Property, or Pukepuke Limited, who's the actual company that owns land or interest in this property, has done significant upgrades in the roading infrastructure, which has not been recognised by officers, because I think they look back, in my opinion, to the history of the site and the planning processes that it went through. And I've got evidence there that sort of suggests now, with the improvements, a report from Gary Clark, that the level of service in this area is in fact A, which is the highest stand that you can get. And this restriction effectively is unjustifiably applied to this land. And it's not applied to other areas which have a similar or even lower level of service in this adjacent traffic catchment. The issue for us is that we're constantly required during the development process to respond to a matter which we've already addressed. And I think those of us involved in RMA processes would fully recognise now that if you have an objective or a policy which states that you have to consider a particular matter, it becomes a matter of note in the process. In the old days under the RMA, when we had an effects-based process, we sort of ignored the objectives and policies, but now the objectives and policies are at the front and centre of assessment processes, and so therefore it would be remiss of us to accept this particular objective or policy it is, and a particular rule, because it implies a circumstance that doesn't exist, and to the issues for the future development of this area. I didn't put this in evidence, but there's probably plans for around about 50 additional houses in this area, approximately, based on the available capacity of the site, which is going to be significantly under the 300 that Mr. Clark concludes can be comfortably developed on this site, and still maintain that level of service and efficiency and safety of level A. And that's basically a summation of the evidence I've prepared today.
The other thing I should have told you is the three of us drove up Benmore Street on Monday afternoon and had a look. Mr. Leary, you sort of said that you never understood where the limitation of 90 units came from that was in the district plan, but the implication of it was, although you weren't involved, it was spat out of the mediation process.
Correct. It was. I understood what I mean by that. I don't understand where it came from. I don't know what the justification of 90 was, what traffic report, and I read through all the various planning documents. I couldn't see why they'd come up with a magic number of 90. And in any case, that was prior to the roading improvements which were carried out after the district plan change was adopted.
And in terms of you're saying for 50 houses left, 50, you think there are plans for 50 houses. We observed that what's being built up there are detached homes on sections under the MDRS rules. Now you could get 3 by 3. You could seek an RDA for more than that. So in terms of, is that 50 lots, or are there actually or is the Prime Properties modus operandi to subdivide and build, do subdivision and build?
There is current plans which are and to build semi-detached units or apartment type buildings. There's an existing resource consent about to issue on lot 6, 7 and 8, which when you're coming up Spenmore Street, and there was a subdivision that we carried out under the Hasher legislation, which is Boeing Place. There's 3 allotments there. We're putting 8 houses on 3 allotments there. There's another street called Mustang Place, and there's approximately 25 units in there. But those particular ones are included in the current limitation of well, there's actually another agreement with council officers that the number of houses shouldn't. I didn't bring this with me. I think it's 250. Shouldn't exceed 250 based on the capacity of Spenmore Street. And it's still well under that. These developments I'm talking, there's some development occurring of 6 units in 15 Epic Place. These are current resource consents that sit with council now, with the exception of Mustang Place, but that's about 25 units roughly. And that,
when you say units, you mean residential units rather than lots?
correct. And you will, and I pointed out that every allotment there actually has a consent notice on it, which restricts it to 1 residential unit. And I outlined in the evidence the background to that. That was the original rural subdivision. And it's one of those things in the planning process is once there's some restriction on a title, council won't let go of it. So that's it. Each of those lots already requires a removal of that restrictive covenant.
Be hard for the council to resist now when with the NPSUD saying 3 by 3 is permitted.
That may be the case. That'll be the council to decide rather than myself. But yes, I agree. And the other point that we've got to, and I don't know whether it's been brought up in this hearing processes, is that throughout the city, we've got current levels of service of traffic. As we intensify across the whole city, I mean, the obvious intention with Let's Get Wellington Moving and other measures that council are trying to adopt is that we're looking for other types of transportation that will kick in over the next 20 to 30 years that will reduce the reliance on private motor vehicles. But until those provisions are in place, the level of service across the whole city will drop as we intensify. That must be taken as read.
Well, in some places around Wellington, it's already pretty low. In our Tiki tour, we drove down Devon Street.
Yes, I'm well aware of that place, yes.
Last question, Mr. Leary, paragraph 47. So we should disregard Waka Kotahi because this isn't state highway. What does that matter? Anyone can make a submission. Waka Kotahi have knowledge of traffic matters. There's no standing requirement.
Well, my point is that how far away from the state highway does Waka Kotahi have influence? The issue is if they're proposing that, well, we've got Newlands Road where we're putting on a proposed, well, it is an approved roundabout. So you could argue that that particular roundabout is part of the existing environment. It's to be built in 6 months, regardless of the outcome of this hearing, 6 months to a year, regardless of the outcome of this process. It's been something that council have had detailed submission on, the Council for Roading Department I'm referring to here. If you're restricting development on Spenmore Street, why aren't you restricting it on Black Rock Road, Newlands Road, Woodridge, Paparangi, all those areas that feed onto the motorway? The same issue.
Just more thinking about the fact that they clearly have status to make a submission. It's what they say in support of that submission that counts.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you should say that they have no status. I did not mean to imply that in any way, shape, or
form. Any other questions, commissioners?
Good morning, Mr. Leary.
Good morning, how are you?
Oh, good, thank you. Just on the numbers, and just in case I missed it, Mr. Clark's view is that there's roading capacity up to 300. You've indicated that there's probably another 90, I think you said. 50, sorry.
No, 50 planned or capacity, reasonable capacity for about another 50 above what's currently approved or in resource consent process.
Yes, and can you just confirm that latter number, currently approved or in resource consent process?
I can't, but I can provide you a table that sets that out.
It would be useful. Have you got a feel for the quantum?
Yeah, I think it's like 235 or something thereabout. So it will definitely be under the 300.
So yeah, by a small margin. Yeah, 285.
20, 25 or
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I mean, and again, that to a certain degree is what I know about.
Yes.
And what I think the capacity of that area is. There's also other limitations on that site. I didn't want to get too complex in this submission because there's also sewer and stormwater and water restrictions on that site.
Yes.
Which we have dealt with every day. For example, there's 200.
And your submission doesn't address those anyway, and and you'll work through those in the due course. Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
But your message is clear that that at the time there might have been a reason for the restriction on dwellings of 90. You weren't involved directly, and I understand how these mediation and consent notices work. Quite often documents are put in front of the court and they sign them off. But was there any indication in the documentation where the 90 was derived from?
Not from my recollection, and as it's a mediation, you don't get a breakdown of the issues. I was involved in the plan change process, but then the solicitors took over and mediated.
It might have been a negotiated outcome.
Correct. Yeah, and it sort of stemmed from it stemmed from some conservatism from a council officer well famous for his
You
conservatism.
don't need to go into that,
Yeah.
Mr. Leary, but just so they haven't got it wrong, that was a total cap of 90?
No, it was 90 plus the existing. That it was like a 90 additional household units was my recollection.
Okay. And so in that table that you're going to provide us with, can you just clarify what the baseline was, what the 90 applied to, and then take us through the planned and consented in relation to the 300?
I can.
That would be useful.
When do you think you'll be able to provide that, Mr. Leary?
Well, we've been regularly updating it, and I know my colleague, Mr. Gibson, who known to several of you, hadn't updated on the last couple of consents. The only reason why I was reluctant to find it initially, and I may just have to go back to my client, because it potentially contains some commercially sensitive information in terms of number of units, but I'll work through that. And I could you give me say till Tuesday next week?
Thank you. Just carrying on with the numbers exercise. I think I heard you say that there's covenants on the titles, or proposed covenants restricting the titles to one dwelling.
On every lot within the subdivision.
Yes. I'm not a lawyer, you're not a lawyer, we have a lawyer on the panel. Would that covenant override any development rights given under the district plan?
It requires a change of condition to be applied for whenever you do a subdivision to amend that covenant. It does require you to provide information to support that, which we've literally provided the same report every application we have done.
Is that to the DLR?
No, it's to the council to issue the 127 variation, which is a change of conditions to the previous subdivision.
Okay.
Which implemented that particular condition. Typically, the officers have accepted that information.
Yes.
Because we're within the agreed tolerance. So the amount of discussions we've had with traffic department, Mr. Tech Kong and Steve Spence on their side, I couldn't count.
Yes. So just so I'm clear, there's a RMA 127 process to go through each time. Presumably there's an administrative process with the Office of Linds or something also to change the covenant.
Yes, there is. Yeah.
So it's a twofold process.
Yeah, there would be the substitution of the existing consent notice, yes, and cancellation, because typically that would refer to lot 8 on DP 3740, yes. And then that changes its description to lot 1, 560 or 1,000 or something like that, and then the person reading it just goes, yes, what nonsense is this?
So how many variations have there been between the consent notice and the current number of consented lots?
Depends on the lots, but there could have been at least 3 on some lots and none on others, 1 on others.
Yes.
We could be lazy and just leave that consent notice because it would just automatically pass down on their other titles. But we tend to want to make it sensible so the person buying the lot can refer to the actual patients that are on related to that data set.
Very easy to sell that way too.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, Commissioner Birds understands the subdivision process far better than I do. Dougal.
Sort of covered it really. Is it worth doing a blanket 127 to remove it from all lots?
Yeah, we talked about that some years ago, but we've never got the agreement from the council officers to that, because there's provisions which limit the traffic, so they always want that belts and braces approach, which to a certain extent is the point of this submission.
Yes, we get that. Yeah.
has there been a need for a traffic assessment at each time?
Yes, the officers have asked for it on every single
Yes.
application made, and I'm happy for you. I could even give you all the resource, the SR numbers of all the different times we've submitted.
No,
the
I
same
don't
I
think
don't think that's necessary.
When the point me and home like
No, the report that was produced by Mr. Clark from Traffic Concepts in 2001,
2021.
2021, sorry, yes. And was that in relation to the district plan matter, or was it in relation to a particular variation?
That particular report's been amended numerous times. That one was more in support of the roundabout approval.
Okay. Okay. Just going to move now on to some of the mechanical aspects of the relief that you've sought. Now, policy P12 is specific to Spenmore Street, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Are there any other policies in the plan that you're aware of that are specific
I
to?
couldn't find any. Cam, you didn't find any other references to Spenmore Street on this specifically?
Okay. And how would you categorize that policy in terms of the wording and its direction?
Well, it says only allow multi-unit housing where it can be demonstrated like network has the capacity to accommodate it. Now, this goes to the very point that I was making before, that we're not going to be, there's going to be a point where the level of service drops because as the city intensifies. Does that then mean we can't get approval for anything more than 3 lots there? So I don't know what categories you're referring to, but it's quite a restrictive one if there are effects that are caused by other parties. For example, if a 50-unit development were to be put on Linfield Lane, that made the capacity of the roundabout be exceeded. But there's no controls over that particular area, and there will be, as I said, effects on the wider traffic network as we intensify until we get the local transport industry. And I think that is an extremely unfair restriction on Spenmore Street.
Is that, let me ask a more direct question. Could that be categorised as a avoidance type policy?
Does only allow, yes. I thought that was the nature of your question, but I went off on a tangent.
Where's the entry level for multi-unit housing is restricted discretionary in the zone, isn't it?
It's permitted up to 3
Yes.
throughout the city, and then it's discretionary, but
Restricted.
it's restricted to urban design outcomes, effectively on design and amenity issues, not to traffic.
No, and I couldn't see any reference to policy P12. Presumably under restricted discretion, we're talking about Rule 14. Emma said Rule
I'll
14.
take your word for that. I haven't memorised that.
Construction of buildings or structures for multi-unit housing.
Yes, that sounds right.
Yeah. Restricted discretionary matters for discretion restricted to the matters that are infringed in listed standards, and then there's reference to various policies, the 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, the old 10 and the old 11.
Yeah, it doesn't actually refer to MZ,
P12.
which is probably an error. But if you were to ignore our submission, then you probably should put P12 in there. But
Yes.
that's why I made that submission.
Yes. Have there been any variations, Section 127s lodged post the notification of the plan where rules rules might have legal effect, but certainly policies have to have regard to?
Yes.
Okay. And you or Cam have prepared those, and have you done a policy analysis each time
Yes.
under the proposed plan?
There's one lodged about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
So yet to be determined.
Yes.
Thank you for that. I guess I've just got 2 final questions. One is, I just want to go back to my question about whether the covenant is a cap, or whether whether 3 units could be provided on each development, and you've said it needs to go through a 127 each time. What I'm interested in is what could be the ultimate number, theoretical number of units that could be constructed in the remaining area that's undeveloped.
That's a pretty hard question to answer.
And I don't expect you to answer it now, but is that something you could tackle on the table? Because we need to understand the
I think you need to put some parameters on that. It could be a 50-story apartment block. So if you're talking theoretical.
I think the hard way to answer that is.
I'm talking about the 3x3 application of the 3x3 rule.
I could do it on the vacant sections because I don't believe that like the majority of houses in here have all been built since 2008.
Yes.
Which means that
unlikely to be demolished, and
yeah, there'll be a huge capital value in them. Therefore, I don't think there's much likelihood that those existing developed sections will be.
Larry, that's not unreasonable as long as you just qualify the way you've approached it in terms of the vacant.
Okay. I'll have a go at that.
Yes. And lastly, can you just take me through the relief that you're seeking, because it's in your last paragraph on your evidence. I was sort of expecting that you would have sought the deletion of the policy, but I think. Oh, you have.
Yep.
Oh, deleted in its entirety. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you. If that relief is successful, would there be other policies or assessment criteria or matters of discretion that the council could have regard to generally in relation to roading matters, without the need for specifically drawing attention to Spenmore Street, as opposed to the other areas that you've listed that aren't subject to that specific policy? And what I'm trying to understand is, would roading still generally be in the tent of any RDA that's lodged?
If it was a discretionary subdivision, yes.
Yes.
Subdivision, and the majority of subdivisions are still discretionary. They're discretionary, aren't they, Cam? Yeah. So it would still come up in a lot of subdivision applications.
Yes, because we've been focusing, and I think you've been focusing on Rule 14, haven't we? Which is a land use rule.
Correct.
But I guess the policy has application to subdivision consents also.
But I think that, yeah, well, the thing is that we're used to dealing with the subdivision processes and the discretionary, fully discretionary subdivision processes. You will generally have to do traffic assessment, but having this particular policy here ups the level of your requirement and creates an expectation that there is already a traffic problem, which in our view doesn't actually exist, or is not different to the rest of the city, so that there's something different about this. So that's the basis here. You will still be assessing traffic effects on fully discretionary subdivision applications as per normal, as you would through any application throughout the city.
What's the entry level for subdivision in the MRZ? It's not fully discretionary, is it?
It is fully, there's, I didn't look at this before I came in here, and like I said, we've been reading through this district plan and I haven't got it memorised as yet. If you create any non-compliance with any of the standards of the land use provisions, then you're automatically discretionary, fully discretionary.
No, that's not what I'm reading, that you're restricted discretionary if you have non-compliance with standards S2 through to 13.
Well, there you go. You've got me because I don't know that rule off the top of my head.
That's Rule 14 that we just discussed. But I don't have the subdivision rules in front of me.
Are they've been up
Yeah,
yet?
unit titles.
They're a bit of a mess, I think, those subdivision rules is probably what I'll have to say.
Okay,
Commissioner, I think that
I'll probably take
we
it.
are rolling too long. I think we need to look at those rules rather than if Mr. Leary's not familiar with them. I don't.
Well, we are
I'm
familiar
not-
with them, just can't remember them off the top of my head.
No, I mean, at that level of detail, and I'm not saying you should be. It's a moving feast.
I know that from our point of view and in the submissions, Mr. Gibson for the Institute of Surveyors will be making some detailed submissions on those. So
Yeah.
I suggest you might put them to him.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Your input.
Thank you.
Dr. Coyle. Yeah. So much colour copy. It's just a colour copy. Dr. Coyle, welcome to our gathering. We've got your one-page note, which we've read, and is there anything particularly you want to highlight before we ask you some questions?
Accuracy in it. Filed. Been 7 years on the parole. Yeah, don't need any. The matter is quite a simple one. Should developers of multi-level blocks, particularly in our area, but in other areas, take due regard of the fact that people have invested in blocks. I think it's fair and reasonable that a developer should at least have a consultation with neighbours and understand their needs and the impact that high-level developments, particularly on the boundary. Whole house a good thing. And wonder whether business had the policy developers who develop these complex housing policies. Something new to you?
Well, we've discussed it with the Section 42A author, but in terms of his view, we haven't that not a lot of movement. So your arrival is timely.
There are solutions, and I'm sure there's solutions which could be found, but it requires a reasonable attitude by developers and the cooperation with neighbours. People have suggested that we could put up a 6-story fence and could relocate our panels on the top of an apartment block. There are other things that could happen, and I'm not against the development of high-rise. I'm also chair of a private company, social housing, registered social housing provider. Nearly 100 units, still developing, 30 going up now. So people's of social housing and good housing, good developments, and I mean the housings that have been, the developments that have been in Newtown, I think have been very positive. More people are here. We have a good mix of social and ownership development. So I'm certainly not against development, but I think we've got to be fair and reasonable here.
Thank you, Dr. Coyle. If you don't mind me asking, you said you made a significant an investment, and I look at I confess that I have some personal knowledge of solar panels, but one of the things about this process is we can't rely on our personal knowledge. So I need you to tell me what sort of, if you're comfortable telling me, what sort of investment is required to have solar array, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, look like 8 panels.
But I'll have to declare an interesting. There was a process by the Wellington City Council that did a car company to, I think it was 20 solar panel housing developments in Newtown, Devonport, and look at what the impact would be on usage. So we got into that, and that gave us our panels at half price. So we paid about 8 years ago. We paid 14,000, and just last year we put in 2 extra batteries, another 14,000. So we're talking about 30,000. I think that the installation was paid for by the council.
So you paid 14,000 for 6 panels?
Yeah.
And that was how many years ago?
8 years ago. You could be looking at about 30.
Well, if 14,000 for 2 is the current price, then you gross it up, could be quite a lot more than that. And my understanding, as you say, when you generate more power than you use, the lines company won't give you a lot of money for your power. They don't actually want it. I think they only take it on sufferance. The alternative is, of course, that you get yourself a battery. I had a friend who installed a big Tesla battery along with his. Have you any experience in those?
We have up the band. We did put extra batteries in last year. So we now generate in the summer much more than we need. We don't really worry too much about that. In fact, we pay more in GST and line charges than electricity in the summer. Just the right to be hooked onto the network cost GST for that.
Yep.
It's more than what we would use. So even in the winter, it's the opposite. By about 25% of our power. If one can discipline one's wife to use washing machines and dryers and dishwashers during the day.
Good luck with that.
But there is a possibility in the winter that we could actually go quite off the grid if we were really tight. But it saved us a lot. We've been contacting energy. We're in the lowest usage category. Is where we can generate our own. Yeah, and there's another factor to this, which is about neighbours. There have been occasional outages in Newtown over the years, and our neighbours know that they can cell phones and tablets to put a box in the outside of the house. And they've used that. We feel some comfort.
And can you give us any sense of, well, to what extent is your output degraded if it's shaded? Is it completely, or does
well, a day like this, down about 50%. So yeah, I looked out this morning, it was quite grey, and the hours will be shorter than we could be looking if it's right on the boundary.
any other questions, commissioners?
So much a question, but we did talk to the council officers about the issue of shading of solar panels the last couple of days, and you know, one of their strategic objectives, is fostering an increase in the use of renewable energy solutions, and more energy efficient buildings. So, we did highlight to the council that this is a strategic direction of the council. So it does warrant, a further look at the issue.
Our approach is one of reasonableness.
Mm.
Neighbours should be reasonable to developers. Should be reasonable to neighbours.
And, I take your point, you've thought about some solutions with this too. One being the relocation, perhaps on their building, so that you're still getting the, I mean, it's not a ideal situation.
Family, because that's an outrageously stupid idea.
Well, possibly, but at least you're looking at solutions.
From a lawyer's point of view,
Yeah,
from my point of view, it's not.
Yeah. And there may be other solutions that we haven't thought of too.
But I'm thinking about the relationship
Yes.
discussion. It's important. And if at the end of the day the plan says they can build right on the boundary. So, well, but it would be, I think, deleterious to the whole idea of solar. Neighbours can be treated like that. That's it's a significant disincentive. And accordingly, people will find out that just no, not that's what's going on. And old houses can be knocked down and new places put up. So you can't make these decisions when you purchase.
Sure.
Any questions, David? Well, thank you very much, Dr. Coyle.
All right.
As you say, what an interesting,
Yes, I hope
interesting
not
issue, and we appreciate your.
Hopefully I will.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for listening.
Our next submitter is the fuel companies who are coming in virtually. So, Mr. Dixon.
Hi, how's it going?
Hello, we'll just make sure, get you. Yes, we can see you, Mr. Dixon. We have your pre-circulated evidence, which we've read. Is there anything in particular you want to highlight in it?
Not necessarily. I was going to mention that I'm not going to go through my evidence. I would have taken it as being read.
So you're happy to go straight to questions?
Yep, yeah, sure.
I have a question about your relief. Like, I understand exactly what you're asking for and why.
Sure.
But the question for me is whether policy referring to managing reverse sensitivity effects is too broad. And like, I think the explanation you've given is all about noise, but a manage reverse sensitivity effects could be framed as declined consent. Whereas I think that what you're actually saying is in effect require multi-unit developers to take steps to reduce those effects. So the question behind the question is, can you be more specific about what it is, what the action is that you're actually wanting people to take? Because I have a concern that the relief, the policy wording is too broad.
Okay. So the reason for the relief is essentially to provide a space to at least consider potential reverse sensitivity effects. So the wording is quite broad, acknowledging that reverse sensitivity can include anything from visual, noise and lighting. The biggest, I guess the main component of that would be noise in my view, which is probably why I've gone into more detail in my evidence. I think, yeah, just it does provide that broad discretion to at least consider it, whether it be setting it back further, reorientating, locating, and provides a bit more flexibility depending on the nature of the non-residential activity and the effects it produces.
So is that another way of saying no? No, it can't be more specific.
It could be more specific, but I think having that broad discretion would be more appropriate to be more flexible for a range of potential adverse sensitivity effects.
So the type of effects, you said light, and you were a bit too fast. So light, and what else? Well, primarily noise, but light, also light.
Yeah, light and potentially visual as well.
Any questions for Mr. Dixon?
Just good morning, Mr. Dixon. Commissioner McMahon here. Morning. Just following on from that answer, the first of those two effects, light and nuisance, probably fall into the potential nuisance category, as opposed to visual, which is, well, I guess they're all amenity matters, but visually is particularly an amenity consideration. Would you agree with that classification?
Yeah, I guess visual does have that.
Yes.
I mean, they all contribute to a level of amenity. Visual is traditionally more associated with amenity.
Yes. And the additional clause in policy P6, I've got two questions there. Is it a plan making direction policy in terms of setting up the provisions that sit under it, or is it a direction for the resource consent process?
So it's more
Okay.
direction for the resource consent process.
Okay. And who's it a direction on? Is it a direction on the council or applicants for multi-unit housing?
It'd be more for the applicants to actually, at the design stage, design the dwellings to actually consider reverse sensitivity effects, whether it be orientating outdoor spaces away or acoustic insulation if need be. And then if it's not considered, for the council to then query that with the applicant.
Okay. And have you given some consideration to the multi-unit rules that would trigger that policy?
Yeah, so I think I can't remember the exact rule, but it's the rule for multi-unit housing, which I think the matter of discretion is this policy and a few others from memory.
Yes, I think you're right. I think it's rule 14.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at that, and yes, you're right. MRZP 6 is specifically referenced for multi-unit housing only.
Yeah.
Those last words are an addition in the 42A report. The brackets, yes, okay. Okay, no, thank you for those clarifications. That's useful.
Thank you.
Mr. Dixon, with regards to the effects that you have been listing, I've just been wondering, is air quality anything to be considered?
Yes, I think in the specific case of activities like service stations, it might be.
Right, thank you.
I suppose the question would be, how in practice could a neighbouring applicant manage the effects of the station's air quality or adverse effect on air quality?
Be potentially orientating or having window location or requirement for mechanical ventilation inside, rather than relying on windows being open and having airflow in that way.
The devil's advocate might suggest that if the service station is having adverse effects on air quality beyond the site, the service station should be doing something about that.
Yeah, so I mean, the service station activities and operators have come a long way in industry requirements to reduce the amount of, I guess, vapor from their activities on their site, and they are required to comply with the specific regulations around vapor control. So if there is, I guess, an issue with that, they'd have to revisit that and see if their activities are in accordance with those regulations.
I think that's it from us, Mr. Dixon. Thank you for your input. Appreciate you coming online today to talk to us. We'll sign off there.
Thank you very much.
Well, Commissioners, we've made up some time where our next submitter is Ms. Stace and the Pukepuke Pari Residents Group in that sequence, but in stream one they appeared together, so I suspect that may happen again. They're due to arrive at 11, so we will break until 11 or until the spitters arrive, whichever comes first.
I think that's a case of section 32, effectiveness and efficiency. So
Third, have a word with you outside. Bring you a diary.
can I bring a support person?
Yes, bring Mr. McKenzie.
Not just unrelated.
Yes.
I'm nervous.
You
Should I be?
be. Yeah.
Should I be nervous? You're not in trouble, Dave.
Not yet.
Can I just, before you go, I think we probably need to do the same as we did last time. Me, then you two. Is that how you like? Can I just move that across to you? Just because otherwise I'll knock it onto the floor.
Yeah.
Like usual clumsy way.
Get underway as soon as we have a full complement.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Your jacket's off environment today. Pretty warm.
Feel free.
Thank you. Warmer in here than it is outside.
Is this the full team? Are you waiting?
You know, we've got everybody, thanks.
Zoom the hearing, Mr. Gordon, the Pukepuke Pari team. Stace, we know you all. You don't need to introduce yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Chairman.
what way you or Mr. Gordon, would you or Ms. Stace like to tell me how you'd like to proceed?
Kia ora tātou. I think we'll proceed as we did last time with me, followed by Ms. Stace and Mr. Hayward as witnesses in that traditional way, if that's convenient to you.
Fine. You have a combined slot, I think, of 3 minutes. Check that, but my recollection, and we're starting early, so you've in fact got a bit more than that. The next submitter is arriving at 11:40.
Thank you.
So the benefits of arriving early is that you get to use that time if you want it.
Thank you. I circulated some an outline of legal submissions as required this time. Learned from my mistake, and you may have pre-read these. You may not want me to take you through them step by step, but
No,
I'm
I
sure there's good. I'm sure there's areas that you would like me to highlight or focus on, and I'm happy to deal with it in any which way you like.
I think that if there's anything in particular you want to highlight, yes, I do have some questions, which will probably end up exploring the guts of your submission.
Sure.
Or your answers will
Yeah.
traverse the essence of your submissions.
Right. And between us, we'll get there. It'll be organic. And I might just go straight to paragraph 10, if I may, where I'm talking about the Oriental Bay Height Precinct. And the first thing I want to say about that, which is something I've learned through this process, is that the Oriental Bay Height Precinct applies only to a front row of properties. It doesn't cover anything other than the front row. And that struck me as something of a curiosity to start with, but I'll come back to that. The other things about the precinct, our concern is largely or the concern of the society is largely in relation to the sweep of the bay, rather than that part of the Height Precinct that is below the St Gerard's Escarpment and opposite the Oriental Bay Boat Harbour and extending back towards Waitangi Park. And the other observation I'd make about it is that we think that there is only one new building in the High Precinct in the sweep of the bay since the 1999 Environment Court decision. And we think it's the Matika Apartments, the Parsonson architects designed apartment building of about 7 floors next to the dairy. And it provides 7 dwellings, each one on each floor. So back to my paragraph 10, then this is where I say that the existence of the precinct and the rationale is explained by the report writer, and that is the 42A report writer, and the Environment Court decision are qualifying matters for the purpose of Section 77I that justify a departure from the 6+ story limit. I submit that the Environment Court correctly found that the character of the bay provided significant public amenity. It's an area with high public recreational usage. It's not limited to those who live in the area. The public amenity value includes views up through to the green belt of Mount Victoria, with housing set up in a manner that creates a natural amphitheatre. All of that was captured in the court's decision. The available public views provide a dynamic visual interaction, which is a characteristic ingredient of the Oriental Bay's identity. The court went on to find that the bay environment is a dynamic one and unique in terms of the amenities it offers, not only to its residents, but also to the public. And we say that nothing's changed. If anything, it's become more important to the public amenity than it was in 1999. And that's underscored by the examples in my paragraph 13, the replenishing of the beach with imported sand, the maintaining of the angle parks at street level so that people can remain in their vehicles if they have disabilities or simply wish to be out of the elements but enjoy the bay. And it's enjoyed by very many Wellingtonians, not just those who reside in the area, and that couldn't have been clearer than from its popularity with inner city inhabitants during COVID lockdown in 2020. You might recall the media gave some coverage to the way in which Wellingtonians flocked to Oriental Bay to get out of their apartments and get some fresh air. And despite how Minister Hipkins described it, they were exercising in an appropriate way.
Socially distanced, man.
That continues to be the case today. And look, I submit to you that it's axiomatic that Oriental Bay is a treasure. It's not just the beach, but it's the combination of the beach, the promenade, the width of the formed roadway. It gives you it provides an avenue kind of feeling that's more akin to some European Mediterranean beachfront cities and towns. And then it's got the amphitheatre of buildings and dwellings and the green spaces above. There is nothing like it anywhere in this country. And the overall effect is one of very high public amenity and character. It is probably the most identifiable character location in this city. And the High Precinct itself, as I say in my paragraph 14, strikes the balance between preserving public amenity and permitting development where and to the extent that it is appropriate. You'll see that I've referred to developments as high as 33.6 metres in some places. They are heights in the High Precinct from sea level, and it needs to be remembered that there's a difference, but that enables considerably significant buildings in some locations. And then we move on to the legal tests. No, before we do that, I said at 15, there's no need to disturb the findings of the Environment Court and the Section 32 and Section 42A report writers on this point. Now, two things there. One, the Environment Court decision is regarded as old. And I say to you, don't listen to Kainga Ora or anybody else on that point, because the important amenities that the court was discussing then are present and more important today. There's only, in the sweep of the bay, there's only one new building. The rest of it is as it was then. And so that division of the Environment Court, in a very comprehensive decision, considered the very same amenities and reached those conclusions. And the report writer simply refers to the and adopts the decision without repeating or overemphasizing anything in the decision. He, I think it's a he, or she, simply accepted it for its
That
value.
individual over there.
Well done.
Wave.
How you do? And of course I say that that's entirely valid. When we come to the tricky part about whether Section 77L is satisfied, and from paragraph 17, I've endeavoured to take you through how the report and the Environment Court decision meets the requirements of 77L. So first of all, it identifies the precinct as a place having a specific characteristic that makes greater development inappropriate. It justifies why the precinct makes greater development inappropriate by referencing the court's rationale of why the bay is unique and requires special consideration. It includes a site-by-site specific analysis by virtue of the fact that it endorses the Environment Court's judgment. That judgment fully considered the best way to achieve the greatest height appropriate for each site while maintaining the special characteristics of Oriental Bay. This is evident in the variation of heights for each site within the precinct. And I submit that it's clear that the 77L criteria are met, even if the report did not say so explicitly. It was sufficient for the report to refer to the detailed explanation given by the court. And I say that it's inconsequential that these comments were not explicitly identified as being qualifying matters for the purpose of 77I, as other matters were. What matters is that the requirements set out in 77L are met. But if you're not satisfied of that, then you get to undertake your own 32AA assessment, which is what I say at paragraph 19, which is mandatory for you under clause 100 of the schedule. And so if you've heard evidence through this process that persuades you that this is a qualifying matter, and there are some gaps that need to be filled in relation to the Section 32 report, then you're able to do that. I submit that you don't need to, but you're able to do that. Go on.
What I can say is we've instructed and received a roadmap that explains the Section 32 logic and the Section 77 I and L and J evaluations in relation to the character precinct. And you've got that in front of you.
I have.
Yes. We've reserved the right to ask, well, not reserved the right, but we reserved thinking on whether we would ask for that in relation to other precincts.
I think we've already asked for it or I did, in relation to the Orangeville High Bay.
Okay.
So the reservation relates to any other.
Yeah. So that's Mr. Gordon, that's just a roadmap. It takes you to the provisions of the 32 report, the 42A report, and the evidence. We've invited the author of that roadmap to actually add a fourth column that actually summarises the outcome on a row by row basis to assist with a narrative to accompany that table to explain how the themes have emerged through the application of both the Section 77 tests and the Section 32 tests.
Right.
For the character precincts, and yes, the chair just reminded me we did extend that invitation to the Mount Victoria.
Can I make a point here, if you don't mind? But it seems to me, if you're looking at the chronological roadmap, when the plan was notified, I think it's really important to look at the then notified walkable catchment, because that's what Section 32.
Which was the 10-minute catchment?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it was a 10-minute catchment, but it's very hard to see on this map, but there are black lines surrounding it.
Yep.
But there are no black lines covering the area of the Oriental Bay High Precinct. And in the Section 32 report on residential zones, the area under the Oriental Bay High Precinct was described as medium density. So no qualifying matter is required if it's medium density. And so I think in terms of the chronology of the reports, they were written in the context of the walkable catchment as defined here. Now, in stream 1, the council recommended extending the walkable catchment. And so where that boundary will be is something that you will opine on. But I think if there is a change, and that includes some or all of the Oriental Bay, it has a repercussion on, when you look at the documents, you'll see them, they were written at a point in time in a particular context. Now, if you change that context by extending the walkable catchment, you know, I think you then need to see how the documents, existing documents, fit in and whether or not any modification is required.
Yeah. I mean, you're quite right, and that's precisely why we've wanted to see the transition from 32A to 42A in evidence and where that ends up. And the points you've just raised are adequately covered by Mr.
Yes.
But just to clarify, I've got square eyes looking at that electronic document, trying to figure out where the notified walkable catchment was, because as you say, as we discussed in stream 1, the effect of going from 10 to 15 minutes is clearly to pull it up Hay Street. We've had that discussion. You don't need to repeat that. But if it's 10 minutes, how far along Oriental Parade is that? And is it on the plan, or do you think that they assumed because it was the subject of a separate height limit, it wasn't necessary to identify it?
Exactly.
Well, that was my assumption.
Well, that's what we thought too, because it's not identified as being in the 10-minute catchment in the first analysis, the first assessment.
Yeah.
But it's clearly within 10 minutes walk from
some small part.
Some of it
some
is.
part of this.
But that would then have a bearing on whether it's medium residential or high residential.
Yes.
And then the Section 32 report, it's described as medium.
Yes, Mr. Gordon's paragraph 7, 8 and 9 capture that,
Yeah.
and the tests that need to apply in the event to qualify this matter.
Yeah. Grateful. Thank you, Commissioner. Where was I?
Yes, please.
I think asserting that it's inconsequential that these comments, I was telling you at paragraph 19 that you can fill any gaps in the mandatory reporting that you're required to do. I haven't had this roadmap for long, and I printed it out in a format that I can't read because it's so small. But the journey towards thinking about the height precinct as a character area, I maintain that they're one and the same. The height precinct is for the purpose of character, and it contributes to a wider character, whether it's the area in front of the height precinct or immediately behind it. And that takes me to paragraph 21, where I touch on the sites immediately one back from the height precinct in the front row. And it's really only relevant from about Oriental Terrace to the east, because the escarpment is behind the front row before you get to Oriental Terrace. That's my point at paragraph 21. And the sites behind the precinct are not subject to any special height rules. The notified plan has assumed that these sites will be zoned as MRZ in line with the MDRS, and the PDP proposes a maximum height of 11 metres. I think I've got that right. But if you extend the walkable catchment to 15 minutes, then as we said at our last appearance before you, there are likely to be some lower Hay Street properties that fall into that qualifier. And then the question is, how do you treat the height limit on those properties without undermining the precinct in front of it? And losing or at least risking the special character of the area. And I say that is potentially another qualifying matter under 77IJ. One of the points that Mr. Hayward will speak to is that the council's own analysis suggests that increasing the walkable catchment so as to include the sites behind the precinct would result in only a further 5 to 10 dwellings, which I submit is not a significant benefit to the city, given the other wider public amenity benefits. And this submitter proposes that the properties behind the precinct should have a height restriction of a maximum of 13 metres from ground level. And I've set out paragraph 26 how that's calculated. The important thing being to achieve the stepping back in a way that doesn't overwhelm the front row and block the gaps in the front row that the Environment Court thought were appropriate to achieve views through the front row to the houses and green areas behind.
Can I just interrupt for a second?
Absolutely.
2 points. Can I just add that the comments that Ian's making about the houses behind the front row apply to not just the houses at Lower Hay Street, but houses behind the front row for the whole sweep of the bay. And also, can I just add that the council's own laptop has just died. I have a charger for my laptop. I don't think it fits into your laptop. So we might need a charging cord.
Might need some more electricity.
For your laptop. Thank you. It's a different connection.
And if I can carry on, And so I'm submitting my paragraph 27. Thank you. That the second qualifying matter of the need to preserve the integrity of the precinct, should the walkable catchment be extended, was not considered in the Section 32 report, obviously, and that report reflects the notified, because that was 10 minutes. But for the reasons that we're setting out, the panel is able to rectify that when providing its report to the council. The updated report can meet the requirements of 77J and 77L.
Yes, so just to carry that on, that would be a lot, if that was the outcome, that would be reflected in that fourth column.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or if it wasn't going to be before, it will be now.
Thank you.
Well, that fourth column will land the issue. It has to record how the issue's been landed if there's an extension.
Yes. If there's an extension. Yeah. Thank you. Well, in that case, then I think I've made all those points that I need to make, and I can move to health and safety. I mentioned Section 5 there as to the importance of health and safety of people and communities, and that's also captured in Objective 1 of the MPSUD. And I refer back to the walkability hearing, where we gave evidence as to the dimensions and steepness of Hay Street and the characteristics of the Hay Street extension. And Ms. Stace and Mr. Hayward will give additional evidence as to those characteristics and the practical aspects of poor access. The case is that the intensification of Hay Street, including the Hay Street extension, is counterintuitive because of the narrowness of Hay Street. It becomes particularly narrow above 9 Hay Street, creates access problems with inevitable risks to health and safety. And I've included the photograph of the fire and emergency vehicle that seemed to be stuck in Hay Street recently, and Ms. Stace can explain the significance of that, or the context of that. And at 36, I say that the health and safety concerns are compounded by the lack of any footpaths, no turning area, and the narrowness of the extension. So you see the fire and emergency vehicle that's a steep embankment or cliff, really. It's a vegetated cliff up to one side, and the extension is on top of that at that point.
We're just waiting for a password before we can get the computer up again.
Right. And it's our case that these characteristics of Hay Street and the constrained state of the extension together amount to a qualifying matter, if necessary. There is compelling evidence of hazard risk that may not reach the Section 6 age threshold for significant risk from natural hazards, but still goes to the wider Section 5.2 purpose of maintaining health and safety. And for what it's worth, the MFE guidance document identifies risk of hazard as a potential qualifying matter. The configuration and circumstances of Hay Street from at least number 9 upwards and the extension fall into that category in my submission. And given those health and safety issues, the submitter recommends that the maximum heights for houses above 9 Hay Street be limited to 11 metres. And again, I say that that qualifying matter can be addressed in your updated Section 32 report to meet the requirements of Sections 77J and L. And those are my opening submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Preliminary submission, then one that's going to turn out to be helpful to have the map. The first question for you is, I understand you're relying on the Environment Court's decision and the assessment of the particular qualities of the bay. You say that the bay hasn't changed. Well, I'll come back to that. But what the court didn't have was a national policy statement saying that those special qualities needed to be weighed against the national significance of urban development.
No, that's your job.
Thanks. But
they were considering the same issue in my submission. They were considering the appropriateness of constraining vertical development in that location and weighing it against the attributes.
yes, but what they didn't have was anything directing them that the other side of the balance was a matter of national significance.
Sure.
And so I understand your point. The Environment Court's decision goes a long way in terms of the first question about site-specific assessment of the qualities sought to be protected, but it's the I think it's the third point in 77L, or no, actually it's the second, weighing it against the national significance of urban development that they didn't do because it wasn't recognised as being of national significance at that point, but it is now. So is that a whole?
I've got this.
Okay. Yeah. You're allowed to kick him under the table. Yeah. So what's the answer, Mr. Gordon?
So the answer is twofold. One, the national policy statement provides you with a backdoor exit in qualifying matters so that you are able to weigh things up in terms of character and public amenity and sidestep the mandatory call for developability on appropriate grounds. That's the first thing. The second thing is that this, according to the council's own information, would only result in a further 5 to 10 dwellings. I mean, now that document, and I see Commissioner McMahon perplexed by it, that document is something that Mr. Hayward can speak to. His understanding of it is better than mine.
But we'll come to that. The next point, can you flick on to the aerial looking down at the sweep of the bay as you described it? That one.
Yes.
You've described the sweep from below St Gerard's basically over the beach as having only one new development, and you explicitly said, well, you're not concerned about the face that's directly in front of us. And my recollection is that those places, those apartments, the two apartments on the curve are since 2000, and the place that's been built on the site of the old Parade Cafe is since then. So that whereas I understand exactly what you're saying that what the Environment Court was looking at was very much what there is now from the corner to the left, the opposite is true from the corner to the right, and including the corner, those places on the corner facing the it's not really a black breakwater, but you can see it sticking out, yes, into the bay. So, and as you pointed out, or as your presentation points out, the height limit goes all the way along virtually to, I think it might stop it before you get to Bay Plaza, well-known representation of local character.
Well, I think it goes even further, doesn't it? But yeah.
Might stop at the fire station and include Bay Plaza.
Yeah.
The irony is 3 of us are staying in that esteemed institution. But
Didn't
what's
David
the
Beckham stay there?
was that?
Didn't David Beckham stay there?
Well,
Must have been a long time.
but the point being, you've clearly got a case or an ability to rely on the Environment Court up to the corner, but where does that leave the height limit for the rest?
You mean by the rest? You mean
From the bend where the road bends in front of those two new apartment blocks, and then further back, basically from
to the right?
to the right of the photo as you look at it. What about that?
I believe there's a different categorization. The monastery escarpment that applies here. Felicity, can you help me here with the monastery escarpment? I believe has that particular area has a particular designation relating to the view shaft towards the monastery.
So that's got a different control for a
A
different reason.
different control, which
But,
we aren't focused on.
I suppose the view shaft of the monastery leaves a lot to be coming and going, looking at the distance between those apartments on the bottom of St Gerard's.
Yes. So
But go back to your original argument. Say you're relying on the court decision.
Yeah.
And you've explicitly carved off the sweep, but we of course have to consider whether we retain the whole height limit, and where that leaves us in terms of the assessment of the qualities of the streetscape in that section.
There's one comment there. I mean, I met with a woman who was heavily involved in the process that led to the recognition of what I believe is called something like the monastery escarpment. I can't remember the precise name. She wasn't aware that the issue of revoking or even amending the height precinct was up for discussion because it hadn't been raised in the notified district plan. So she was quite upset that we'd had no opportunity to make any submissions on that because she didn't believe she had to.
Well, I think the reality is that Kaingaroa are certainly seeking that it be uplifted in toto.
yeah, I understand that.
And so the opportunity in a process way was to lodge a further submission in opposition to Kaingaroa. I appreciate immediately that there are practical issues about. I haven't looked at how big Kaingaroa's submission is because I've only looked at it electronically. Of course, you don't get a sense of how thick it is, but I suspect it is many pages.
I do too. A couple of things arise. Firstly, I'm not sure that you're right about the date of development of those two.
Well, that might be fair. That's just my recollection.
Yeah, I worked on one of those in a case that went to the High Court.
Was that the one about the lady who was objecting?
Mrs. North.
I forgot her name. To things sticking out, cranes sticking out over her boundary
and falling off the crane onto her roof and into her garden. Yeah. And that was the building on the right. And I'm pretty sure that litigation occurred before 2000, when I was much younger. Obviously,
but again,
the building was in the process of being built.
Yeah.
In fact, it was almost finished by the time that case went to court, and I'm pretty sure, and I can confirm and get back to you when I've had a look at the report.
Can you do that? But certainly, Mrs. North's former place, which was sold shortly after complete, that was my impression, and then the old place was bowled, and in like a parallel apartment was built.
Yes, that's the one on the right of the two. So the one
the left, as we look at it.
Yeah.
The one closest to the screen, but again, like in terms of your point, there are clearly a number of buildings that have been built in that stretch.
Yes.
Even if that particular one wasn't.
Yes. And look, I haven't really thought about your question in advance, but the important things about that stretch, the character of that stretch, that there is this escarpment that's very prominent and changes the way that looks and feels from the point back to the south, if you like. There is scope for further height, provided that the view shafts to the monastery aren't completely obscured, because those view shafts continue to be important for the city. Secondly, up until that point, that the promenade, albeit heavily used, isn't quite as important as it is from that point around to the main beach and beyond. It doesn't attract the same level of visitors and recreational users, if you like. Now, I'm really just giving you some thoughts from the bench without any evidence. That the small beach by Freiburg is obviously heavily used, but the main sweep of the bay is where most people head if they can find space to enjoy the public amenity. I don't think, because of the proximity of the escarpment, I don't think there's any problem with some additional height personally at that point. It's much more sensitive further round.
The second question, final question, because is in terms of our filling the gap. Yes, we can make an evaluation to fill the gap if the council hasn't already done it, provided we have the evidence before us.
Yes.
And in terms of having the evidence before us, it's a bit difficult for us to undertake a cost benefit analysis in the absence of any economic evidence that would support, if it's not already on the record. That's not the sort of thing that can pluck out of thin air.
If you'd like one, then we can provide it. But you need to give us some time and the ability to come back and speak to it.
Well,
And I say that also the caveat to that is that would largely be prepared by Mr. Hayward, who has an economic background, and you'd have to be satisfied that that was sufficiently objective. But I accept that in terms of efficiency and effectiveness under Section 32. You need to be satisfied.
Well, I don't think we're at that position yet. We haven't yet identified that there's a gap, and that's where the table that Commissioner McMahon's talked about is going to come into play, because, as I say, we've asked the council team to undertake to provide us with a like table for the Oriental Bay height limit. That's all the questions I had. I'm just conscious of the time, Commissioner, so if you've got one question, Commissioner, you can have it.
Well, sir, I've got more than one.
Oh, all right, we'll be quick.
I'll be as quick as I can. I just want to clarify the submission basis, Mr. Gordon. So, what was the essence of the original submission here from your client? Is it relying on a further submission?
No, it was an original submission. I haven't brought it with me.
I don't need the detail. I just want to understand what it was. Was it supportive of the provisions as notified?
Yes.
Yep. Did it seek any relief? These aren't trick questions. I just want to understand the baseline.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll have to come back to you, I think. If it was supportive of the provisions as notified, then it's unlikely to have sought any relief.
And there was
other than no change.
Yep. Okay. So we're supporting the status quo as notified.
Yeah.
By default, it therefore didn't support the revised provision in terms of the extent of walkable catchments.
It was explicit in recommending that the 10 minutes be retained.
Yes. Okay, that's good.
And on that basis, supporting the as notified aspect around the high precinct.
And just for the record, there was no further submissions lodged opposing Kaingaroa's submission.
Yes, we did.
You did?
Yes.
Thank you. And so that was opposing high residential density in that area.
Opposing revocation or any amendment to the height precinct.
Okay.
And opposing extension of the walk.
Thank you. That's very useful. Okay. Now, in terms of the answer you gave earlier to the Commissioner about how do we get around Section 7, or how not we, but what's the solution to Section 77L and dealing with the weighting against the national direction? And you said there were two things. One is the MPS provides a backdoor exit in terms of the application of qualifying matters. I understand that, and you said we can weigh that up and make a decision based on the evaluation. You went on to talk about it only applies to 5 to 10, and I didn't get the full answer there. I don't know what the second reason was.
Mr. Hayward's got a report that's part of a spatial plan.
So this report has some tables which compares the difference between a 10-minute walkable catchment and a 15-minute walkable catchment, along with some other changes which are directly relevant here, which was reducing the extent of the character precincts, which was at that time supported by the council. So what it did was it then was able to compare the number of additional dwellings and the number of people that would cater to with the 10-minute and the 15-minute catchment. It did that citywide, and it did that for some parts of the city, including, or in the bay, excluding the height precinct. So it's the bit behind the height precinct that would fall within a 15-minute walkable catchment. So that's the table we can see there. So it has a couple of columns on your left, which was effectively, you could think of it as the 10-minute walkable catchment. The next couple of columns are the 15-minute walkable catchment. And the highlighted columns on the end are the difference between them. So for Orintah Bay, extending from 10 to 15 minutes was estimated to add 5 to 10 dwellings, catering to 10 to 20 people. Now, I think they understand that it's really important to look at how they did those estimates. They have what they call an uptake ratio, because it's very clear that just making something eligible for intensification doesn't mean it will necessarily happen. And I think you would have heard some submission from Dr. Tim Halpine on that in the context of the Johnsonville line. He made the point that what limits construction are the economics of development and other.
We understand, Mr. Hayward, we had a lot of Mr. Osborne for property economics talked to us about the difference between theoretical capacity and realisable capacity, taking account of economics, topography, all the other considerations.
Thank you. So I won't labour that point, but just to be clear that this table is after allowing for that.
You've answered my question about the 5 to 10 dwellings. I understand that now. My final question to you, Mr. Gordon, is just stepping back a bit. Have we got two evaluation regimes applying here? One in terms of the notified MRZ regime and the way in which qualifying matters apply to that, and the way in which the precinct's been established. And an evaluation under potential high residential zone with the extension of the walkable catchments as recommended by the section 42. Is that a fair summation of the sort of regimes that?
Yes.
And what about the interrelationship between the two? I mean, do we consider them separately, or do we have?
Look, in my view, they are inevitably interrelated because the purpose of the what's known as the high precinct can be undermined if what occurs immediately behind it negates it.
Yes.
By enabling too much development. So they're related in that way.
Yes. Can I? This might sound like a very simplistic question, but I need to get it on the record. Does the application of a qualifying matter in the sense that you've suggested, can it be applied to the HRZ in terms of the extension of the walkable catchment, or does it relate solely to the MRZ? Can you apply section 77 IJ to HRZ outcomes? Now, I should know the answer to that, but I need to have the answer from you.
I should know the answer off the top of my head too.
You know, you understand the question?
Yep.
The matters that are discretionary and, well, the matters that are non-mandatory qualifying matters that's covered by IJ, can they be applied to decisions affecting the spatial extent and development rights in a high residential density zone?
I think more to the point, it might be where the process is shifting from MRZ to
That's why I qualified that question earlier with the two regimes.
They would certainly apply if it'd been notified with HRZ, but the interesting question is if you change from one to the other.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm no lawyer, but as I understand it, the walkable catchment requires a qualifying matter, and the qualifying matter, to be a qualifying matter, has some requirements under I, J, and IL.
Discretion under the walkable catchment as to what the walkable catchment is.
Yes.
But what's defined?
Well, 77I only relates to the MDRS.
Yes. That's what I thought.
Does it relate to mandatory directions of policy 3?
Yeah, yeah. That's
Yeah. 3C and D.
And even if section 77I doesn't apply, does 3.32 and 3.33 of the NPS apply, which are to all intents and purposes the same as the statute?
Yeah. Well, yeah, the wording in the first line is, so on your first point, specified territorial authority may make the MDRS and the relevant building height or density requirements under policy 3.
That includes,
enabling.
so that includes HRZ.
So that includes that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I found that useful. Thank you.
Better proceed with all speed with
So without repeating areas that we've touched on, Tori, if you.
Well, Greg, I think maybe if you.
Let's just have a little talk about this slide here. This picture was taken earlier in March, and what happened was there was a small house fire at number 20 Hay Street, which is at the very end of the Hay Street extension. The fire department sent 2 trucks. Neither of them went up the extension. I rang the fire department and asked them why they had not sent a truck up the extension, and they said they'd received information that it was a small house fire in the kitchen, and they would, on that basis, were not prepared to send a truck up the extension because they were worried about how narrow it was and they were going to get stuck. So they parked on Hay Street. They then attended to the fire, and on the way down, this truck got stuck in Hay Street. So it was unable to get down Hay Street until they had to move vehicles and so on to get it down. As you can see, it was quite jammed in there. Fortunately, there was no serious damage to anybody or any house. The house fire was a small fire, but it just illustrates the point that we've been making about access, in particular up the narrow bit of Hay Street, which is number 9, above number 9, and also the narrowness of the Hay Street extension.
Reminiscent of buses jackknifed coming down from the bridgeway. There seems to be one picture of that every year. Any questions from Ms. Stace? Like, I can imagine exactly the situation.
Yes. Well, she can go on and describe a little more. I'm not sure if you've been able to make a site visit, but here's the Hay Street extension, and the middle image in particular, it's just one way, and there are vehicles backing in and out, pedestrians using it, emergency vehicles can't access it. Why on earth would you intensify this area if it can't be properly serviced by fire and emergency vehicles, and the health and safety of people is at risk? That's the short point.
And the health and safety of pedestrians if there were intensification and more mixed cars and people on the same.
Even without emergency
Driveway.
vehicles, yeah.
I think you made that point in stream 1.
Yeah,
I think
correct.
the fire engine is an additional element, and yes,
Well, health and safety is a qualifying matter.
Yes, in stream 1, I think we were talking in the context of, is this walkable catchment?
Oh, yeah,
And
but-
here, it's sort of your recommendation where to draw that line, but if you drew it above here, then we're saying conditional on that, that we think health and safety. Yeah. If I can make one point too, because I think, Ian, you alluded to this balancing act between the national significance of increased intensification citywide with the specific matters, the sort of the character of the public amenity character of that area that's widely used by people who are non-resident, people who come in from around the city. If we go forward in time, the number of people within Wellington will increase, and therefore the number of people coming to Oriental Bay to use the beach and use the promenade will increase. And so that balance of the number of people affected by public amenity versus the relatively small number of houses that the topography would permit just gets more and more unbalanced in favor of people from within the city coming to use the area.
You could push that a bit harder. One argument might be, as the level of public amenity in the suburbs decreases with intensification, people are going to value public amenity spaces more highly.
A good point.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We'll adopt that, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Pretty wide. As long as you promise to give it back.
Just wanted to go back to your reference to policy 3, Mr. Gordon. And you were saying that that the application of 77 IJ applies to MDRS and matters covered by policy 3. I think that's what you said.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think the two relevant policies here are C and D, subclauses C and D. So the C being a mandatory requirement to provide building heights of at least 6 stories around rapid transport stops, the edge of the central city and the edge of metropolitan centres. If there's a discretionary element in that, it's in how the walkable catchment's defined. So there's no mention of qualifying matters per se there, though, is there?
Not per se, but it's implied, I think, by the way the section's written.
The legislative section or the policy?
The legislative section.
Yep. Just
I haven't got the policy in front of me and I've just been trying to get it up. And if you bear with me.
If you're having trouble, we can avail you the chair's copy as long as you give it back.
It gets worse. It's going further.
Now, sorry, Commissioner, what's your question? Is there a qualifying matter within the wording of policy
3C.
3C? No.
Instead, it's an application of a discretion as to what a walkable catchment might be around those matters that are listed.
Yes.
RTS, metropolitan centre, and
The edge of city centre zones.
Yep.
Yep.
And in this case, it would be the edge of the central city zone that discretion could relate to.
Yep.
Yep. And whether a walkable catchment is 10 or 15 minutes.
That's right.
Yes. Is there anything in 3D that would relate to a qualifying matter? Talks about commensurate heights, I think. Commensurate
With the level of commercial activity and community services.
Yeah.
But that's around locations other than those dealt with in 3C.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep. So we need to focus on 3C, and
Yes.
when we're considering the application of this matter. And that's under the HRZ rating that I referred to at the start. Under MRZ, the qualifying matters are fully in the tent to be considered. I think I heard you say.
Yes. Yes, you did.
Yeah.
I mean, 77I, the wording of it is specified territorial authority may make the MDRS and the relevant building height or density requirements under policy 3 less enabling of development. So if it's in policy 3, you can make it less enabling of development by a qualifying matter at J.
You get to the same place using.
You get to the same place in a different
Get to the same place using 3.33 in the NPS too. Because that's the NPS version of 77I.
Yes. If you
IJ and
yes, if you go to that, I mean, the wording is a little bit different, but it's not substantially.
Which policy was that?
33.
it's a 3.33 in the implementation matters.
Yep, which you've highlighted, Commissioner, or one of you has, and I agree entirely.
We give it back to the chair. Thanks for that indulgence.
Commissioners, any other questions? I think we understand where you're coming from.
Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Next up, we have Mr. Wells. And I think Mr. Foster, appearing with, supporting, speaking for.
We thoroughly enjoyed listening to the previous intellectual challenges that we have there. But I think
We've got any number of challenges.
oh yes, yeah. I think we're going to start off with, I thought, your wise comments around the value of open space. Well, it's a good place to start. Likely increase value. Question in your hand.
Over to you. I don't think we have anything pre-circular. Mr. Foster, you have pre-circular thing, but I understood it was for the next submitter for WCCT, or are you going to present that?
No. This one here is purely, just to check. Have you seen our further submission?
You better tell us.
Because we haven't added anything to the written material you've got in front of us, because we made the further submission.
Well,
that was quite extensive.
Why don't you talk us through that?
Oh, okay, right. In that case, we'll have to be a little bit more detailed than we were in the first place.
Don't assume that we're across.
Okay.
The detailed submissions.
Right. Okay. In that case, it's not going to be quite as simple as I thought it was going to be, but we'll explain it.
You get that.
Okay. Right. So we are specifically, I'm appearing on behalf of Matt and some of his neighbours. Matt resides at number 10 Alexandra Road. If you want to know where that is, essentially it's the top of Mount Victoria. And our submission is in relation to number 22 Alexandra Road. So it's one specific site. That site is the site that, if you know the view well, it's the site which is occupied by the transmission tower and the White Castle building on top of Mount Victoria. That's been zoned open space like forever, open space B, which doesn't of course allow for development, doesn't anticipate any development at all, notwithstanding that it's got those two historic structures on there. In fact, it's been a site for broadcasting and communication since 1927.
I think now that you've reminded certainly me, we've had a discussion with the Section 42A author on the subject. So yes, we have a fix on what you're talking about.
Good, excellent. That's good. And of course, what happens is that the council, in its wisdom, unbeknownst to the elected council, thought that they would change the zoning from open space to residential. The rationale for that, erroneously, in my view, was that private land or non-council land cannot be open space. Well, in fact, that's not the case. It can be, and it should be done on its merits. And so we went back to council, and well, I'll start off with actually how the issue was picked up. So I'll go over to Matt there.
Yeah. So basically, the first we were made aware of it was we received a letter saying that we would no longer be able to access our garages and our properties via Lookout Road, which the houses up there have past 65 years. There's three of us with council consented carports or garages. So that was the first of it, and so that's when I started sort of digging and thinking, what's going on here? But the initial letter was we're doing some earthquake strengthening, so we're going to put some fencing up. You've got in 3 weeks, you'll have no more access. But then there was like an add-on that basically said, and you have no legal right to access your property from our land. So that's when I started sort of digging, ringing the council, asking what was going on, and found out that it was in the proposed district plan to be rezoned from open space to medium density residential. And this was after the submissions had closed. And that kind of, left me wondering what to do. And it was quite a difficult situation, navigating that and finding out how to go about it. And it was just the good fortune that I was put in contact with Andy, that we were able to get a further submission in on the 4 submissions that Andy will tell you about.
So thanks, Matt. So basically we hooked onto a number of the original submissions which focused on the importance of ridgelines and hilltops. This site is quite clearly within the district-wide, the most significant, the highest level of visibility and significance in terms of ridgelines and hilltops in the operative district plan. And that's been obviously gone through an extensive process to get to that point. It was a surprise to me, having been an elected member during the period in which the proposed district plan was developed. I don't think in our investigations there was any alerting of the councillors to this site. Had there been, I am absolutely 100% sure we would have gone, hang on a moment, we don't think that's the right thing to do. We also asked whether Parks and Gardens had been involved. And you might ask, well, why Parks and Gardens? Because Parks and Gardens are the, if you like, council's experts on open space. The planning team, with the greatest respect, aren't. Their job is planning. So we asked whether Parks and Gardens had been consulted, because there is a long-standing council management plan, the Town Belt Management Plan, which is a management plan under the Town Belt Act 2016. And the Town Belt Management Plan is quite specific that while this land is not Town Belt, has never been Town Belt, it is important to the Town Belt. And the management plan includes some wording there which says that a specific policy to retain the unbuilt character of Lookout Road, which the site directly fronts onto. And while it addresses Alexander Road, it directly fronts onto Lookout Road. And it specifically regarding 22 Alexander Road says if the ownership and or use of the site changes, and obviously residential zoning from open space will be a change of the use, the council will assess this site for possible addition to the Town Belt. So Parks and Gardens, when I spoke to their management, were quite clear that they would not support the rezoning. So we went to council and said, hey, this looks like you've made a mistake. District plan's a really, really big document. It's not surprising that there are going to be some mistakes, things which are overlooked. The last time I saw one of these, it was a piece of bush with several 100-year-old matai trees in Tawa, which had been left as residential from the old Tawa district scheme when Tawa was merged. The developer came along and said, want to develop it, and the Environment Court actually was asked to intervene and say, no, you're not going to. So sometimes there are mistakes, and it's the putting right. Those have been around Wellington a while will know putting right counts. And that's really what we're asking for. We had those conversations with council. We went to the council district plan management, and they said, well, we can make this a very, very quick conversation. Our recommendation is to put it right, and that is to retain the existing zoning as open space. We will come back and talk about the ridgelines later on in the piece, but so we're really here to say we're delighted by the recommendation that the council officers have made in your section 42A report, and to support that, because I think that is something which will be very welcome to the community of Wellington, and is the right outcome here, and it fits with the merits of the site. So we're happy to answer any questions. Just the one other point to make is to say that if there are any others like this, and I've looked through all the areas where it was open space in the operative plan, and it's not now. I don't think there are any other problems anywhere else, but it might be worth you just asking officers just to check that there are no others that on their merits should have remained open space, would have been changed. But this one quite clearly on its merits, I think everybody, and there's an extensive report that council had done in 2020 where and I will say we, because I was on the council at the time, actually looked at whether we should buy this land. And you've got an email there from Mark Pattermore, who's the Consents and Compliance Manager, and it quite clearly says the reason that we didn't buy the land is because of the zoning, the protections that it had at the moment, because effectively nobody can develop it. And had you taken those away, the decision would have been, oh, hang on a moment, we've got an issue here. We might have to look at buying that to protect it.
Who does own it?
It's owned now by Comlease, who I think, Matt, you could tell us.
Yes, we're communications company based in Christchurch, but they have also, from what I've heard, been doing developments in some greenfield areas around Christchurch and this kind of similar sort of sites where it's, been something for communications but is unneeded anymore, and it's, offers prime kind of development opportunity. And they've been reasonably hard to deal with. when we were communicating with them through the whole process, not really giving us any information, not getting back to us. So it was kind of a difficult time.
Commissioner Birch.
That basically answers my question. Yeah, we talked to the Section 42A about this the other day, and they thought there was some sort of communications, possibly a designation there. They were going to go away and look at that.
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
So it's been used for communication, telecommunications, and radio broadcasting, etc. purposes, as I said, since 1927. It's gone through a range of ownership. I think originally it was public.
Yeah.
It would have been the likes of Radio New Zealand, it was predecessors, and then it became it was the media networks. I think it is, and then they've obviously decided they don't need to own land; they can simply lease it. The tower still has something like 100 communications things on it, and obviously they've got to the communications antennae on it. They've obviously just upgraded the castle building, so they're clearly wanting to keep those. However, they might be going, we could do a bit of development around this as well. So, and it's that is the concern.
So essentially, you're here to throw your support at the Section 42.
Yeah, we're in full agreement with the Section 42 report. I'm very, very pleased that officers looked at this and said, yeah, okay, got this one wrong. Let's fix it. And we know that there are several other submitters, various different community organisations, Friends of the Town Belt, etc., who have also said the same thing in their further submissions when they were alerted to it.
Sure.
David, anything?
It's very clear.
I think we're good.
Good, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ballinger.
Yes.
Ready for you and your team?
Yeah.
Kia ora koutou, good afternoon. So my name is Duncan Ballinger. I'm counsel for Wellington's Charitable Trust. With me is Grace Ridley-Smith and Brett Mackay. And so Grace is going to speak briefly about our key topic, which is the character precincts and the demolition rule. And then Brett Mackay, who's provided a statement with a bit of history of the character precincts and demolition rule, is going to speak briefly to those notes, and then I'll make a few legal comments, and then happy to discuss the content of our submission and any questions you might have. So Grace, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. My name's Grace Ridley-Smith, and I'm speaking to you today as a passionate millennial Wellingtonian. I love this city, its people and communities, its history, art and architecture. I grew up mostly in Wellington and have lived and or spent extended periods of time in cities around the world: Dunedin, Tauranga, New York, London, Salt Lake City in Utah, and most recently Bunbury in Western Australia. I have rented apartments, shared flats, and lived as a boarder in a single family home. I have lived in old homes and brand new subdivisions. I have lived in the suburbs and in city centres. And it is my genuine, wholehearted belief that Wellington is the best place in the world to live. When I moved home from London and found myself swimming after work at Oriental Bay and eating fresh caught paua sammies at Makata Beach, I quite literally wept with joy. I love Wellington's marriage of culture and nature, that you can see an indie band and an orca whale on the same day, live in an urban centre and enjoy kaka and kererū in your garden. It's an exceptionally beautiful city, naturally and architecturally, and I'm constantly amazed by how many wonderful vistas and vantage points the city has. I'm aware of an argument that Wellington is the city that it is because of the people who live in it. Of course, people shape culture, that's obvious. But it isn't just the people who live here now that have created Wellington's culture and identity. The culture and identity of a city, much like a person, doesn't arrive suddenly fully formed. It's cumulative and shaped over time. Generations of Māori settlers and immigrants have played a role and have left a mark on the city's natural and built form. I'm not here today to ask you to freeze Wellington in time, to stop that accumulation. Cities are not static, nor should they be, but that doesn't mean that threads which connect people over time should be severed. Allowing for continuity is not the same as giving into stagnation. I'm here today to advocate for a vision of Wellington that weaves together the past and present, that balances future development against historical and cultural value. Finnish architect Juhani Palasma said, "Architecture enables us to see and understand the slow process of history and to participate in time cycles that surpass the scope of an individual life. In other words, buildings as they age help us connect to something that extends before and behind us. It is through the preservation of buildings, monuments, and natural landmarks that we allow for the layering of history." I know that some people's response to this is to argue for a case-by-case approach where specific individual buildings of importance, like say St James Theatre, are heritage listed and therefore protected. Setting aside the issue that heritage listing too often fails to protect buildings, this approach underestimates the importance of a coherent streetscape. Buildings don't exist in a vacuum. Like an orchestra playing together, buildings add up to a sum greater than their parts. This is why character and heritage precincts are so vital. These are parts of the city with important, intact groupings of valued character buildings that deserve to be protected not only from demolition, but also from being compromised by nearby development. A historic building loses its mana and meaning if it's dwarfed, marooned, shaded out, or has its sightlines blocked by a new development. Of course, not everything can or should stay. The overriding question is not should Wellington grow and add to its building and housing stock. It is how to do this well. How should we meet the challenges of tomorrow while retaining the unique, idiosyncratic culture and identity that Wellingtonians love? I believe one important way is to support the character precincts recommended by Council for the new district plan. These precincts represent a small proportion of Wellington's buildable land and comprises some of the city's oldest houses, built in beautiful native hardwood and using techniques no longer in use. Typically built with impressive street facades, these houses are not only enjoyable to inhabit, they have a generosity of spirit and contribute to a beautiful streetscape. Images of houses and streets within these precincts have been reproduced in paintings, unswished photographs and marketing materials promoting the city. They're iconic and represent something distinct to this place. To properly preserve a coherent sense of place and character, the precincts need to be joined up and have logical, practical boundaries. I suggested this in my submission on the proposed plan last year, and I'm glad to see that council officers agree with me and are suggesting some changes in Mount Victoria, Mount Cook and Newtown to do this better. However, I think there is an opportunity to add a select number of streets that were highlighted in the original Bofema School report as being well intact and contributing a high level of cultural and heritage value. Another important tool is the resource consent to demo rule, which requires, as the name suggests, a resource consent to be granted in order for a pre-1930s building located within the character precincts to be demolished. This is not about saying that no pre-1930s building should be demolished and replaced, but rather weighing up proposed development against the existing structure. I know the criticism is that this adds to building costs and slows new development, and I agree that the process could be simplified and streamlined. But a resource consent process is a good way of ensuring thoughtful, considerate development. I think it's important to reiterate that it's only relevant to a small section of the city. It's not blanket coverage for all pre-1930s buildings and has been incorrectly characterised as a city-wide handbrake. Old buildings hold stories of the past, clues of the political, economic and cultural trends of the time. I'd like to finish with a quote from Kieran Pollack from Heritage New Zealand, who said, Heritage is the physical manifestation of human history and culture. Landscapes, buildings, and structures hold the stories of our past, our ancestors, and their presence enables us to tell these stories in tangible ways. I believe this knowledge provides us with a sense of rooted belonging in the world. Thank you for your time. Ngā mihi.
Thank you, Mcsoriley Smith. I wonder if we should hear all of you and then circle back with questions. Happy with that, Commissioners? Mr. Mackay, I understand. By the reading the language across the table. Yep. Over to you.
Yes, my name's Brett Mackay. I've been asked by the Wellington Character Charitable Trust to make comment on the issue of character in the inner suburbs and the demolition rule in particular. I should say that I worked for the Wellington City Council for some 30 years as a planner, so I've had that involvement. And I retired in 2011 and then joined the Thorndon Society. We weren't the arch enemies of the council, but they did work together on planning issues. And I worked with them for 10 years until I moved out of Thorndon. I lived in Thorndon for 30 years and only just recently moved to Berrimpore. So I've had a long...
Poacher turned gamekeeper.
Yes. Oh, well, I could tell you some stories about how I prompted the Thorndon Society in the early days to follow a certain line, but we won't go there. Yeah, as a resident of Thorndon, I've always been, a long-time resident of Thorndon, always been thoroughly fascinated by the history of the place and housing in particular, and always been keen to see that it's preserved and maintained. It's a huge asset, in my view, the housing to the city. It has a fascinating history, and I see it having great potential for the future. And I remember years ago, I think the council sent one of their planners, this is back in the 70s or 80s, went to San Francisco and came back enthusiastic about, you know, the old Victorian housing being a critical part of tourism and the promotion of a city like San Francisco. And not saying you want to use it just for the purposes of presentation, but it's an asset that the city can build on and has done so in recent years through its heritage initiatives. You have my paper, and I'm not going to read that in detail, just to say that in the first part I traverse the history of the demolition rule. In fact, it's a very long history, about 30 years of effort to get from the early or the first planning scheme that actually saw the inner city as slums, and they wanted to clear it and replace that with high-rise throughout the inner city area. At the same time, that plan was being initiated, the motorway was being pushed through Thorndon, and the destruction that wrought generated a lot of opposition. So that was really the starting point for the reaction from community and others to do something about preserving the houses of the inner city area. And as I say, that took a 30-year period to go from a rule that permitted demolition and high rise to a rule that protected and enhanced or worked to enhance the old original housing stock. So I cover that not fully, but highlighting the key developments over that period. It ended, of course, with what was called Variation 14, which was the demolition rule. Subsequent to that, in 2014, when council reviewed the residential provisions of the plan, the opportunity was taken to improve or to adjust and modify aspects of the demolition rule. So we're looking at a period, as I say, from the 1960s through to 2014, when the demolition rule was received its last iteration, you might say. The second part of my statement looks at the demolition rule within the context of the proposed district plan as a whole. Now, with regard to the inner residential areas, it's my view that the scenario boils down to several things. The first is that the primary thrust of the new plan is to promote intensification, growth and development. And that is a complete 180 turn from the operative plan that, particularly in the inner city areas, contains policies to preserve and maintain and enhance the existing housing stock, particularly in the interest of protecting the character and sense of place of Wellington. It's just seen as such a unique asset that the council has those policies to preserve what we have. The council now, though, wants to facilitate new intensive residential, a new residential environment within the city areas. And that's highlighted in the draft plan, where it says they specifically want a new form, a new appearance and a new amenity within the inner city areas. So even though they have identified character areas, it's my view that when you look at the overall thrust of the plan, even the character areas won't be immune from significant change over time. Now, the major impediment, of course, to the council achieving more rapid change are the provisions of the current plan, which relate to the policies of protection enhancement, and in particular the demolition rule. So the aim now, of course, is to replace or water down the demolition rule to facilitate the development. Now, the important thing is that the existing provisions have a heritage basis, and this is identified in the existing policy, in particular the design guides. And for this reason, it appears to me that it's been necessary for the council to look at clearly removing the demolition rule or watering down the demolition rule as being incompatible with promoting growth and intensification. In my view, it's unclear exactly why the council wants to retain the demolition rule. I can't see why they just didn't drop it altogether, because they've watered it down to such an extent that, in my view, it will open the door to more rapid development over time. And I just see that with that development, the whole character has the potential to change over time. And I believe that probably in 30 or 40 years' time, we might be looking back and lamenting the fact that, like we did in the 60s with the high-rise development, resulted that we'll look back and as I say, lament the fact that nothing was done to prevent the loss that I believe will occur.
Thank you, Mr. Mackay. Mr. Ballinger, we have your written submission?
Yes.
Any particular points you want to highlight?
No, nothing in particular. I suppose I just wanted to clarify the relief that we're seeking, which is 4 things. One is to keep the character precincts in the notified and with the extensions recommended in the section 42A. The second thing we're seeking is to expand those to the areas identified by Boffa-Miskell as having primary or contributory buildings. The third thing we're seeking is a change to the wording of the demolition rules policy, and that's in Mr. Mackay's statement. And then the fourth thing we're seeking is for the operative district plans demolition rule to be reinstated with its spatial extent. So I just thought I'd, just to wrap it up, I'd explain those as the relief we're seeking. And I'm happy to take questions or questions for Ms. Ridley Smith or Mr. Mackay. Thank you.
David, do you want to go first?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just focusing on those 4 elements or 4 limbs of relief, Mr. Bollinger. The first 2 are really the same, aren't they? Yeah. It's retain plus add the 42A plus extend to the primary and contributory buildings that are in the Boffa-Miskell report.
Yes, the logic behind them is the same, and they
Yes.
Sort of birds of a feather fly together in my submission.
Yes. Okay. In terms of the third element, the change to the wording in the policy, I wonder whether Mr. Mackay, since he supported that, could just talk us through that. And with any particular relevance to the recommendations in the 42A report.
Well,
I've got it here if you.
Well, the first thing I'd say is that they call this a policy, but it's a series of criteria for assessing buildings. In terms of policy, it's not, when you compare it with the operative plan, which has an objective about protecting the character of the city and specific policies, and that goes on for perhaps 2 or 3 pages of explanation as to what the policy is all about.
Yes, just in terms of the architecture and the mechanical architecture of how the policy is set up. I'm questioning Mr. Lewandowski on this, the 42A author. He mentioned that the demolition rule, which I can't remember what it is, maybe 6, sorry, but one of the matters of discretion refers back to this particular policy. So he wasn't surprised to see that it had criteria embodied in it, because it is a matter of discretion that's referred to in the reference to the policy. So he was expecting to see those sort of matters in the policy.
But the policy doesn't, it just starts off, as I understand, restrictions on demolition, and goes on to list it doesn't say why they're wanting to restrict demolition and give any explanation of that. So that's why I thought the policy was a bit thin. Very thin.
Others have expressed that because it uses the word only allow at the beginning, that it has an avoidance component to it unless matters 1, 2, and the A, B, C, D, E and A, B, C under 1 and 2 are met.
Well, maybe I'm getting a little out of touch on detail matters, but the critical thing about the proposed new policy, if you want to call it that, is that it splits it in 2 parts. But when you look at the original or the current operative policy and criteria, the second part relates to the process of how the demolition rule would work. That's been modified in terms of in the proposed plan, and it's an either or, and includes item 2 in the list of criteria, the issue of whether development is economically unviable. Now, those words don't appear in the operative plan. So the question of whether it's either or means that if you're looking at item 2 under the proposed plan, the developer or owner only has to argue that the building is uneconomic or economically unviable to give them the clear run to demolition. Under the operative plan, as I say, there's a more detailed process explanation about how the applications for demolition were to work, and that was enhanced through the residential review in 2014. It was clearly spelled out that you go through this process to look at the quality of the existing building first, and then if that's regarded as a building worth keeping, well, that's virtually where it stops. But if there's issues about the building in terms of its quality or structure, that can follow a process of assessment. So yes, there's a division of the policy statement that gives a clearer run to demolition. Also, the new policy, or proposed new policy statement, talks of character, not townscape character, as in the operative plan. So when you weigh up the two definitions, townscape character has a much broader definition than just the character under the proposed plan.
Yes. I understand the distinctions you're making there and the either or under 1 and 2. Moving to your suggested revision to the policy in your last 2 pages, are you still, have you sought to change the either or approach or not?
Well,
Doesn't appear that you have, but
no, I think this is this is a bit of a patch up, really. I think you've got to go back to square one and have a clear policy about why you're wanting to control or manage the old housing stock in the city, and work from that point of view, and give a clear reasons for that, and to specify the process. This is a way of trying at the 11th hour, more or less, just to plug a gap that is there, and really needs, in my view, a complete, if you're going to follow that line of managing demolition, a complete review and a roll back to where we are at the moment in terms of the operative plan.
Understand that. I'll ask you just one final question then, and that is the Section 32 test when you're dealing with policies and provisions is whether they are appropriate to implement the objectives that sit above them. And in this case, in terms of policy pre-01P2 that we're talking about, which objectives would you point the panel to test the appropriateness question? Are they the objectives relating to heritage? Are they objective, or they are other objectives, and how does that relate to any objectives relating to intensification?
Well, as I said before, it's unclear to me why they're actually wanting to have a demolition rule at the moment, given that the council have followed a path of, what I would say, expunging heritage from the assessment of character. Now, when you look at the operative plan, council has been clear that heritage is part of the basis for assessing character. The current council has been at pains to separate heritage from character. Now, in the operative plan, it's mentioned in the policy that the character has a certain heritage qualities relate to character or townscape character. And then when you go to the design guides in particular, they're very clear on stating that all the sub areas that are subject to the design guide control are based on historical continuity, what they call historical continuity and heritage significance. So it's well, I think, spelled out in the operative plan that heritage is really a critical part of the reasons for controlling development of housing stock in the inner city, and not just character based on the architectural view of the building or the typology of the building. It's much broader than that, and that accords, I think, with the popular view of what Thorndon and Mount Victoria and the other residential areas are. They are heritage areas, and people generally don't make a distinction between heritage and character in that situation. It's just a given that Thorndon is heritage. And I would say that up until recently, the council took that view. I mean, in 2008, when they were doing a Thorndon, what they call a Thorndon project for looking at creating a heritage, a heritage area over Thorndon, or a series of heritage areas, and they produced the Thorndon report. It was well documented that Thorndon was seen as an area of local, regional and national heritage importance. So it's only in recent times with this new plan that they've tried to, sever heritage from the assessment of character. I think that's done, but
So what I take from that,
solely to remove an impediment to growth and development.
Yes.
So there's no argument about whether heritage has any relevance or should be taken seriously in that context.
okay, no, I understand. And final question to you, Mr. Bellinger, is in the last limb of the relief,
Yes.
reinstated with its in terms of the spatial extent, the rule being reinstated.
Yes.
Can you just explain what that would mean?
So the spatial extent in the operative district plan is all of the inner residential suburbs. So it's not specific areas, blocks, streets, etc. It's essentially a suburb-wide spatial extent.
Having global application within that inner residential suburb,
Yes.
where it intersects with pre-1930 buildings.
Yes.
Yep. As opposed to being a precinct-based rule.
Yes.
If that's the case, does it really matter? Is that an alternate relief to the first three limbs? The reason I asked that is, you understand why I asked that, because that could deliver more than the. Presumably.
Yes. So if the fourth item of relief is granted, then the first three would be redundant essentially. So
Yes, although you might want to retain the change to the policy wording.
Yes, correct.
Yes. But effectively, the fourth limb would take us beyond limbs 1 and 2.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
Mr. McKay, you were just saying that you understand that the heritage part has been taken out of the character areas by the council now compared to what they had in the past. In your view, because we do have in the proposed district plan, we have heritage areas and we have character precincts. In your view, would you say that it's not necessary to have character precincts on the basis that everything is heritage anyway, and therefore it should all be the heritage zone and the heritage area.
Yes, well, if you had a robust demolition rule arrangement like we've got on the current plan, there's no real need to split it up into character areas, because you're looking at the suburbs of Mount Victoria or Thornton or Aro Valley as large character areas.
Yeah, but the character areas have more restrictions, as it is proposed at the moment. They have more restrictions than just having a demolition rule applied.
Well, I think, well, and again, that, as I mentioned in my statement, the proposed plan also liberalises significantly the bulk and location or siting requirements and land use requirements. And if you take those into account, they just give added weight to development that might happen in future that all works to see the demolition of the existing housing stock. They say, for example, in the draft plan that the range of permitted uses are compatible with the residential neighbourhoods, but when you read the definitions of what those so-called compatible uses are, it opens the door to a wide range of medical and educational activities that I don't think people have really understood.
With regards to the demolition zone, you are saying that anything before 1930 should be covered by that. Is it your view that anything earlier than 1930 is by default heritage?
No, sorry, anything prior to
1930 is by default heritage. It's
well, heritage in a general sense, yes, as I've said, you know.
So you're not actually making that statement in terms of a value assessment on how, if it has any heritage values or not.
I can only sort of highlight what I've said before, and particularly the Thornton case, where the council, their own experts, referred to Thornton as being of heritage significance after doing all their assessment, and it's more a collective view of a large area rather than looking at individual buildings. And as they pointed out in that Thornton report, a lot of the individual buildings wouldn't pass muster from a heritage listing point of view, but it's the collective that's highly important, and that's the way it's generally looked at.
Yeah, and that's what I understand is exactly why they brought in the character over the top of the heritage, because those individual buildings might or might not actually be picked up as individually contributing, but as an area they are, and therefore the character precincts have been brought into the mix, and the character is as well the buildings as several other things that is actually quite distinct from heritage. I've been talking to Dr. Lewandowski yesterday, and he was explaining to me how they came up with what they have taken in and what they have taken out of the areas that are currently in the plan. Now, you are saying that, yeah, I need a clarification. What exactly is the relief? Because in Mr. Ballinger's submission, it's either the Buffer Miskel 2019 report or the Section 42A report. They are different areas slightly. Is it one or the other?
So my understanding is that the buffer municipal areas is the section 42A is a subset of the buffer municipals identified areas. So our the first thing we'd be seeking is for all of the primary and contributory character areas and buffer municipals report to be in character precincts.
Okay.
And then the alternative is to support
Right.
42A.
Okay, I understand that now. A fallback. Let me see. Yeah, I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Mr. Mackay, just 2 points from me. You said there's a 180-degree shift. And of course, there's a very good reason why there's a 180-degree shift. That's because there is a national policy statement that the council must give effect to, that everything that isn't providing for intensification has to be justified in character terms. If it has to be justified on a site-by-site basis, and to the extent that you are qualifying it, it has to be the minimum possible necessary to achieve the character values. So it's sort of looking at it from the other end of the telescope almost. That whereas previously, as you say, the focus was on protection first and enable to the extent that protection wasn't required, this is now enable first and only protect if you can justify it. So if we keep being urged by various other people that it requires a different mindset from the ODP. What's your reaction to that?
Well, personally, I think it gets down to the will of the council. If the council was really wanting to protect and maintain inner city housing stock, they'll look at finding a way. I mean, I look at Christchurch and other places who've, and I haven't followed the detail, but I hear that, you know, they're not happy with this or that, so they look to find a way through the legislation. Now, if the Wellington City Council had the desire to do that and put the effort in, they might find a way to work with the legislation and achieve the results of maintaining the inner residential areas and justifying whatever provisions that they might come up with. I mean, there's been enough site-by-site studies undertaken in the inner city suburbs going back to the 1980s, in my view, to probably muster enough evidence to support a different position. It's just a matter of what effort you put into it, I believe, and having a council committed to achieving something that only a few years ago they were wanting to achieve. And now it's sort of out the window and back to square one, back to the 1960s.
And the second question is, you've taken particular focus on the, as you say, the alternative limb of the policy, focusing on the condition of development saying, well, that incentivises demolition by neglect. And I understand that. But there's Environment Court Authority that focuses on the condition of old homes and the impracticality of upgrading them as a possible justification for deciding that they are incapable of reasonable use, which is the term that you've inserted. So can we entirely ignore condition and, as say, the practicality of improving and bringing character homes back to a reasonable standard?
Sorry, Carby, could you just run that past again? I know the current rules don't prevent an assessment of or looking at the economics of the development, but in the current case, the initial assessment is always the quality of the existing building first, and if it passes muster, well then that's what the council indicates as being the predominant factor, not coming straight in with the fact that, oh, it's old, it's run down, it's uneconomic, so therefore it should be demolished.
I think the way you put it earlier was it's an assessment of whether it contributes, and if it contributes, that's the end of the matter.
Mm.
And so the question is,
sorry, and just on that point, the plan actually says that the paramount consideration, well, what was the word they used? The demonstrable, no, just trying to think how it phrases it. Anyway, the primary consideration is the protection of the existing building, and that's written into the plan.
okay, and my last question is for Ms. Ridley Smith. In previous hearings, we had a number of millennials, if you could describe yourself. I was going to say young, but everyone looks young to me now. That's who were saying that there is a desperate need for intensification in the inner cities where people can have ready access to the central city, to the university or universities now, and that's clinging to the past is inappropriate. What's your reaction to those people?
I sympathise with them and can understand their frustrations at feeling locked out of a city. But I caution against and feel frustrated when heritage is considered kind of the scapegoat, catch-all ill for the reason that development has been slow or that their housing needs have been inadequately met. I mean, this is an issue that I would argue has built up over a series of successive governments, and as a result of complicated factors. I mean, you guys are planners and lawyers, you know this, and that to say that the answer is to that the thing that really needs to change is, we need to lift heritage protections, and if we allow for that, then we kind of, and I think it's this kind of idea. I think that basically what I'm keen to see is, I think there are a number of tools that national government and also the council has in their toolkit to pull on, and blanket lifting of heritage or massively reducing heritage protections is only one small tool in a suite. And I think that it's taken up a lot of media and airspace, and there's been this sort of vilification of heritage versus housing, of heritage being the area of NIMBYism, and I just think that I really wanted to represent a viewpoint as a young person and say that, of course, there are issues, and of course we can do better in many ways, but I think it's so easy to dismiss the experience of living in a city that has heritage buildings and what that does for your sense of place, for your cultural identity, for your well-being, for your and I think, as Brett says, what I'm really worried about is sort of a knee-jerk reaction to a situation that's built up over a really long period of time, and a quick lifting of all of these things, and then we get a situation, like perhaps in the 1960s, where we get just a lot of demolition really quickly, and then we think, hang on a minute, did that need to happen all at once in this very sort of brutal way? I think that it's quite a crude tool, you know, and I think there's a lot more opportunity for nuance and for scope of just recognising the joy and the pleasure that these buildings can contribute in other ways, and acknowledging that, you know, old buildings can also be adapted. And I think, yeah, there's a lot of room for development. I think that by allowing for character areas and allowing for the preservation of areas that have historic value doesn't mean that the city can't grow, doesn't mean that there aren't opportunities for intensification or development. And I think that another thing maybe I would say as well is that I can really appreciate being a young person and wanting to be in the city centre. I get that will be close to the heart of the city, that is considered, I don't know, maybe you're right or something that a lot of young people are used to. And I think I can appreciate that, but I think it's also, you know, the city is going to get bigger. There are more people, and it may not always be possible to live exactly where you want to live. I mean, I have that feeling. I've just bought a house. I would have liked to have bought a house in a different part of Wellington, but I didn't because I couldn't. And some of that is just kind of a bit, I don't want to be too, I'm sort of talking to myself when I say this. I had to go in a process of kind of getting with the program. And I think that it's reasonable for young people, and I think it's to expect good quality housing, to expect housing that has good transport links, you know, that and that they can afford. I don't necessarily think it's, as a young person, it's your absolute right that that is then exactly where you want it to be. As long as you have good transport links, it's of a sufficient quality, you know, it is affordable. There are options, you know, and it may not be in Mount Victoria, it might be, I don't want to name another suburb, it might be somewhere just over the hill from Mount Victoria, you know, and maybe as part of the council toolkit, a walking track or biking track links it so it becomes more accessible, you know. So this is what I mean by there being lots of tools in the toolkit. Apologies if that rambled on a little bit, but did that kind of make sense?
Thank you. Yeah, one more.
Not a question, but you might notice that Mr. Lewandowski, the reporting officer, is online, listening in.
Oh, hello.
And I guess we'll be hearing back from him in his right of reply. And the reason I've asked the 4 questions about your 4 limbs is we would certainly appreciate his response to be sort of corralled under those 4 matters.
Basically, that was for Mr. Lewandowski's benefit. If he hadn't got the message before, he's got it now.
Trevor knows me so well.
Thank you very much all. We appreciate your time. We'll break and reform at 1:30.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Oh, shoot. Look.
I know.
Oh, no.
I realised that.
This morning. Ah, dear. But at least we're not here.
Exactly. I may well have been, unless you hadn't sent that email. But no, I would have gotten your text at 11:30 and been like, oh, see you soon.
Yep, I'm on my, I'm totally there. These two mics are on. Does that mean we're being broadcast currently?
Coordination. I think they're on a pause. Do you want me to turn them off? Then we just have to remember to turn them back on again. For all the highly sensitive things we're saying.
Yeah.
What's Michael Graham now?
Thank God. In which case, don't feel too bad about making my feeling.
Eva's off to watch Formula One.
Oh, yeah. Everybody's going to Melbourne. I used to find that so annoying. Office and still just.
Resume the hearing, thank you. We have the representatives of the Wellington Heritage Professionals. Ms. Ballaghan, Ms. Stevens, and I gather Ms. Jacobson.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Cherie Jacobson and I'm here today with Amanda Mulligan and Chesa Stevens, who have written expert evidence. So we are again representing a group of 9 Wellington-based heritage professionals. As noted in our submission and hearing stream 1, we bring decades of heritage experience and expertise here in Wellington nationally and internationally as architects, archaeologists, consultants, local government heritage advisors and central government policymakers. Detailed information about our qualifications and experience can be found in our submission. Our submission reflects the understanding we have of the issues that surround the protection and conservation of Wellington's historic heritage and character, and our on-the-ground experience of seeing our heritage diminished or lost due to current and past district plan provisions. We are not submitting to make the plan more advantageous for us personally or professionally. We don't believe that the changes we're seeking will be any more advantageous to us than any other Wellington resident or business. We are also not submitting from a position that heritage and character are more important than housing. We have submitted and are appearing today because we want to make sure that heritage and character are not unnecessarily lost when planning for the housing that Wellington needs. We know that world-leading cities allow for intensification in the right places while also protecting valued character and heritage.
Area-based protections for character and heritage are widely used in Australia, the UK, Canada, and the US. According to a 2020 report by the Heritage Council of Victoria in Australia, there are over 21,000 heritage overlays in Victoria, protecting more than 186,000 properties. Of these overlays, over 1,000 are precincts or areas. The report concluded that heritage overlays are working well in Victoria. As outlined in the report, the City of Yarra, an urban local authority in inner Melbourne, has focused its land use policies on protecting valued heritage character while accommodating growth and change in strategic redevelopment sites and precincts. In the City of Yarra, more than 20,000 properties are covered by the heritage overlay, which equates to more than 60% of the city's total properties. Our main concern in this hearing stream is that any reduction in the extent of character areas from the operative district plan is based on sound evidence. We are concerned that some submitters are conflating the problem of housing supply with the problem of poor quality housing. It is also of concern to us that some submitters seem to believe that enabling demolition of character housing will lead to better quality housing. New Zealand homes are considered to be poorly constructed and heated by OECD standards, and experts estimate that around 40% of our houses are damp and mouldy. However, character or pre-1930s housing does not automatically equate to unhealthy housing. Houses of any age that are poorly constructed and or poorly maintained are likely to be unhealthy. New Zealand's recent experience with leaky buildings has shown how newer, modern buildings can also perform poorly. Older buildings are designed to breathe, making them healthier residences when properly maintained, vented and insulated. Wellington's older houses are amenable to retrofitting, and many houses in character areas have been successfully upgraded. Retrofitting houses with character and historic heritage values not only conserves these values, but has economic, social and environmental benefits. Part of the solution to our climate change problem is retaining, reusing and retrofitting our existing building stock. The building sector is responsible for around 20% of New Zealand's energy-related greenhouse gas emissions, and about 50% of New Zealand's waste is from construction and demolition. Plastic recycling is a normal part of our daily lives, but huge amounts of carbon are locked up in existing buildings. Findings from a 2007 research project by the New Zealand Business Council for Sustainable Development and a 2020 report from the New Zealand Green Buildings Council were aligned in concluding that upgrading New Zealand's existing housing stock had the greatest potential for making New Zealand's homes more sustainable, and that New Zealand will not meet its carbon targets without a deep improvement of existing homes. The international evidence for the environmental benefits of retaining existing building stock is strong and includes reports by the US National Trust Preservation Green Lab and Historic England, and publications by economists such as Kate Raworth and Donovan Ripkemer. They have shown that refurbishing buildings instead of demolishing them and building again from scratch typically generates more jobs, comparable energy consumption, and far less use of water and new materials. We note that some submitters are advocating for the extent of the character areas to reflect what was proposed in the Boffa-Miskell pre-1930 Character Area Review report. Our view is that there is insufficient justification in that report for reducing the character areas from the extent of the operative district plan. In our view, the methodology in the report was flawed, and that has led to some key areas of character value being excluded. I'll now hand over to Amanda and Chesa to outline their evidence.
I would try not to take up all the time that we've been allocated by going through the points. So we still stand by the evidence that we originally submitted, and we've just tried to concentrate our speaking today on the rebuttal evidence from Mitch Lewandowski and Josh Patterson. So as Cherie has pointed out, the Heritage Professionals submission put forward the view that the Character Area Review report was flawed, and this remains a concern for us because even though the character areas proposed in the review has been significantly reduced in the proposed district plan, because some submitters have argued for a return to the extent in the review. We're here to explain our view that the plan should either revert to the extent of the character areas in the operative district plan, or the council should go and reassess the character areas using an appropriate methodology. So we've read the rebuttal evidence from Mr. Lewandowski and his reasons for remaining of the opinion that the review is appropriate. He noted that we have not considered development capacity impacts, which we think is outside of our expertise. And he also noted that we haven't looked at how our suggested approach responds to the NPSUD. We do have some knowledge of the NPSUD, the National Planning Statement, Policy Statement for Urban Development. I'm sure you all know what that is. And we considered that the site-by-site analysis in the review could be used to justify an exemption from the NPSUD as a character precinct, that site-by-site analysis has been flawed. So we stand by the reasons in our evidence, but there were some other matters that we wanted to raise today on why the methodology is flawed. So firstly, it was based on an earlier study, this one here. It was for a different purpose, the Mount Victoria Heritage Study report. So it says it was for examining the historic heritage values of Mount Victoria. It was not for assessing character. And this study itself concluded that the methodology that it used had limitations because it focused on integrity. And the report states, the method had some limitations because it was not apparent at the time the project began that much of the housing stock was altered during the 1920s. In fact, the widespread renovation of houses in Mount Victoria during the 1920s is one of the most important characteristics of the suburb and a key source of historic heritage value. The third reason that we think the report is flawed is that the focus on integrity and cohesiveness in the character assessment, that's at section 1.4 of the review, doesn't align with the methodology section at 1.3 of the review. So the methodology section at 1.3 of the report outlines all the data fields to be collected and analysis to be undertaken, and then at 1.4 there's outlined the approach taken to determine the level of integrity and cohesiveness. And we think that this is a logistical leap because there's no mention in the methodology that integrity and cohesiveness are attributes that have to be collected. So the approach that's taken in the review means that the properties deemed to make a primary contribution are where the attributes are largely intact and exhibited and predominantly illustrate the characteristics described in the relevant residential design guide. But we can't see how this could be applied in any sensible way to Mount Victoria, as an example, given that the residential design guide said that the external appearance of buildings often assumes a hybrid character due to repeated alterations and additions. This demonstrates to us that what's valued in Mount Victoria is not intactness and integrity, but the pre-1930 character, which is full of 1920s additions and alterations, as described in the 2017 study. We've also struggled to understand the legends included. I don't know if the panel's got a copy of the report there, but the legends used in the maps at the back of the character area study. The legend doesn't identify what the grey areas mean. The implication of this is that these areas were not assessed, and therefore the review seems to be incomplete. Because we haven't understood what the grey areas mean, they're literally grey areas. We have instead focused on the areas marked neutral and attractive in red. And we've picked out some places, like I won't go through them in detail, but some places on Marshbank Street and Brougham Street and Roxburgh Street. We've included images in the back of our notes that we hope have been distributed to the panel. No. Oh.
Yes.
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 Okay. That we believe demonstrate the ineffectiveness of the review at identifying character values. We did put it also in our evidence. We expressed our view that we think the character areas are likely to meet the criteria for heritage areas and should have been assessed as such. And we're happy for this to be considered in hearing stream 3.
In response to evidence of Josh Patterson, we would like to acknowledge his agreement with our position that aligning MRZ-P8 and HRZ-P8 is positive, and we're very pleased to see that come through. The main point of disagreement that remains between ourselves and Mr. Patterson is the inclusion of G 3.5 in the associated diagram from the Operative District Plan Central Area Urban Design Guide, for the reasons that we've stated in our primary evidence, and so I won't detail them again at length, but they are repeated in our speaking notes too. It is our experience that diagrams of this nature are very helpful from the perspective of both council officers and heritage consultants or conservation architects working with clients.
Thank you.
Questions.
Commissioner Lutz, would you like to go first?
I'm not sure if you have had the chance to listen in yesterday when we were talking to Mr. Lundowski. Would have been very good if we could, but what I was actually asking him in terms of the assessment and the methodology, how he has arrived to where he has arrived, and of course everything is based on the Wellington report. And from there on in, they have put a second layer of assessment over it with the lens of having to satisfy the NPSUD and the medium density residential standards. And they came up with a certain amount of buildings and a perimeter that they drew around it. And he was quite openly saying that there is some question of the objectivity that anybody could have, him or anybody else who would actually assess that, because it's not a clear-cut thing, and I think people working in that field know about that. The areas that are in the operative district plan, which you are asking to include, are wider, as we know. When the operative district plan, when those areas were actually assessed, that was quite some time ago. Now, you mentioned to us that the McIndoe report is an older thing too. Things have changed in time, and of course the operative district plan doesn't take into account, or that assessment hasn't taken into account the NPSUD and the requirements that the council now needs to fulfil. So obviously there is a tension between the two things that need to be resolved, and for us to resolve that is going back to the operative district plan would not allow for the NPSUD requirements to be coming into the play. So from that respect, where do you see a logical succession or progression?
I think the answer is that we haven't looked at that. So I think I hear where you're coming from, and I think good. challenging decisions to make. We're really making quite a simple point, which is just one piece of evidence to go into the mix that, in our view, the information that all of this has been based on was flawed. So from the outset, and then so how do you put that into the mix of all the other things that have been considered? We haven't turned our mind to how to achieve the balance between the requirements of the NPSUD and the information that's gathered in here. We're just saying that the way that this information was gathered was has not been done to identify the most valuable places.
So therefore, regardless of what that secondary lens or the terms of reference for that secondary lens that you've said Mr. Lewandowski applied may or may not have been, it's kind of irrelevant to the point that we're making, which is he started from the base point where it was incorrect in the first place. Yeah.
Okay, I understand that.
And we've been making that point consistently since the time of the spatial plan.
Yeah.
Diagram. Putting it aside that the basis from which they were working from, in your view, is flawed. There are still some parameters with regards to methodology that they had to use, and one of the things is that the integrity of the places, but more so, I've heard Mr. Lewandowski say yesterday, it was the cohesiveness, and I've gone through with him on the maps and I said, why is that not included? Because that looks very much similar to that to me. And he has explained to me that in certain areas there was, at the end of the day, the percentage of the primary buildings was too low to make a threshold that they had set in their methodology, and therefore these areas had fallen by the wayside. Of course, he has actually added much more than what was originally notified, but there are still areas that are outside. In terms of a methodology used, is that something that you would accept as appropriate, to say that you are focusing on the most cohesive areas, or doesn't it matter how many teeth are missing in between in terms of the character of the streetscape character that you are trying to protect?
I think that sounds like a reasonable approach to go for the areas where the character is more dense,
consistent.
That's setting aside the fact that we think the way that each individual property was assessed was flawed, because it was focused on architectural integrity rather than the contribution to pre-1930 character, which could include many pre-1930 additions and alterations.
So when you say the architecture, what else would actually be included in that pre-1930s character in your view?
Oh, there's a whole list of attributes that are in the methodology that apparently were.
Yeah, but in your view, that is their methodology, but in your view, is all of them, is that correct in the attributes that they have actually used?
Listed seem perfectly reasonable.
Yeah. Okay. Let me go back. Here. Wasn't there. in your evidence, you were saying that from your point of view, in your paragraph 30, where was it?
Is that 34?
34. No, it's actually the. You were saying that the heritage, that a lot of the character areas might as well be heritage areas. On what basis? Were you saying that? Have you done assessments of those areas?
No, we haven't done assessments of those areas, but we think there's a prima facie case for them to be assessed, looking at the assessment criteria in the regional policy statement.
In the Bofamiscal report, putting aside that it's in your view flawed, there is also some recommendation in terms of what could be classified as heritage area. Do you agree with that, even though the assessment of the individual buildings?
I think that I would, yeah, that I would agree with the heritage area. I don't have any problem with the heritage areas that they've put forward, but that doesn't affect my view of the fact that I think that you could look at the whole of a character area as a heritage area.
Okay.
It seems to be an arbitrary distinction that the council makes in Wellington between character areas and heritage areas. It just seems to depend on whether it's residential or commercial. That's the experience in Wellington. Commercial areas like Courtney Place, Hataitai, Cuba Street,
Newtown, Central.
Heritage areas. If it's a large residential area, it's a character area.
Yeah.
All right, that was the question. You might not have been here. I just asked Mr. McKay before because he had an issue saying, you know, the heritage has been taken out of the character in this step. And of course, we all know the big discussion about heritage versus character in the first place. So in your view, the character areas could as well be or should be heritage areas?
I mean, we can't say either way because we haven't done the assessment.
But we believe that they should be assessed for the heritage values in the same respect that other heritage places or existing heritage areas have been assessed under the criteria in the regional policy statement.
Has that always been the case in the Wellington district plans that heritage has been assigned to, as you say, the commercial parts and character has been assigned for the residential buildings?
I could only speak from my experience working at the council from 2015. So there's probably that's only been under one plan. That's been the case, but
no, mine would be the same. There are some heritage areas that encompass residential properties, but in terms of what's been added over time since the operative district plan was first published and the extent to which residential areas or properties may be encompassed within areas, I would agree that the general approach has been that heritage areas are commercial areas and that residential areas are less likely to be identified as heritage areas.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners, any questions?
Just one theme in my question, and it relates to paragraph 3 of the supplementary of the speaking notes.
Who's speaking notes?
Oh, sorry, Amanda.
Okay.
Oh, well, yes.
Yes.
Page 1. Page 1. And really, it's a stand back type position. I mean, you've acknowledged that Mr. Lewandowski's given his reasons for remaining that the approach in the PDP is appropriate. And he said that that the heritage professionals haven't given any consideration to how those development capacity impacts responds to the MPSUD. And you've acknowledged that, and you've said that you don't have any particular expertise in that field. And then you've gone on to look at the methodology that's underpinned the district plan approach, identifying the resource that's subject to the character precincts. And that's valid. At the end of the day, I have to return to the issue that that's not the only test in the 3-step approach. And I'm sure I'm not telling you anything you don't know already, but it still leaves the panel with a position of having, I don't think I'd say uncontested, but evidence from the council, which goes through the issues in section 77J and section 77L, and ask the questions of what is it about this? What is the special character that's being characteristic of the precincts that are being protected? How do they apply on a side-by-side basis? But more importantly, why are those rules integral to development while also giving promotion to intensification, and what are the costs and benefits? So it's those last two matters that your case isn't covering off completely. And I'm certainly not trying to be critical in saying that. I'm just saying that for the panel, that creates a little bit of a difficulty. And I don't know what the answer is. Certainly, you're highly qualified to comment on the side-by-side analysis and the methodology identified. That's undisputed. It's more the so what question. How do you then marry that with the requirements of justifying those controls or justifying restrictions in light of those features and characteristics, and what's the costs and benefits of doing that? It's largely a planning and economic exercise, and I guess I know the answer to the question I'm about to ask, and it's probably finance and resources, but did you give any thought to leading any evidence on that topic?
Yes, we did. So we did. I think the answer is that we looked and we saw what other submitters were coming to the table with, and so I think one of the aspects that we did so many processes that and now probably stepping more into submitter, speaking as a submitter rather than the expert. The question around what is the development capacity that is required, that's the other big piece of information that needs to feed into this discussion. So how much capacity is required, and then how much control over development, like a character area, can the city tolerate to achieve that the development capacity, achieve what's needed.
Presumably you're happy to rely on the evidence of others on those matters.
So so the answer is we've seen that other people were presenting evidence, and and because we're volunteering our time, we've
completely understand. It would be wrong of me to be critical of that. Mr. Lewandowski made an interesting point, and it's a very theoretical approach. He said, and he acknowledged this, he said actually that the theoretical capacity of the precinct zones is 0.
The capacity of the which zone?
Of the precinct, of the character precinct, because no development's permitted.
Well, I think that's a very interesting and very New Zealand approach to planning, as someone who's worked in another jurisdiction, that just because something's not a permitted activity doesn't mean that you can't do it. So I'm more familiar with the provisions in the heritage chapter of the district plan, but everything is discretionary. You can do anything you like, or you can apply for anything you like. You can't necessarily do it, but everything, including demolition, is discretionary. And from my perspective, it's the wrong. Apologies, Commissioner McMahon, but
I'm not wedded to this. I'm just testing the evidence.
I think that's the language of the plan, that development isn't permitted, but it doesn't mean that it can't occur.
Do you can you tell me what the entry level for activity status is for development and demolition in the precinct?
I really don't have
No.
a lot of knowledge of the plan rules and.
The Lewandowski's.
Not with precision.
No, it's not, again, it's not a trick question. It's actually, I understand from Mr. Lewandowski, it's restricted discretionary.
Yes, and so
Yes,
sorry,
yes,
so was the
yes.
heritage.
But
Yeah.
that's my understanding too, is that it's restricted discretionary and the criteria is quite specific and really small. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
So hence why we have provided all of the information around the cost of resource consent.
Yes. Okay. Now that's been a useful discussion. Thank you.
Commissioner?
We've had several submitters saying that, design guides should sit outside the plan. You've highlighted, a particular issue with the design guides, and you obviously work with the design guides a lot. So I just wanted to understand, your opinion of them being in or out. And further to that, just your general comment on the usability of the design guides. What sort of potential issues you have with them, or what sort of advantages you see with them?
Okay. One of the main issues that we experience with them is the fact that they're not included. So I've been involved with multiple situations where the point of argument between a council party and the applicant will be the fact that that design guide does not apply as a planning rule under the district plan. I don't believe that it's appropriate to have a design guide attached to a district plan if it doesn't have the same weight as the rest of the district plan. It simply doesn't make any sense. It confuses everybody who's involved, and it leaves a very open legal loophole that a lot of people try to get through when a case comes to a hearing. It's an inefficient and ineffective way of dealing with it. If it's not a requirement, it shouldn't be in there. So my position as a practitioner in this space is definitely that if a design guide is part of a district plan, it should apply in the same respect that all other provisions of the district plan apply, within the scope of the rules as they're defined in the plan. The limitations of design guides are, that's a difficult question to answer, and that you can never prepare a guideline that covers all possible outcomes. You don't know what Joe Bloggs around the corner might bring to you as an application tomorrow or the next day or next week. So in that respect, they need to remain open to a point. But I think in the point that we've made in our submission is an important one. Graphical depictions of what a design guide is trying to achieve alongside written descriptions mean that the ability for people who are not generally able to translate written descriptions into visual images regarding very specific things like material use, form, size, etc., makes it much easier for me to pick up with a client or an applicant a piece of paper that says, this is what we're trying to achieve here. Your design does not achieve something akin to this. Go away and reconsider that. So in that respect, it's necessary to have both written descriptions and graphical representations of what you're trying to achieve in order to provide for different forms of interpretation, especially when you're dealing with non-experts in that space.
Sure. So in your evidence, you sought a new policy, sort of paragraphs 20 to 23, and Mr. Lewandowski deemed that the residential design guide assist in ensuring the outcome of the participating. Do you agree with that?
To a point, yeah. What we haven't done in our evidence is gone into detail to debate the finer points of the individual design guide, and we did consider that to be outside of the scope of the points we were trying to make.
think that would be a huge job.
Exactly. And again, we come back to volunteers, and have real jobs where we have to spend quite a lot of time working. But that is an exercise that certainly could be done. A high level of interrogation could be applied to the way that those design guides have been written. I think through the process, it's possible that has occurred. I'm not satisfied that the outcome is as good as it could be.
We had a previous submitter to you, a presenter, sorry, talked about the previous and the operative district plan demolition rule, and in his opinion, he thought that that should be reinstated to the proposed district plan. I don't know if you've looked at that or thought about that, and I just wondered if you had the relationship between the policy and the rule framework for demolition, and I just wondered if you.
One comment I do have in relation to that is that the policies and rules for character areas appear to promote demolition by neglect, because they allow for the removal of properties under certain conditions, one of them being that the condition of the property, the physical condition of the property, is poor. So if I was the type of homeowner that really wanted to demolish my one-storey working man's cottage in Newtown and replace it with a multi-storey development, I'd probably just leave that property to deteriorate for a reasonable amount of time, to the point where it could get, I could say, it's no longer fit for habitation. I have to pull it down. Demolition by neglect is a really serious issue in New Zealand, a really, really serious issue that we are not responding to properly. I'm very dissatisfied with that aspect of the character areas.
So the strength of the policy and rule framework, you feel like doesn't go far enough.
No.
I think we're good. Thank you, ladies. Look forward to seeing you in stream 3.
Yes, yes, you will. Next month. Next month, May. Oh. Yeah.
We have the Greater Wellington Regional Council. Some in person and some not. Hello there.
Kia ora.
Nora. So we have Regional Council.
Yeah, I might just get started. I can see everyone's
please do.
finding a seat. So kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to Greater Wellington Regional Council's submission. Ko Mika Tsuna tōku ingoa. In the room, we've got Pam Guest, Alistair Smale, Sam O'Brien and Louis Schwer, who'll be helping to respond to questions. So Greater Wellington has several submission points that are relevant to the proposed district plan residential zones, which we've addressed in turn in the written hearing statement that was provided to the panel. This hearing statement, we've taken the opportunity to specify how the relief sought in our submission points as they relate to the residential zones would be provided for. So today I'll just briefly cover our 2 relevant sets of submission points that seek amendments to the residential zone provisions. Firstly, we've got nature-based solutions and climate resilience in the residential zones. Greater Wellington commends and strongly supports the existing direction in the proposed district plan to promote nature-based solutions to manage natural hazards, water-sensitive urban design, vegetation retention and sustainable design direction. However, Greater Wellington's submission points 351.19 through to 351.21 seek for the whole proposed district plan to protect and provide for nature-based solutions to climate change more comprehensively than what is proposed. This includes a clear preference to implementing nature-based solutions in infrastructure planning and land use development. Greater Wellington also seeks for the district plan provisions to require actions and initiatives that contribute to the broader climate resilience of Wellington City in points 351.22 and 351.23. Greater Wellington's submission points on nature-based solutions and climate resilience, the ones I've just mentioned, were addressed very generally in hearing stream 1, which we did not attend. However, the submission points apply across the whole plan and therefore apply to the residential zones. The second set of submission points is providing for well-functioning urban environments in the residential zones. Greater Wellington's submission seeks for the medium density residential zone, the high density residential zone, and the large lot residential zone to have regard to Objective 22 of proposed RPS Change 1. This means that the residential zones should enable development that demonstrates, among other characteristics, prioritising the protection and enhancement of the quality and the quantity of fresh water, supporting the transition to a low emission and climate resilient region, providing for commercial and industrial development in appropriate locations, including employment close to where people live, and finally being well connected through multimodal transport networks that provide for good accessibility for all people between housing, jobs, community services, natural spaces, and open space. That's just some of the characteristics, but they're the key ones here. We don't agree with the Section 42A report officer that the current zone provisions fully give effect to this direction and consider further direction is necessary. So to address these two sets of submission points that I've outlined, Greater Wellington have articulated the relief sought in our submission points on nature-based solutions, climate resilience, and Objective 22 of proposed RPS Change 1 as they relate to the residential zones. So in sum, we consider that the medium and high density residential zones should provide for more comprehensive sustainable design direction to multi-unit housing in particular, to support the existing direction in the design guides, the Three Waters chapter, the subdivision chapter, and the transport chapter. The residential zone chapters are well placed to provide integrated direction on what outcomes urban development should be working toward. However, the proposed provisions do not currently reflect the characteristics of sustainable design or the outcomes listed in Objective 22 of proposed RPS Change 1. Proposed additions to policy MRZ P6 and HRZ P6 are provided in Appendix 1 of the statement that we provided. These amendments include more explicit reference to urban greening, among other things, for climate resilience, which also aligns with recommendations from the recent report on urban green space by the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment. Greater Wellington also seeks for the permeable surface and landscaped area standards to apply to multi-unit housing in both the medium and high density zones. As well as the amendments sought for multi-unit housing, so 4+ units, Greater Wellington seeks that direction to incorporate hydrological controls applies to all housing in addition to hydraulic neutrality, either through the residential zones or through the Three Waters chapter. And this direction is provided by proposed RPS Change 1. It's Greater Wellington's view that the amendments that we're seeking will better support the strategic objectives in the proposed district plan on sustainability, resilience and climate change, natural environment, capital city and urban form and development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holder. I have one initial question. Since you didn't appear in stream 1, you note there the stream 1 addressed the classification of the Johnsonville railway line. One issue that emerged in stream 1 was the representatives of the Johnsonville Community Association produced some material from within the Regional Council in 2021 email confirming that the view of the council then was that the Johnsonville rail line was not rapid transit. In stream 1, the council produced, the City Council produced a letter from the Regional Council saying the opposite. And so the question is, what had changed in the meantime?
I don't think I can speak to that. We'll have to follow up on that, unless anyone in the room has a response to that. No, yeah, I think we might have to follow up on that.
Just leave it there. So I thought I'd take the opportunity to ask you, since you're here, turning to your relief, first inserted designed to maximise energy efficiency. Obviously, that sounds good. Have you undertaken a cost-benefit analysis of what that would involve that would support that?
No, we haven't, but that is reflecting direction that comes from, I think it's sub P3. The wording might be not quite as strong, but it's similar. I guess one of the points we're making here is that some of this direction does apply in the subdivision chapter, but only applies if subdivision is occurring. So our view was, why can that not be reflected in this zone as well? But short answer, no, we haven't done a cost benefit analysis.
Number 8 applies hydrological controls that avoid adverse effects of increased impervious surfaces. Adverse effects on what?
Al, do you want to jump in there?
Yeah, the adverse effects relate to freshwater streams and the like.
Should it say that?
Yeah.
That would certainly make it clearer.
Next,
sorry, just to quickly go back to your initial question. I just found the sub P3 on sustainable design, that policy, and it says maximize solar gain. So we just took that wording, and rather than making it always solar gain, kind of reflected it more onto the energy efficiency aspect of it, because you don't always want to maximize your solar gain necessarily. That makes sense.
Yep. Number 11, designed to be resilient to the effects of climate change. How resilient?
That's a big question. I guess we're looking for all the city councils at the moment with their plan changes to take any opportunity to increase climate resilience. So it's from a whole range of aspects, and obviously there's cost benefit analysis in terms of exactly what the final detail of that, but that includes just looking at all the opportunities for each. It's on a case by case scenario. So in some situations you'll be able to add certain elements which might not be appropriate in a small scale, but on a one site something may not be appropriate. But if you're looking at 3 or 4 housing sites, then you would be able to add further resilience features.
The last one, maintains, enhances, restores, creates urban greening, including increasing tree cover. Of course, we've heard from any number of submitters about the NPSUD, the requirement for greater intensification under the NPSUD. Are the two things inconsistent? Is the suggestion that we maintain urban greening, restore or create new urban greening, is that inconsistent with the intensification that the NPSUD directs?
Yeah, I mean there's definitely a balance that can be reached, and density done well.
So that it can speak up. Sorry, I can't quite. Density
done well includes opportunity to have greater intensification than we have now, but also incorporate green space, and so there's requirements in the performance standards for things like permeable surfaces. So there's opportunity to connect that with increased screening. Also, there's opportunity for the City Council to be more innovative about the way we look for things like contributions. So there could be opportunity to look for incorporation of street trees as part of design. So I think there's a lot of opportunities. It's a matter of looking for those.
I suppose the thing that's exercising me as guest is that if you maintain all current urban green, where are you intensifying to?
So you can have intensification, but also look for, so the City Council has a wider strategy about greening in urban areas. So there's balance between public and private space, but also, as I said, there's opportunities with an intensified development to have more greening. And there's things like green roofs. When you're looking at stormwater control using rain gardens. So there are opportunities within that intensification footprint to incorporate green elements. And that's what the Regional Council is asking for.
Commissioner McMahon, any questions?
Thank you.
I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, team from the Regional Council.
Thank you.
Have Mr. Sutton.
Just me.
Welcome from AdamsonShaw. We have your submission point document,
After that,
2.5 pages.
I realised that you can scratch all of the subdivision ones off that anyway because they're in a different area. So
You get that.
I figured that out later. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. So that's hearing 5, I think. So sorry if you read all of that.
Okay, well, you bet. Anything you want to take us through?
So it'd start at the first medium density residential zone standards boundary set. So in this one, so most of my submission points were just based off me looking at the proposed district plan and comparing it to the optimal standards. So yeah, I can leave that one on. And comparing the proposed district plan standards against the operative plan standards. So, and when we're looking at the MDRS standards, where the operative plan had some rules that seemed a little bit more permissive than the MDRS. So this was one of the ones that I considered because the current rule in the operative district plan has quite a unique rule as far as I can tell for Wellington. So as AdamsonShaw, we deal with upper and lower Porirua City, Masterton, and Wellington has a rule where it's the front yard setback is 3 metres less, half the width of the road. So basically it means when you have a residential street 20 metres wide, you can build right up to the front yard. And it's the only place I've seen that rule. So it means you get to allow, or you're allowed to sort of use the front part of your site for development. And I think this is probably the one I'll spend most time talking about. So the section 42A report didn't really support the view in this one, because I guess because it's it's the MDRS standard, and the planner said that given the level of density that the new rules are going to permit, then it's better to have setbacks such as front yard 1.5 and maintain the side yards as well. So the planner, so I also asked to have no side yard setbacks, which is also a rule in the operative district plan. And the planner in the 42A report didn't agree with that, and I agree that potentially a 1 metre setback from the side yards is probably good considering the level of density that the MDRS standards are going to permit. It's just the front yard that I'd probably want to speak to a bit more, because under the current district plan, having that rule that allows you to build close into your front yard where the street's wider than 20 metres, it's created the current residential amenity that we currently have. And given that Wellington sites are quite often steep, especially in the outer residential zone, so in our company we see people coming and they're either going to, most of the time they're going to develop to the rear of their property, but where the rear of the property is either steep bank or drops away, they look to the front yard. And currently that rule where if you've got a street 20 metres wide and you get a little bit more of your front yard, it opens up that development space. And quite often it's a good place to develop because it's close to the infrastructure and the roads, and it gives you a chance to put like a garage in the front yard without having to jump through too many consenting hoops or like that. And the other reason I had here for allowing the front yard to be less than 1.5 metres, which is what it currently is written as, that's the MDRS standard, is that, and this goes back to the argument from the planner in the 42A report about the density, and it will carry on with some of my other points, is that the permeable surface rule that will be introduced, which isn't currently in the operative district plan, that's what I consider will be the main control on density, is having to have that 30% permeable surface, and that's already a rule in the Hutt City Council district plan, and from our work that's where we see that's quite a limiting factor on density. So with that in mind, it would be a bit more of an inventive rule than the current MDRS standard for front yards, but yeah, allowing those streets that have that 20 metre width, allowing people to take that off the 1.5 metre front yard setback. Yeah, streets that are less than 20 metres wide, you'd expect to have a bit more of a gap between buildings to keep that amenity as it currently is.
So Mr. Sutton, essentially what you're saying is that the extent of the front yard should be commensurate with the width of the road.
Yeah, as it is under the current district plan. Yeah, because currently under the district plan, yeah, when you've got a road that wide, you're permitted to build right up to the front boundary, which is more permissive than the MDRS. Yeah. But yeah, the side and rear boundaries, I sort of agree with what's said in the 42A report, that it's probably better to, because the MDRS is proposing this high density, probably better to have to maintain some setbacks from the side and rear yards. But yeah, there's a lot to gain in allowing that more permissive development in the front yards, because quite often it's a good place to develop. Yeah. So those are all my points on that first. So the next one I was submitted on was the outlook space, which is a new one being brought through with the MDRS. And the only point I had on this was that I think the width, so you're meant to have a 4 by 4 metre outlook space. I think the width is quite achievable. It's just the depth that may limit residential development. And I know it's going to be a reduction in the MDRS standard. But again, given Wellington's, the sites that and the topography, I think the depth of the outlook space, if it was 3 metres, then it could also double as your outdoor space, because your outdoor space is you have to have a minimum dimension of 3 meters. So the outlook space, that's just one where I read it and thought that might be quite a limited to sort of infill development in Wellington. Again, the 42A, this response in the 42A report, I assume it just means that it's the MDRS standard and prefer not to change it, but I
don't think they can change it. Would that be the case?
Possibly. I thought maybe you could permit something that would have something that was more permissive, but not less permissive. But maybe that was more the crossover when they were trying to bring in the MDRS standards into current district plans. There was a rule that the city councils had to give effect to these the standards, but unless there was a rule in the current district plan that was more permissive. But maybe when this proposed district plan, yeah, maybe you can't adjust.
Well, what is more permissive in this case? Wouldn't it be a deeper outlook space rather than the reverse?
Yeah, more permissive.
Like, I think that what the rules require is you've got to adopt the MDRS or something more lenient. I think they call it lenient, which is lenient of development.
Yeah, so I think by having an outlook space of only 3 meters compared to 4 meters, it's going to be more lenient to development because you're going to be able to fit a house in a space and not have to make reductions in a room size or whatever just to meet that 4 meter outlook space. And you'll also, in doing that, you'll meet your outdoor living space of 3 meters minimum dimension. But yeah, if it can't be changed, it can't be changed. All right, to move on to the next. Okay, so the next one was the boundary setbacks, but this time in the high density residential zone. And again, it was based on the front yard setbacks. So again, the MDRS is 1.5 metre front yard setback, and I just compared it directly to what was in the operative district plan and what was the old inner residential zone, because mostly inner residential is now changed to high density, and it's only a change of 0.5 of a metre. So yeah, front yard setback to be changed to 1 metre, but again, that's only if these changes can be made legally to be more permissive to development. And again, it's just because the operative district plan permitted dwellings or development up to 1 metre in the front yard, then I guess it would just make sense to have the new district plan maintain that same level of development. But yeah,
I suppose the question would be, Mr. Sutton, of course, this is a complete plan review. There's no assumption that the ODP was right or better. Everything has to be justified from the ground up. So why should it be 1 metre rather than 1.5?
Well, I guess because the MDRS was completely based on a zone in Auckland and is just a block that's been put out to all the different councils. So at least the old operative Wellington plan was distinctly designed for Wellington and we're slightly different to other areas. So where our current plan is more permissive, like not compared to the MDRS, then I think those ones should carry through if it's able to be carried through. But yeah, it would be different to the MDRS standards, but I'm pretty sure it's more permissive than what they're proposing. But yeah, there's not much of a change in this zone because it's only 1 metre in the old plan and 1.5 in this proposed plan. So it wouldn't make too much difference.
Thank you.
And the last point I'll talk about is my further submission, which I picked up on this one after my original submission, and then I was just glad to see that Wellington City Council had submitted on it initially, so that gave me the opportunity to do a further submission on that. And this one is MRZ S5, so it's based on the building coverage. So Wellington City Council picked up that some of the exemptions for building coverage weren't included in the new district plan, or maybe they were reduced. I can't remember, or maybe there was no exemptions. But anyway, they asked for some exemptions to building coverage for decks and eaves. But for some reason they asked for the exemptions and they were slightly less than what was in the current district plan. So I've just suggested that maybe it is carried through from the old district plan, because it seems to works well at the moment, and just given steep sites, quite often decks get over 1 metre pretty quickly. So I think they were proposing any decks over 0.5 metre, so that wouldn't exclude many decks at all. So it just allows the building coverage, more things to be excluded and in the coverage. And the section 42A report agreed with me on that one, so that was nice.
With the decks above 1 metre, is that linked to the building code?
Potentially, they'd possibly be a structure when they get that high, but it's just in terms of calculating the site coverage for further development. Yeah.
Technical question, Mr. Sutton. Do you have a technical problem that you've got a further submission seeking relief that the original submission wasn't seeking?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I could do that. It said something in part or agree in part. So I took that as an opportunity to ask for it, but whether or not it's allowed. Yeah. So the 42A report agreed that there would be, they agreed with Wellington City, and then they also agreed that it wouldn't result, like the increase that I suggested wouldn't result in a significant an increase in significant adverse effects beyond the effects that would be generated by the amendment requested by Wellington City Council. Okay. And then the last point, I guess, is there's also that same rule in the high density residential zone, and I didn't pick that up for my further submission, because I could have also done a further submission on Wellington City Council's one there. The 42 report says, although no submissions have been made requesting that the exclusions for uncovered decks and uncovered structures and eaves will be increased to 1 metre, but if the panel is in mind to accept the recommended amendments to the medium density residential zone, then it may also consider the same amendment in the high density residential zone, and that would just keep consistency between the zones in the district plan. So that's just the bits I picked up when I was reading the 42A report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sutton. I'll just ask any questions.
And for me, that's clear. I guess you're just fortunate, Mr. Sutton, that this is an IPI process for those, and there is some leeway in terms of departing from original submissions, further submissions. So,
okay,
the luck's on your side today.
Yeah,
in that sense.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sutton.
All right. Thanks for your time.
And some of us will see you back on subdivision provisions.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll see you then.
Thank you. Of the Moir Street Group.
Kia ora. Yeah. Oh, no.
Okay, team, we have your presentation. Would you care to introduce yourselves and then we're in your hands.
Kia ora koutou. We are the Moir Street Collective. We're going to introduce ourselves and then just work through a number of points as per our slides. And thank you for the opportunity to come along and speak with you today. My name's Dougal. I live at number 21 Moir Street with my family. I've been living there for about 18 years. And full disclosure, I hold a honours degree in town planning. I'm a planning and project management professional working here in Wellington and was formerly employed as the Wellington City Planning Consents Manager in around 2006 to 2009. And my neighbours.
Yeah, hi, so I'm Craig Forrester. I'm at number 5 Moir Street, part of this collective, giving our support. So I'm with my family at number 5. So that's over.
I'm Karen Young and we're at number 9 Moir Street. I've been there for now 11 years. And since then had 2 children. We love living on Moir Street and yeah, hope it stays that way.
Yeah, James Fairhall of 3 Moir Street. I've been there since 2016. Love the little street. It's a great little community and yeah, raising a family there. I've got my wife and 2 kids, a 1-year-old and 3-year-old, and love our little street. So
you're not getting any sleep?
Not much sleep, no. Definitely not much sleep.
Hey, well, thanks for the chance to come along and talk with you this morning. You know, we're assuming you've read our submission, so just jump on the next slide, James. We've got a few points that we're just going to work through with you today. A bit about the context of Moir Street. You're possibly familiar with it, possibly not. The unique circumstances of Moir Street, which we think are applicable to your consideration of the district plan, and including the cross-stream issues. And particularly, we're kind of dealing with a difficult situation of cross-stream impacts between the central city area and the medium density residential area, heritage provisions and character provisions. We've got it all. The key concerns that we want to highlight and some changes that we'd like to see be applied to the district plan. So first, just a little bit about Moir Street. Fun enough, bumping into the heritage professionals as they're living. They knew Moir Street, they know Moir Street. It's quite unique. It's a very coherent character and heritage area. A lot of very similar buildings built around the same period from around the 1870s through to the late close of the 19th century. Generally 1 to 2 story buildings, low lying, close to a very, very tight road. It's a very narrow road. Our rubbish collectors hate it. We have basically no front yard, so space and sunlight is absolutely at a premium for us. We live in, you know, one of the more densely developed parts of Wellington, and we have very small properties as a result. You know, typical size of a property is 213 square metres is my property size. So, you know, it's a high density area where, you know, we are very conscious of impacts of development. So, you know, we do have a significant concern around the loss of sunlight that could happen as a result of development. We're not stressing it today, but just highlight as well, there are some real infrastructure constraints in the area, not only in terms of the width of the street. We're all kind of half joking about the number of leaks that we've had up and down our street over the last couple of years from water, and we have sewage overflow issues in our backyards due to the poor infrastructure.
Just while you go that far, I'm intrigued. I saw this, and I assumed that you connected to Moir Street connects to Alice Street. Where?
We do. So Moir Street's a little elbow.
Oh, it's an elbow, so it comes onto Brown.
Comes onto Brown, Alice Street here.
Yeah.
So Alice Street probably back onto some of the backyards. For example, James's property. We have a walk through down here past the light centre onto Harnia Street as well. So it's quite a thoroughfare for people walking from this part of the world into the CBD and back again. So quite a lot of people will cut through the tunnel down Brigham Street, Moir Street and down into town.
Just while you're up there, is that the large grey roof building? Is that the church building? Is it?
So the large grey roof building is what's called the Life Centre.
Right.
It's an Art Deco building. It's a listed building. It's owned by the DH. Well, it's actually owned by the Street Church, who are here, who retain it for the car parking in front, but it's used as a health centre. It's a whole bunch of really important social services operate out of there.
Yeah, no, I'm thank you for that, Mr. List. I'm familiar with that site, so yeah.
And what are the other places on Harnia Street while you're there?
Harnia Street is a odd collection. So we have a car park. This is a former paint shop, repair workshop for Honda. Honda across the road here, so servicing back a lot of motor vehicle dealers.
Yes, I own a Honda. I've turned up, gone up Harnia Street to find that entrance.
As you can see, Ace Rental Cars and Hertz.
Yes.
There, another car park for car yard, the Croatian Cultural Society. That's Regional Wines and Spirits there. An
important local landmark.
Very important local landmark. An odd collection of kind of small offices and workshops. An apartment building there, a three-story apartment building, and some new 3-story kind of townhouses that have occurred along Home Street and Harney Street over the last few years. So
what's the former paint shop used for now?
Well, it's empty.
Empty.
Mm.
Another important point to emphasise is this is the city boundary here, city zone 2. Yeah. The eventual zone boundary.
Yes, no doubt if it's empty, that would explain a lot of your submission.
Well,
what might replace it?
Yeah, well, indeed. What could replace it? What could replace any of the buildings along there? There's some pretty poor quality buildings along Harnia Street. At the rear of Karen's property, there was an old building which was recently demolished. It was an old kind of villa, basically, wasn't it? It's been demolished recently. It's standing empty. So we know there's a lot of development interest in the street on both sides.
Yep.
So we've included a few photos of the typology of the area just to kind of give you an indication, but you kind of get the picture. Generally low-lying, cute cottages, hence we've been designated character and heritage area, which, as you know, is quite unusual in the district plan. Just to highlight the complexity of our area. So say Moir Street, heritage area, medium density zone, character area, and we're on the boundary of the central city area. So nowhere else, as far as we can see, in the whole of the district plan has got this mixture of circumstances. And we accept we're on the city fringe. We moved in eyes wide open, knowing that reasonable development could occur there. And that's what we're really after today, is getting a balance there. So to say, no other medium density residential zone has all these factors. It's quite unique.
Mr. List, just explain the heritage area or that notation on that map.
Yeah, we had quite a neat kind of flick through slide pack, but unfortunately, I think you're running the PDF version here. But basically, the heritage area is just this little area here. So it picks up Moir Street. That was where Reverend Moir's house was. This is his gardens at the back here, hence Moir Street. And it picks up just this very small area here.
Yes.
Whereas the character area is this large area.
Yes, and they both have a medium density residential zone underneath them. They're overlays, aren't they?
Yep.
Also, yes, although the character area is a precinct. We had that explained to us from Mr. Lewandowski. Precinct generally applies to a single zone, whereas a overlay can apply across multiple zones. So the character precinct is something that's largely limited to the MRZ. I say largely because it's possible that it could extend to the HRZ also.
But so sorry, I interrupted you, and so we're in mid-flow. So keep going.
Oh no, that's fine. It's fine. It's good discussion. So as we highlight, we're dealing with some cross-stream issues, so we think there are some qualifying matters under Stream 1. We're here today in Stream 2 to talk about the impacts on a residential area and a character area or overlay. We're a heritage, sorry, Mr. McMahon, is it heritage precinct or area? Area, there we go.
Yeah.
And the impacts from a central area. So, we're here today in Stream 2. We'll be back for Stream 4. I know it's a different panel. Appreciate this is a big and complicated job and you've had to carve it up in some ways. But the primary changes that we're seeking are primarily to the central city zone provisions.
I should say, Commissioner Lodge will be the common feature.
Excellent.
Sure, you both.
I'll see you then.
Oh, well, you will too. Lucky you.
So this is our concern in a nutshell. And this is an example from just around the corner. We were kind of looking out the window and we're probably about 28 metres or close to it up here. We're looking down into a little single-storey backyard over the back there. But under the district plan, we're facing 8 to 10-storey development on our back doorstep. That will destroy the quality of our houses and the sunlight and the amenity that we enjoy. So this is our primary concern. This gives you a bit of an indication of scale between a house on Moir Street and what 28 metres high looks like. As I say, I invite you to go around the back of Antrim House and kind of look up from the backyard sheds they've got down there and get a bit of an appreciation, but it's a similar kind of setback and scale between the two buildings.
What's the typical distance between, you said, and photos supported, all your old houses are all sitting on the street. How big are the rear yards?
For the size of the section, they're quite long because the houses are typically right at the front. The back of my house is about 12 to 14 metres from my rear boundary. It's probably about, yeah,
it's probably a little bit less than that, probably more like 7 maybe.
The yards, the entire properties vary probably from about 25 to 30 metres deep. So yeah. Total.
Thank you.
So going to assessment of effects, and I appreciate I'm here as a lay person, but I'm not saying anything that I would disagree with professionally as well. So take that as you will as the film. We think this is contrary to the objectives and policies of the plan, which do seek to promote, good quality development and seek to kind of balance the impacts between the central city area and other areas and have some form of buffer and control of effects. We don't think that scale of development can be mitigated by design controls. You can't mitigate 8 to 10 stories by making it look nice. It just doesn't work. The scale, the form, the shading, the overlooking, they all still exist. We can't see that Wellington City has adequately assessed these effects. We haven't been able to find adequate evidence presented by the council that they have considered the effects that we've outlined in terms of the impact on heritage, the loss of sunlight, the shading, the loss character impacts, streetscape and overdominance, all those factors. We don't think the case has been made. So we haven't brought along evidence on our own, commissioned it, but we do think that onus is on the council to demonstrate that those factors have been considered, and we can't see that that's been demonstrated. And in fact, the Boffa-Miskel evidence, which was commissioned in support of the district plan and the character areas, suggests that the policies, the rules that have been proposed are contrary to that Boffa-Miskel position, which suggested a more reasonable setback from character areas. So we are concerned about this level of development. We do think that's going to have significant impacts. We think a more reasonable level of development is required. So moving on to the changes that we would like to see. The district plan outlines in its policies and objectives some form of transition and buffer areas. The former district plans have been built upon this principle successfully, that you have a high city, low city, and you have a transition between the two. We don't think you can mitigate the impacts of 8 to 10 stories with simple design controls, or with a recession plane starting 8 metres high, that kind of comes back at 60 degrees. That just allows a really, really big building, very, very close, right on the boundary. If 8 metres on a boundary is very high. So we think that's clear grounds for a qualifying matter in this district plan. The changes that we'd actually like to see is what we think are reasonable. As I say, we accept development. We accept development's going to occur, and we'd like to see a reasonable level of development allowed on Hania Street. And we're talking about only a very small area of Hania Street. I should note as well, it's a point I've been made before. We're not after full-scale changes to the central city zone. We're after this very small area here. 100 metres of buildings, basically. It's about 3 or 4 properties. That's all we're asking for. So it's not. It doesn't have an impact on the overall intent of the plan to enable greater development across the city, which we fully support. We're just after reasonable development where it abuts a heritage character residential area. So what we'd ask for is reasonable height. We think 15 metres works well. That would be higher than what's allowed there at the moment, and that will have an impact. But we accept that some form of development is allowed. We think some form of stepping back from the boundary would be reasonable as well. This is a little bit similar to what's in the district plan currently. We basically still have a 5 metre height limit on the boundary, but then that steps back from the boundary and a recession plane from that 5 metre limit. So we think that's a reasonable balance between the two. So in summary, we are concerned that the district plan provisions currently are seeking to put the proverbial on a pig. And we'd ask you to make some changes to come up with a reasonable balance between development and protection of the features that we love about Wellington and our homes. So reasonable height controls, which only applies to a very, very small section of the city. And so about 100 metres of one side of one street. But we thank you for your time and welcome any questions. We appreciate you have a big and complex job and are balancing very many matters, and we think this is a reasonable request. Questions?
No, I've got one actually. Moir Street is actually a heritage area, and do I understand you right that over that heritage area there is an other layer of character precinct?
Yes, that's correct. So the heritage area applies to quite a tight area, pretty much just on Moir Street, whereas the character area applies to Moir Street and a slightly larger area into Mount Victoria.
Right, thanks.
Commissioners, any questions?
Yeah, I just had a question. I just wondered why you landed on 15 metres height. I know you've said it's reasonable, but I mean, why is it reasonable?
There was some debate about what's a reasonable height, and the current height limit's 10.5 metres. We accept that some kind of development is reasonable on the street. There have been a number of similar kind of townhouse developments along Hania Street, which in that 3-storey height. There's been about 3 or 4 on Hania Street and Home Street, which are on that 10.5 metre limit, allows for quite good 3-storey buildings. We were trying to come up with a compromise, recognising that we would really struggle to live with 28 metre high buildings, but accept that the district plan intent is to allow a greater level of intensification.
And so would you suggest that maybe rule of thumb would be 15 metres is 4 stories? That'd be about right. Yeah. And you also had, you jumped through your setbacks. So the first 5 metres from the rear boundary, their rear boundary, must not exceed 4 metres, which you're saying is 1 story.
Yes, that's what we're asking for.
Yeah.
It just enables a kind of a setback right on the boundary, because otherwise what we're facing is, under the current provisions, an 8 metre building on the boundary, so close to 3 stories on the boundary.
Yeah.
It mirrors a similar kind of rule that's in the district plan at the moment.
Right.
which enables still quite a high wall on the boundary, but then it's stepped back before it kind of goes up higher.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Yes, afternoon, Mr. List. If you'd arrived a little bit earlier, you would have seen a former colleague leaving the building, Mr. Mackay. He presented to us just before lunch.
The architect of the high and low city.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Lewandowski's online. He's listening. He's the author of the Section 42 report dealing with the character precincts, and Mr. Patterson's here. He's the author of the HRZ and MRZ. And the reason I mention that is I'm just not too sure whether this is relief for those authors to consider or whether it's relief for the central city zone. And I went to Mr. Lewandowski's report, and he has a section in his 42 on section 12 where it talks about the transition and interface with character precincts, and that seemed to be really what you're discussing with us today. Unless I've missed it, it doesn't appear to list your submission in that discussion. But I guess I don't have a question for you. I guess I'm really just speaking so Mr. Lewandowski can hear what I've got to say, and that's essentially what I understand you're saying is that you're presenting a unique case where there's an intersection of central city, heritage, character, and MRZ. You say that's unique. I'd like Mr. Lewandowski to comment on that. Not that I don't trust your judgment, but I just want to understand how unique it is. But also would like to understand whether this 15-metre height limit, which would probably have to be a qualifying matter in some way, in reverse perhaps, what his response to that is, because in the section 12 he hasn't recommended in favour of those submissions who have expressed concerns about the interface issue. And I just wanted to give him an opportunity to reconsider that in light of your presentation today. So that's really just for the benefit of Mr. Lewandowski, who's on the screen there.
Thank you. We'd welcome that line of questioning. So the reports, we have been through them as far as we could and did seek, try and identify had there been a response to these issues. As you say, it's a difficult one because it straddles two boundaries and two zones, but we didn't see that there was an adequate response or assessment of the effects.
Yes. One final question, and I'm not trying to be clever in saying this, but I guess you appreciate that if Moir Street wasn't a character precinct, then under the MPSUD, the heights in the MRZ could be higher than what they're proposed at the moment. And in fact, as joining the central city zone, it could actually be a high density residential zone. And some submitters have sought that, such as Kaingaroa.
Well, I guess that's I guess that's the compromise, isn't it? We're kind of bound and constrained in terms of what we're able to do by a character and heritage zone, but then impacted by a central city zone. If the district land's basically going to destroy the qualities of the heritage and character area, then maybe take away those so that we can, sell our properties to Kaingaroa and they can put up some unfettered development.
Yes. You probably understand the MPSUD and how it operates, what's mandatory and what's discretionary in terms of the council's obligations.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not an easy one. I concede that.
I don't have anything. I picked up my issues on the way by. But thank you very much all. We appreciate you coming in to talk to us, and love the picture.
We didn't want you to forget Moir Street.
Hey, nothing if not memorable.
Thanks for time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That someone's presented a pic that lipstick to me, so in these sort of forums.
We'll take a break for until 20 past.
It's just indicative. see my email? I'll have to mention that I have no idea. I haven't seen it. So I don't know what that said about our submission.
resume the hearing. Mr. Mcsoriley and Mr. David.
Hello. Well, I'm John Mcsoriley. This is Pierre David. Lived at that one Ephraim building, San Sebastian Road, for getting on 50 years. And, as you know, we're making our submission in relation to the whole of our area, which we've defined and called Lower Kelburn. And I believe you might have gone on a walking tour. Of,
Not yet. We're waiting for better weather.
Okay. Okay. Well, I've suggested an itinerary, and I'd be very happy to be involved as your guide if that was.
No, I think we'd prefer to walk on our own. But as I say, Jay, if you can organise for the southerly to die down and for the temperature to increase, then we'll be all off and running or walking.
It's a bit of it's quite a difficult walk in some ways. Because of the steepness of the, like, San Sebastian Road is the 7th steepest street in Wellington, for example.
So explain to me, where is San Sebastian Road? That's not a name that rings any bells for me.
Well, because basically until relatively recently, there's only been one building in it, our building, which is a 4-flat property. It's Clifton Terrace. Yep. You come up Aurora Terrace from the terrace, turn left into Clifton Terrace, first on the right, San Sebastian Road.
So going straight up the hill?
Yeah, straight up, parallel with Aurora Terrace, a bit below Aurora Terrace. Yeah. And at the end of it is our building, which the roof is level with what was formerly a tennis court, built by the British, used to be there. The British High Commission used to be there, we believe. And it's now Samoan High Commission. We own half the tennis court, the owners of the building. And the Samoans have recently completely reconstructed their High Commission. So we have half a tennis court. Which,
yeah, that's really useful.
We have access through their driveway. Because it all used to be one Wesley flats in Wesley Road, and our flats and the High Commission buildings were all one property. And it was subdivided in the early 70s, I think. Yeah. The Wellington City Council 2019 document pre-1930 character review, which I believe is generally known as BOFA. Is that right?
By the BOFA report.
By BOFA. At page 26 of that document, suggested as possible additions to the individual buildings and groups of buildings of potential heritage value identified, areas adjacent and in close proximity to the 6 nominated character areas. And one of those is an area to the west of Kinross Street and Clifton Terrace, broadly bounded by San Sebastian Road, Wesley Street and Bolton Street, and an area broadly centred around Clifton Terrace and Talavera Terrace. And we believe it also proposed, so a height limit of 11 metres is already included in the proposed district plan being considered today to apply to the west side of Bolton Street and to Kinross Street and Eastdale Street. And we believe it's also proposed to apply in Rafferty Terrace.
I've just looked it up. Rafferty Terrace is 14 metres.
Okay, so I stand corrected. The remaining Lower Kelburn area, and that's the area that I've referred to now, outside that character area, already protected at 11 metres. And so the Lower Kelburn area, including Wesley Road, San Sebastian Road, Talavera Terrace, we are proposing for protection comprises 8 reasonably small streets over a relatively confined area very closely linked to the areas already so protected. It's the east side of Bolton Street, Wesley Road, San Sebastian Road, Salamanca Road, as far as the entrance to the Met Office, Claremont Terrace, Talavera Terrace, Everton Terrace, and Everton Terrace Extension, which is sometimes called Onslow Terrace, we think. So it's a very small confined area, really. And we have set out detailed reasons for our proposal in our submission, but basically we believe that the area of concern has very similar physical, cultural, historic, architectural, and vegetation characteristics to those of the areas already proposed for protection. Well, we mean particularly the area west of Bolton Street. Parts of the area have already been identified. Consideration for protection, as I said. So I don't want to go through what I assume you've read the submission. We set out in bullet points the areas that we think are qualify for a special character area. And I'm sorry, I don't know the terminology.
No, that's not a problem.
So
Okay,
there's a justification in all those bullet points for our proposal.
thank you. Yes, I've just pulled up the plan map, so I've got a clear fix on exactly where you are now. But yes, I understand. Any questions, Mr. Mcsoriley? Yes, we've heard from your Ms. McIntosh already in stream one, and look forward to talk to her in a moment. And so we've got the thrust of where you are and the nature of the area from her stream one, and she's going to give us some more material in a second. Any questions, Commissioner? No, I think, thank you very much for your time, gentlemen.
Okay.
Appreciate that. So all you need to do is organise some better weather, and we'll be strolling around your part of the world.
Actually, just one query. Do you walk to town?
Yes, it's about 5 minutes down.
Yeah, and you enjoy walking home?
Takes a bit longer, not quite so enjoyable.
But it's something that you would frequently do as opposed to drive.
Oh, we don't drive, we don't have cars. We've never, and I don't think Rosalind has one either. Yeah. We've never had a car.
Never had a car.
Oh, we did, yeah, in the 80s. Yeah, for about a month. I had a car. And you might have had a car in the 70s.
Oh, long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Briefly. It's
not
just
necessary.
We don't need a car. It's just awkward where we are.
Yes.
No, and we don't have to take the direct frontal assault on Aurora Terrace in the sense of.
Sometimes you can just take the cable car and then when you are at the top, you walk down.
No, that's cheating. That's cheating.
Or you take a lift up through the James Cook, come around beside the motorway.
Yeah.
Or come up onto Clifton Terrace and come up through the old correspondence school site.
Yes.
Which is an area of RFR land, I think, which is right of first refusal for Port Nicholson Trust. Yes. And is largely, well, we look after it really. Yeah. Neighbours look after it. We've got a reserve at the bottom of San Sebastian Road.
Yeah, I see that.
We're intimately involved with as well. Yeah. But I mean, the thing about the area is just the sheer difficulty of the topography, and also the bad way that the streets have been designed. The incredible no parking, no footpaths. I mean, no footpaths. Or half a street there might be a footpath on one side, or there might be a footpath halfway down Aurora Terrace, for example, and then none for a while on one side. But it's just, yeah, like it's hard to imagine how it could be developed very intensely, other than what it is now.
Yes, I'm thinking there's only a footpath on one side of Everton Terrace, isn't there?
Everton, yes. Yeah, there's been a recent steps put in. Yeah, it's a very narrow street. Talavera's only got a footpath on one side. San Sebastian has no footpaths. Onslow has no footpaths, I don't think. It's just so completely sui generis as an area. It's just so completely itself. There's hardly any commercial offices that we know of, except an architecture practice just down on Clifton Terrace. There's no large institutions, apart from the university, which I presume we're not talking about the accommodation areas, and the Samoan High Commission. It's just the houses are 1 or 2 story, and occasionally a few a little bit higher, but usually blocks of apartments built in the 20s or 30s. It's just, anyway, you're going to have your independent tour, so, just bear all this in mind, how so completely unique it is. Okay, I know everybody says they're unique, but anyway.
I have walked up some of that area, but not complete, and, with your added input, that opened my eyes a bit wider. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for giving us time.
Thank you very much for coming to talk to us. Ms. McIntosh.
Title is Doctor, if that's okay with you.
What's that?
My title is Doctor, if that's okay with you.
Oh, yeah, obviously. McIntosh, over to you.
Thank you. I am representing Wesley Precinct section of the Lower Kelburn Neighbourhood Group. We call this Wesley Precinct, and there may be restrictions on the word precinct that I don't know about, but that's what I'm referring to it as. This section is supported by 40 people, most of whom are resident in the 30 houses within the precinct. For 45 of my 80 years, I've owned a house there built before 1890, and members of my family have called this house home for the last 90 years. Among matters relevant to Stream 2 presentation, my comments here focus on the Wesley Precinct to be made either a character area or a medium density residential zone. My slides summarise firstly some of the rationale for the character area or medium residential zone, and second, why the high density zoning proposed for this area will not contribute to council's aims for the district plan, at least as I see it. To start, I'd like to reiterate 2 important general points. Firstly, the experience of reality shows us that the outcomes are created by many aspects working together. Therefore, we would like the Commission to consider our presentation as a coherent whole, each point building on the one before and the one after, so that all is considered together. This seems to contrast with the Council's analysis of submissions, which appear to break each case into fragments and then reject each isolated point as if it functions independently of the others. Secondly, while Parliament makes laws to apply broadly over the whole country, the role of councils in applying laws is surely much more specific. To fulfil legal purposes, it seems essential to us for councils to respond to the unique and specific social and environmental attributes that are present in local spaces, including the topology, while they serve the whole diversity of the population of this area. Appropriate local flexibility needs to be applied, therefore, in shaping the district plan rather than broad brush rigidity ignoring local attributes. On to the Wesley precinct. In Stream 1 hearing, I was surprised to be asked why in my submission I had focused on this area as a character area, and my unprepared answer failed to mention the reason perhaps most relevant to council. The Wellington City Council 2019 Boffin-Miskell review of character areas concludes on page 28 that their review is incomplete, despite their detailed analysis of many individual houses and several inner suburbs. Because of the age of the houses in Wesley Precinct, Boffin-Miskell recommend on page 28 that this area be investigated as a suitable character area contiguous with the character area north of Bolton Street, which they describe as part of Thorndon. So the area I'm talking about is that little green area at the bottom of the slide there. Can you see it? And you can see it on Bolton Street on the north side, abutting the a character area in the current proposed plan there. It comprises the Bolton Street, parallel to that later, further south is Aurora Terrace, and parallel to that San Sebastian Terrace, and Wesley Road goes across the top. It appears to have been dismissed as a character area in the proposed district plan as if it had been assessed, but the work was not done by the Boffin-Miskell review. Our request is for this extension of the character area on Bolton Street for the following reasons. Firstly, the Wesley precinct fulfills all the conditions of a character area. 50% of the houses, the green ones, were built prior to 1890, as shown by the first Thomas Ward map of the city. That's the green houses. 60% of the houses were built earlier than 1900, according to the second Thomas Ward map. That's the green plus blue sites. 90% of the houses were built earlier than 1907, that being the next date of Wellington City Council's mapping of the area available to me when I looked it up. There's two new pink houses on this site, this precinct, and they have copied 19th century architecture in the most amazing way. They're currently being built, the two of those houses. The housing forms a very well functioning neighbourhood of coherent character with old residential houses of 1 to 2 stories and without any commercial activity. The precinct is dominated, as John Mcsoriley said, by very steep, narrow one-way streets with very limited sidewalks and is therefore unsuitable for high rise. And on the right is Wesley Road across the top. You can see no pavement and very narrow road. The middle picture is looking down Aurora Terrace. Here's some other examples of steep streets looking right up the Aurora Terrace from partway up. The top one is looking up Bolton Street from close to the terrace. The one furthest right is looking up from above the motorway bridge that is part of it.
Can you just go back to the previous one? I just want to mark up my hard copy. If you tell me again where these places are, I think the previous slide. Yes, so you said the middle one was, no, the one in between, that one.
Yes, that's
the middle one is down Aurora
Terrace.
Terrace.
Yes.
the right-hand one is Wesley Road,
That's right.
and what's the left-hand one? Because
That's a lane off Aurora Terrace that has quite several houses up it. I'm not sure what the name of that.
It's a
lane is.
private road.
Private road, is it?
private road.
Okay.
Yep, all good. As say.
Okay, so there's the streets. If you look up them, you'll see they're pretty steep to take on. Let's see.
We won't think charitably if we're halfway up and decided this was your walking route was made for masochists.
A few people I know have had heart attacks on the way up. Please take it in.
You're just saying that to encourage us, Dr. McIntosh.
My point 5 as to why there should be a character area or at least a medium density zone. Randomly located high density blocks of 6 to 12 stories would severely disrupt the neighbourhood and lives of current owners and renters. Essential warmth from sunlight would be blocked by such high-rise buildings, causing deterioration of the condition of surrounding old wooden houses. Until now, these carefully maintained homes have been long resilient to Wellington's earthquakes and severe weather. That can be guaranteed when they left damp and in such steep hills and gullies, therefore, in our opinion, sites should require individual assessment to determine their suitability for high-rise building. There may be some sites there that are appropriate and would not destroy other housing, but they need to be looked at individually and assessed that way. It is an established wooded precinct with old trees providing shade among other climate benefits and with spongeable surfaces giving water retention on steep slopes during heavy rain. If you, like me, were on the east coast during Cyclone Gabriel, you may have experienced how important it is to have those spongeable surfaces held by mature trees. The next point is concerns a view shaft, and that point may be perhaps more appropriately presented in a later hearing, but it belongs in this collection of reasons why this should be a character area. Current low-rising housing in Wesley Road allows the upper eastern botanic gardens above the Rose Garden to be connected visually to the city's harbour. In 1972, the council made an important ruling preventing a 6-storey apartment block being built on Wesley Road, so this view shaft could be protected. High-density blocks would break this connection from the gardens to the harbour. The second from the right one view is that from the lookout at the Remembrance on the Remembrance path, and the one on the right is typical of views from the Norwood and Eastern paths in the Botanic Gardens. Pre-1900 houses, of which there are 60% of our precinct is composed of those, are important heritage in our city. They are built with now lost craftsmanship, which used ancient timbers from the much lauded Kapiti lowland forest. This forest has now totally vanished. Many homes in our area housed residents of significance in national and Wellington history, and I list some of them in my original submission. So why will the proposed zoning not contribute to Wellington City Council's aims for the district plan? First of all, high property values here will not lead to construction of much needed housing for moderate and low income earners. Narrow and steep streets also add to building costs. New high-rise apartments therefore will benefit primary developers and property speculators. Many will likely be partially occupied short-term rentals such as Airbnb, rather than providing long-term residencies for city workers. This is a global outcome for inner cities or suburbs around the world, and Lisbon is a particularly bad example where one area dropped over 40 years from 20,000 residents to 1,000. because of this lack of occupation, absentee owners and short-term rentals being most lucrative. More than sufficient flat land for needed building exists in and near Wellington CBD on transport corridors. This is a view supported by some Wellington developers. High density in much of the inner suburbs is not required to supply apartments before 2051, according to the Council's HBA report of 2022. Hence, much high density rezoning is unnecessary, as well as very harshly dismissive of the needs of current residents. That was a slide illustrating some of the vegetation around the area. Oh no, here we go. I'll go backwards on that. The intentions of the proposed district plan to alleviate climate change would not be realised here. Very steep roads mean the area is walkable from transport for very few people, only the very fit. Car ownership is essential and car numbers would greatly increase. Parking on the narrow roads is severely limited even now. Carbon emissions are increased when demolition timber clogs landfills, and this adds to the very high emissions from making new building materials. It's best to repurpose buildings rather than demolish history and build new. Loss of many large trees reduce the carbon sink capacity of the area and reduce shade as well as water retention, thus needlessly destroying our neighbourhood. Old and present neighbourhood does not align with the climate intentions of the proposed district plan. I further note that the property economics report submitted for both Stream 1 and 2 demonstrated that there is a surplus of realisable housing capacity in the plan, and therefore there is room to add discrete areas of height limited sites such as we propose for Wesley Precinct. Thank you for hearing our submission, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. McIntosh. I'll just ask my colleagues.
I've got two questions for you, Dr. McIntosh. First of all, do I understand it right that your area has never been included in a character area before?
Oh, as far as I'm aware, yes, certainly wasn't in the Bottomless Skill report.
And it also hasn't been in the operative district plan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It hasn't been in the plan. It's not in the current plan, is it?
As a character area, no.
No.
Only the Bolton Street, that side, the north side.
The other question is, so you're asking as a relief to include it in the character area, but at the same time you're telling us that there's lots of houses that are before 1900.
Yes.
Which definitely points to heritage. And there is also, as far as you know, a lot of prominent people that have actually lived in those houses in the days, which typically is one of the characteristics that heritage buildings have. You are not asking to have it assessed as a heritage area. You just want to have it as a character area.
Well, I'm not quite sure what a heritage area would require, and whether I haven't studied these things, I'm not an expert in them. I have read the character reviews and characteristics. I haven't dwelt in depth on the heritage ones.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, any questions? David?
No, I think I certainly understand what you're saying. I think my appreciation will be increased by a site visit to the locality, I think. As I've said to other submitters, Mr. Lewandowski's on board online. He's listening to the submission and he will be able to respond specifically to your material also in his right of reply.
And while I love walking down into the city, I pause before I come back again. I hope you pause regularly in your site visit and take deep breaths as you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, Dave, the committee's process, the panel's process, if one of us went down with a heart attack.
How bad would you feel?
Thank you very much, Dr. McIndoe. I didn't have any questions. I understand where you're coming from. Appreciate your time and your input again. Looks like the Waka Kotahi team are online. Hello, Ms. Sheard.
Kia ora, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Care to introduce your team and tell us how you'd like to proceed?
Sure. Well, first of all, I'm Christina Sheard from Denton's Kensington Swan. I'm here today with Mike Scott, who's prepared strategic planning evidence, and Alistair Cribbins, who's prepared evidence on the issue of accessibility. You should have copies of my legal submissions and the 2 sets of evidence in front of you. The issues that I'm going to address are pretty narrow in scope. They just do relate solely to the character precincts. And I'm also conscious that the approach that we're outlining today does closely align with the approach that Kaingaora and MHUD have put forward. And I'm also conscious that we're actually, I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're the first cab off the rank in terms of presenting that position. So I'm conscious that you may have quite a lot of questions for us. So we've only been allocated 20 minutes, but what I propose to do is really just do a very fast whistle-stop tour of the key points from the legal submissions and then answer questions you might have. And then I'll leave it to you depending on whether you feel comfortable and how our timing's going, but it might be advisable to skip straight to questions for Mr. Scott and Mr. Cribbins. But I'll leave that up to you in terms of how you feel at the time. They are ready to provide a brief overview of the evidence if that would assist.
Okay, let's do that, Ms. Sheard. Please proceed.
Excellent. Well, just turning firstly to section 2 of my legal submissions. Obviously, you'll be very familiar with Waka Kotahi's statutory objectives and functions, but I do just want to quickly draw you to a couple of key aspects of those functions. First, Waka Kotahi's functions don't relate just to state highways. Their functions are also about investment in public transport, local roads, pedestrian and cycle networks. And secondly, Waka Kotahi is required to give effect, obviously, to the government policy statement on land transport. And a key theme of the GPS is integrating land use, and it's that focus on land use and transport integration, which is the focus of Waka Kotahi's submission in relation to this IPI process. Now, at this point, I'm not going to take you through the statutory context that we're dealing with here because no doubt you're very familiar, but there are a couple of matters which I did want to draw your attention to. And the first comment that I really wanted to make is that the Housing Supply Amendment Act is pretty unique. We've never seen anything like it before. No doubt, like other panels around the country dealing with these provisions, probably found it relatively difficult to grapple with some of them. But it's also unique in terms of the amount of direction it actually gives to councils in relation to district plan provisions. They're extremely prescriptive provisions that apply across all relevant residential zones, unless you have a qualifying matter that applies. And I think it's also important to note at this point that Schedule 3A of the RMA also requires councils to incorporate some new objectives and policies. that form part of the MDRS, including Objective 1, which focuses on creating a well-functioning urban environment. So the qualifying matter test is also very carefully prescribed in the Housing Supply Amendment Act, and I've set out in my legal submissions, section 77I sets out the qualifying matters, and in particular subsection J contains a broader exception which allows councils to provide for any other matter that makes high density inappropriate, but it's only where section 77L is satisfied, and that's one of the key provisions that we need to look at. So as you probably gathered from the legal submissions, Waka Kotahi has a number of issues with the character precincts being identified as a qualifying matter. And I just want to walk you through very quickly those key concerns. So firstly, in relation to section 77L, subsection A, so you're required to identify the characteristic that makes the level of development inappropriate. And as Mr. Scott points out, the council's only considered a very narrow part of amenity in terms of its character precincts, and it's focused particularly on visual effects. This is important in the context of Policy 6 of the NPSUD, which directs that you cannot consider changes in amenity as an adverse effect. Now, there's nothing to stop you taking into account the positive effects of the changes in amenity, and Mr. Cribbins is going to outline some of those positive effects in terms of accessibility. But there's no consideration on the council's part of some of those positive effects in its analysis at all. In terms of section 77L subsection B, you need to look at what makes development inappropriate in that particular area. And obviously that depends on the context in any particular circumstance. But one of the key considerations in that context is the national significance of urban development. And as Mr. Scott explains in his evidence, there's no real analysis of why character as an amenity value should take precedence over the MDRS or Policy 3. And then in relation to section 77L subsection C, Mr. Scott points out that there's simply no analysis of alternatives, or in other words, there's no attempt to look at whether the areas could absorb further development and to what degree. So the council's looked at a scenario where the existing character provisions are retained, i.e. the status quo. They've looked at the character areas, but they haven't really given any further consideration as to any kind of middle ground. So, you know, I'm conscious that it's very easy to just outline all the problems with these provisions, but I guess you'll probably be sitting there thinking, well, what do you want us to do with all of this? Well, it's submitted that on the basis of the evidence in front of you, you have little choice really but to delete the qualifying matter that is the character precincts. Now, excuse me, I appreciate that that is probably going to cause some difficulties for the council if you chose that course in terms of what you actually do next. It's going to leave a bit of a hole. So I'd suggest that if you are minded to take that approach that we're requesting, that you will need, I guess, to give notice to the council officers that you're minded to do so, and that could give council an opportunity to revisit some of its analysis if it chose to do so, and to review the areas using using a more rigorous approach as required by section 77L. So I'll leave it there. This is like I said, pretty much a whistle stop tour, but I invite you to ask any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sheard. First question, your drawing support on the interpretation of inappropriate from, among other things, king salmon, and the cases on section 6A and B. Question might be, the policies you're identifying, the NPSUD, don't talk about protection, which is a key element of section 6A and B. And as I read king salmon, that was the basis on which the majority decided that inappropriate meant what it did in the context of section 6B. There was protection from inappropriate subdivision use and development. So to what extent can we assume that where inappropriate is used without juxtaposition to protection, that it should mean the same thing?
I think the most that we can draw from king salmon is that the meaning of inappropriate does very much rely on the context, and the context here is the national significance of urban development that's that underlies both the NPSUD and the Housing Supply Amendment Act.
Next question. You say at 314, policy 6B directs that adverse effects on an amenity cannot be considered. And I think verbally you said that change cannot be an adverse effect on amenity. Can you explain to me how you interpret 6B to mean that?
Okay, so policy 6B says that development, so we're making planning provisions that affect urban environments. Decision makers must have regard to the following matters: that the planned urban built form and those RMA planning documents may involve significant changes to an area, and those changes may detract from amenity values appreciated by some people, but improve amenity values appreciated by other people, communities, and future generations. But then later down, it says under C, D, under 2, and are not of themselves an adverse effect.
Yes, I know that, but neither of those says that we cannot consider whether there is in fact an adverse effect on amenity. It just says have particular regard to the fact that change may have various effects on amenity, some positive, some negative, and are not of themselves an adverse effect. But it doesn't say that amenity is no longer an issue, period. It doesn't say, and I don't think a planning document could say, that as a matter of fact there are no adverse effects on amenity.
No, I think.
Sorry, Carol.
I think in terms of looking at amenity values, there will be positive amenity values or positive amenity effects and negative amenity effects. And I think the purpose of that policy is to direct you to not think of the detraction from amenity values as an adverse effect. But no, it doesn't prevent you from looking at amenity values overall.
Okay, I'll just ask my colleagues if they have any questions.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just further to that, to what extent does policy 6 or 6B in particular inform the application of section 77 IJ? Let's call that the discretionary application of qualifying matter that is justified or shown to be justified. What's the functional relationship between policy 6B and that section? Because I think that's at the heart of what you're getting to. Whether special character precincts, which are there to protect amenity, are in the tent of matters that could possibly be shown to be qualifying matters.
Yeah, I think that policy 6, which is part of the national direction in terms of the NPSUD, is a relevant consideration in terms of looking at section 77L and the factors under that.
Yeah, sorry, yes, 77L, you're right. Yeah, for any matters that fall under 77 IJ.
Yes.
But so you're saying it is a relevant matter, and what way? Why do you say that?
Well, you're implementing a plan change which purports to implement in part the NPSUD. It requires you to implement a number of objectives and policies which relate to the NPSUD, and policy 6 is one of those relevant policies. Plus, I think you need to see it in the context of a very strong direction in the Housing Supply Amendment Act itself, that that the MDRS and policy 3 need to be implemented unless there's a strong reason that development is inappropriate and outweighs the national significance of urban development.
Yes, I understand that, but if you take your argument to the logical conclusion, any factor that gives or that falls within the ambit of amenity wouldn't be able to take advantage of 77 IJ, would they? In this case, character.
Correct.
So in a recent jurisdiction that the chair and I have been involved in Porirua, the qualifying matter that's been proposed there is shading from high-rise developments on adjoining land, purely as an amenity, particularly in relation to slopes that exceed 15 degrees on south-facing slopes. Has Waka Kotahi taken a similar view there in relation to the application of 6B to the identification of a qualifying matter?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what position Waka Kotahi's taken in relation to Porirua. Mr. Cribbins or Mr. Scott may be able to comment on that.
Okay.
Well, I think we'd better hear from Mr. Scott, unless anyone's got any other questions of Ms. Shedd.
Thank you. Mike, are you able to unmute yourself, please?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thanks for having me on. As to your question about Porirua, I'm afraid that's not my area. Another planner was dealing with Porirua, and I haven't touched base with her about that. I'd also open to any other questions you have, if I can be of assistance.
David, do you want to go first?
Just stepping back a little bit, Mr. Scott, essentially, in reading your evidence, of the theme that comes through is that, to put it bluntly, you don't believe that the council have done the work to justify the identification of character precincts as a qualifying matter. Would that be in a nutshell?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And you, as the council pointed to, there's certain criteria and certain steps that need to be gone through to justify that, and that's a combination of 77L and the starting point is the discretionary matter under 77IJ, any other matter that can be justified, and then it's a matter of going through what I've loosely described a 4-step process of justifying how the matter gets into the 10th to start with, undertaking a site-by-site analysis for that matter as it relates spatially in the district. Thirdly, then looking at the, I guess the evaluation of, notwithstanding that justification as a factor and its application site by site, is it still necessary in light of the direction from the policy statement to achieve as much intensification as possible? And then fourthly, a cost and benefit association. Now that's pretty much crude representation of the test under 77 L, I think. Would you agree with that 4-step approach?
Just to make sure that I caught all 4 of them. The first one was the spatial extent.
No, the first one is what is it about the qualifying matter that makes it a qualifying matter?
Got it.
Justifying it satisfies the tests under section J, subclause J, as opposed to being a mandatory matter for the section 6 type matters. So that's the first test. Then the second test is the site by site assessment. Third test is notwithstanding what you've decided in the first 2 steps, do you still need to go down that path and given the directive to provide intensification? And then the 4th step being what are the costs and benefits of that in an overall judgment, if you like.
I would agree with the first 2. Your third point, I think the MPS is very directive. It directs that 6 stories need to be enabled within walkable catchments, and that's the starting point. I would say for your third point, the test would be within those areas. Is the proposed qualifying matter justifiable in the light of the direction of the MPSUD and the Housing Supply Amendment Act?
Yes, well, I'm happy to have it described as that. It's probably a more eloquent description than I gave. So essentially, to what extent does the qualifying matter justify any reduction in intensification?
Yep.
Both in terms of height and spatial distribution. And the third test is, and the 4th test is about costs and benefits. You agree with that?
Yes, definitely the costs and benefits, and I would add, or as part of that 4th test, to what degree is it can density be accommodated without compromising the proposed qualifying matter?
Yep, I think that's a reasonable reflection. And you've argued that that in some of those tests, the analysis is deficient.
That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now we've put those matters to the council reporting officers, and we've asked them to provide us with a roadmap of how the Section 32 report underpinning the notification of the plan has dealt with those, and how that Section 32 process has evolved from the notification through to today, with the 40-day reports and any expert evidence. That matter was put on the website yesterday. Have you seen that roadmap?
I have. Yep, I have. Thank you for that. And it was also sent to me by Jazz.
That's good. We hope that was the case. Have you had a chance to evaluate the reference, or first of all, to correlate the references that are provided in that?
I have.
Yes. And have you gone on to evaluate the arguments that are contained within each of those cells?
I have.
Yes. And has that led you to change your view in any way from your expert evidence in chief?
No, it hasn't. I think under section 32(1)(c), I think it is, there's a requirement for any assessment to be of a scale to match the scale and significance of the matter that it seeks to introduce, and there isn't enough in the material that was sent through, in my opinion, to justify having such restrictions on the densities envisaged by the NPSUD and the Housing Supply and Amendment Act.
Okay, thank you. That's good. Thank you for doing that homework overnight. That's important. This might have been a question I should have put to Council, but I'll put it to you. In the absence of that information, based on your position, you haven't sought to do your own analysis, have you?
I haven't. I've looked at it. I'm as mentioned by Council, it's my position that the NPSUD is also very clear in terms of changes in amenity. I do take your point that that on balance, amenity changes in amenity can be considered in terms of what's being lost and what's being gained. But I feel that there are enough amenity gains in increased intensification that would counterbalance the loss of the character related amenity for those areas, which is outlined in Mr. Cribben's evidence.
Yes. Could you elaborate on that a little bit further, because I'm not sure that I follow the line of argument there. What the amenity gains and the enabled intensification counterbalance the amenity losses from any effects on character areas such as shading or dominance or privacy, that sort of thing. I understand the second part of the losses. I just can't understand the amenity gains argument.
Well, perhaps it's a question better directed towards Mr. Cribbins.
Well, what do you understand as the
but broadly,
gains?
The amenity gains broadly are the accessibility brought about by having greater intensification in the area, allowing more people to live within a walkable catchment of the city centre, and the agglomeration benefits of having many activities close together.
Can I just follow up on that specific point? If the accessibility, having more people in a walkable accommodation, walkable distance, does the value of the extent of those benefits turn on the demand in those areas? Like, if there's no demand, or if there's no demand for that additional intensification, does it follow that the benefits of having that additional intensification are less than they might otherwise be?
I think if I can refer to evidence by Mr. Cullen for Kaingaora, I believe he did some analysis on this and points out that the benefits and the costs of intensification rise together. So any effects on amenity would increase as development increases, there wouldn't be a situation where you would have the costs without the benefits. If that answers your question, I'm not sure I've answered your question there.
I think I can visualize the passage you're talking about. So sorry, Commissioner.
That's fine. That was a good question. Just carrying on from a planning perspective, Mr. Scott, are the amenity gains from intensification, do they go beyond accessibility matters? Are there any other benefits that you can point us to?
That's perhaps more a question for Mr. Cribbins. I would say there's the agglomeration benefits that accrue to the city more widely as a result of greater intensification, people living close to other people, services, jobs, recreation, which was mentioned in the cost benefit analysis specifically for Wellington and the work done for the MPSUD itself.
Okay. What specifically are the agglomeration benefits? I understand the concept of agglomeration, but what are the benefits?
That's getting too far out of my area. I'm afraid that's not my area of expertise.
Okay.
So I think I'd leave that one to the side.
Okay, so
but perhaps better directed towards Mr. Cullen for Kaingaroa when you talk to him.
Thank you. So that leaves us with some accessibility benefits that you're relying on, Mr. Sorry, I forgot the name of your witness, Mr. Mr. Cribbins. Yes. Okay. Just going back to that 4-step process that we talked about in terms of justifying the qualifying matter and undertaking the evaluation. I understand your critique of the 3rd and 4th steps. In terms of the first 2 steps, do you, and this is as a planner, do you think the case has been made that character qualifies as a qualifying matter?
I don't.
Why do you say that? What evidence are you relying on to make that? Because Mr. Lewin, we asked the same question to Mr. Lewandowski, and he had a different view. He felt that it was squarely fell within the tent.
I feel through reading Mr. Lewandowski's evidence, I feel like we have come from a different starting point. I feel like his starting point has been the carryover of the character areas from the ODP, rationalised because of the directions of the MPSUD, and that on that basis it was justifiable, and that because there was capacity elsewhere, that the areas in question weren't necessary to achieve the goals of the MPSUD. Where we were coming from, where I'm coming from, is the MPSUD is very directive. It requires 6 stories within walkable catchments of the city centre, and any additional matters, anything that would limit those mandated heights needs to pass those tests. And I just
that in itself, Mr. Scott, though, doesn't prevent a valid matter being justified. I mean, just because of the mandated thing. I mean, if presumably Parliament wouldn't have provided subclause J as the sort of discretionary if they didn't think there might be some matters out there that might be valid, and so then it becomes a matter of explaining why it is a valid matter, and then applying the side-by-side analysis and the steps 3 and 4. So just, I mean, the starting point of mandatory heights in itself doesn't disqualify a matter as from becoming a qualifying matter, does it?
No, that's true.
Okay. But you still maintain that the case has not been made that character precincts qualify as a qualifying matter under subclause J.
That's correct.
Okay. And just for the record, finally, on that second step, in terms of the forensic nature of the site-by-site analysis that's been undertaken, do you have any qualms with that?
No, I don't.
Thank you. I'm just going to pause my questioning there. I have some questions about your relief, but I just need to find those, and I'll move on to some of my colleagues' questioning.
Just a question from me, Mr. Scott. As I read your answers, it was you weren't saying that there wasn't material relevant to each evaluation point, just that there was not sufficient materials. Have I got that correct?
Yes, I think so. I'm saying that there hasn't been sufficient assessment of the benefits of greater intensification against the changes in amenity for these character areas. And I don't believe that a proper assessment would arrive at this conclusion.
But you haven't done.
But I have an open mind, and that, you know, that work may still need to be done. But I, as referred to by Ms. Sheard, I believe that the MPSUD is quite directive about changes in amenity, that the urban environments will change and evolve over time, and that what the MPSUD seeks to achieve is a well-functioning urban environment, and that greater intensification is squarely part of that well-functioning urban environment.
The only other question I had was related to your 5.19, Mr. Scott, saying that an option would have evaluated an alternative assessment, alternative assessment would have evaluated the idea of providing greater heights and densities while also protecting aspects of the character.
Mm-hmm.
And I was puzzling about, well, as I read objective 1, which you cite immediately above, I was thinking, isn't that what that objective does? It asks, development is consistent with the character. You said no reference to intensification, but isn't it inherent that any development will involve some intensification? It might be a little, it might be a lot.
In looking at that objective, to my mind, that objective and the other provisions in the proposed plan seem to give with one hand and take away with the other. The design guides and the policy seem to, well, perhaps don't preclude greater intensification, but they do highlight 1 and 2 story buildings. And I'd also point to the property economics report when they did their assessment for how much this was going to affect development capacity. I believe it's on page 21, paragraph 2, if I'm not mistaken. They seem to come to the conclusion that, where is it? Although restricted discretionary activities were considered, no infill or comprehensive development options have been considered under the character area qualifying matter, which in my reading, I may have misinterpreted it, but to my reading that means no, not or very little intensification expected in those areas, meaning you can remove a house and replace it with a house, but no greater intensification.
Mr. Lewandowski discussed that with us yesterday. He said the reason they'd done that is they couldn't quantify what it would be, so they assumed conservatively that there wouldn't be any. So that the cost-benefit analysis would, in effect, maximise the costs of the restriction.
Mm-hmm. Which is appropriate. That is also the conclusion that I came to from reading the provisions, though. I didn't see much scope for increased intensification under the rules, and the fact that it's restricted discretionary. There are lots of directives in the policies and in the design guide that would make developers, I feel, quite nervous about suggesting anything above the sort of density that's there at the moment.
That's quite interesting because we heard this morning from a very experienced planner that the way the policies were framed would in fact be open slather for developers.
That's interesting.
You obviously
I don't share that opinion, no.
The reason, just to help you out there, Mr. Scott, the reason why, and it was Mr. McIndoe, I believe, he said that the policy was in two parts. It was an either or. Either the first part was about character, but the second part was about unreasonable, reasonable use. And you could actually forget, you could go straight to the reasonable use argument and create a case in his views, simply for the approval of an RDA under the reasonable use aspect of the policy. Any comment on that?
I'm just finding the policy, sorry.
Yes, it might have been where it was economically unviable to.
Yes.
Obviously, I was paraphrasing there. It's subclause 2 of the policy.
This is
Precinct
01, policy 1?
Policy 2.
Restrictions on demolition. Am I looking at something different?
No, that's right. Demolition.
Restrictions on demolition.
Yes.
Part 2 being the building shown to be in poor condition.
Yes. If you read the chapeau to that policy, it uses the word either.
Yes, sure. So that, to my mind, means that the only way to remove a character building would be by neglect. If it's in reasonably good shape, then there's no argument to remove it. I'd also, while we're talking about this policy, just raise that there seems to be, well, in the infrastructure chapter, which is for another hearing, but in that chapter there's clear rules about when infrastructure overlaps with heritage and what should be done there. There's not the equivalent thing though for character areas. So it would only where there's an infrastructure upgrade needed that may need to seek the demolition of a building in a character area. These two are the only two criteria that would allow that to happen. So either it's not a contributing building or it's not in good condition.
Okay. Thanks for that context. I interrupted you.
No, I'm good.
Okay, can I just return to the couple of elements of relief very briefly?
But I've just be conscious of the time, please.
Paragraph 616, Mr. Scott. You've set out the relief there. Rezone the character precincts to another zone within a walkable catchment. Is Waka Kotahi's evidence comment on what that walkable catchment should be?
I believe that goes to Mr. Cribben's evidence in the previous hearing.
Hearing stream 1.
That's right. I believe it should be 800 metres from metropolitan zones and 1.5 kilometres from the edge of the central city zone.
1.5, you said.
I think that's where we came. We can ask Mr. Cribbins for a clarification there.
Okay, thank you. We will. And in terms of item 3 under 616, retain the extent of the precincts as overlays. I think right. Mr. Lewandowski actually clarified that the precinct is a precinct as opposed to an overlay on the basis that a precinct generally relates to one zone and overlays result to multiple. That's by and by, but then remove the references to height in the policy direction and the design guides. What will that achieve in your view? So the precincts would remain, but they wouldn't have a height they wouldn't have the notified height restriction. Is that what you're suggesting?
That's right. So to my mind, there's a trade-off with the character precincts between the special character that they're seeking to protect and the greater densities that would be provided if the precincts weren't there. And my interpretation of the MPCD is that there isn't sufficient justification to limit heights if there are elements in the design guides for the character precincts that are worthwhile without the height restriction, then they should be retained. If there isn't any benefit, if height restrictions are lifted, then I don't think the character precincts should be there.
You're saying that under the modified form, the character precincts would act largely as a trigger for assessing design and appearance of buildings that are greater than what the height is in the notified plan.
That's right.
Okay. So a reduced function, if you like, from what was notified. Okay. And just finally, I know we're jumping a little bit, but at 625 on your second to last page of your evidence, you outline a rule for small scale commercial activities, including dairies and cafes. I just wondered how you arrived at the metrics there in those standards. In fact, one of the metrics is undefined, the gross floor area.
That's right. I'm not an urban planner. I'm not an economist. That's not my area of expertise, so I would leave that to someone else. I believe Kaingaroa has proposed a very similar role in terms of small-scale commercial activities, and they've had the input of Mr. Cullen for that. So I would defer to their.
So Roman numeral 1 is to control the scale, is it?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
I just had one. My questions have sort of been asked as we've gone through, but just in terms of your paragraph 618, you talk about the objectives for the high density residential zone do not include the reference to enable building heights of at least 6 stories.
That's right. That was, I think, corrected by the reporting officer in the 42A report.
Okay, that was sort of my point, was just wondering if you'd noticed that. Yep.
Yep. I think I note that in 6.20.
Sorry, yes, you do. Yep.
I think that's it from us, Mr. Scott. To hand over to Mr. Cribbins.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Cribbins.
Sorry. Yes.
All right. Like we're running short of time. We're only having occupied about 3/4 of an hour for a 20-minute slot. So if we could go straight to questions, I'll see if my colleagues have any questions, because I don't.
I can just jump in and answer the question that you posed to Mr. Scott just before. Yes, my evidence in hearing stream 1 supported the Waka Kotahi submission for a 1,500 metre, a starting point of 1,500 metres for walkable catchment around the central city. That's obviously, likely that'll be the starting point, and it could be amended given topography and the like, but a 1,500 metre starting point.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Just one question from me. I just wondered, in your assessment of accessibility, enabling opportunities to locate, near residents, have you given any thought to how reverse sensitivity issues should be managed, where there is an enabling of higher density residential activities adjacent to established, for example, commercial land uses?
I haven't as part of this, and I wouldn't like to throw back to Mr. Scott, given he's already been on, but I would consider that probably more planning, like an RMA plan drafting kind of question, and he covered that for us in this regard.
Sure.
That's it from us, Mr. Cribbins. That was an easy one.
Thank you.
We should ask Mr. Scott, though, what his answer is to Commissioner Burge's question. You still out there, Mr. Scott?
I am. Apologies, I missed the beginning of the question. Could you repeat it, please?
The question was, in terms of accessibility and the opportunities of intensification to locate people near residents, have you considered reverse sensitivity issues arising from that location vis-a-vis commercial operations? Is that it?
Yeah, it was, if you're creating a higher density of residential activities adjacent to established commercial land uses, I just wonder if you'd turned your mind to how reverse sensitivity issues would be managed.
Is that reverse sensitivity to noise generated by the existing commercial activities? Is that what you mean?
It could be a range of issues, from transport to lighting to noise to visual to whatever. I just want there's a focus in your where you're supporting Kāinga Ora's submission in terms of enabling commercial activity, and I just wondered how you'd assessed the impact on residential, livability, if you like.
I hadn't turned my mind to the reverse sensitivity aspects of it. Obviously, that speaks to the wider issue of intensification across the whole zone, but I wouldn't see it as unreasonable to require new buildings to acoustically insulate, for example.
Yeah, so it's specifically in terms of, Kāinga Ora is asking for a commercial element, like street level commercial activity. So, with that, possibly comes with other issues. Yeah, so you hadn't turned your mind.
I would agree that having commercial activities in these areas, in particular the high density residential area, would be of benefit to the residents. They'd be serving those residents most likely. So they would be commercial activities that serve the day-to-day needs of those residents, whether it's a cafe, a corner store, hairdressers, that sort of thing, where someone can just pop out and have their have their quick visit without needing to drive into town or to walk a long way into town. I think on balance, those sort of activities would be of benefit to the community.
Sure, thank you.
I think that's it from us to the Waka Kotahi team. Thank you all. As I say, I think we'll have to bid farewell because we've got another submitter waiting in the wings and has been waiting, hopefully patiently, for some time. So thank you. So
thank you, Commissioners.
That Mr. Scanlon is out there.
Kia ora koutou. How are you all doing?
It's a long day.
It is a long day. I won't be that long, I don't think.
I was going to apologise that you have been waiting for some time, and but we're with you now, Mr. Scanlon, and so we're in your hands.
Okay, thank you. Please feel free to call me Glenn. Very quickly, thank you for the time. The great qualification, obviously, is we are submitting as lay people and as residents, so please feel free to correct any misinterpretation that we've made. Generally speaking, we are very supportive of intensification, but we are particularly concerned by the lack of apparent illumination, if you'll excuse the pun, in the proposed plan when it comes to sunlight for existing and future residents. We do live in Mount Victoria. It is already densely populated. We can touch both our neighbours' houses, which means our only access to sunlight is from the front. That is a situation repeated for numerous residents in the area. And at our look, the proposed plan does not have any specific design guidance or checks and balances when it comes to the impact of new building in relation to sunlight, and that's for the new potential residents and for the existing ones. The draft plan simply talks about, again at our read, about acceptable levels of sunlight, but it does not detail what is acceptable. In fact, it appears to remove the existing rules relating to the minimum levels of access to sunlight. And at the moment, you'll be well aware of what the current district plan says, and that talks about at least 4 hours at midwinter in the living room. And that is considered important for a number of reasons, including amenity, much discussed before in relation to energy efficiency. I think for us, look, there's plenty of research that shows the importance of sunlight in people's homes to their mental health and well-being. It is quality of life. I would suggest if you are living in the dark, your walk to work isn't going to grow the amenity value that you share about your neighbourhood. To some of the points before, if you look at some of the other areas in New Zealand that have sort of had these discussions as well, I particularly looked at Auckland in our submission. Look, they still have rules which specify the amount of sunlight that should be accessed and accessible by residents in their homes and apartments. And the greatest concern to us is that under the proposed changes, we and others wouldn't have that guarantee of access to sunlight, and we'd particularly like to see some minimum standards to protect both those who would be new neighbours and those who already call the neighbourhood home. And look, that's simply it. I don't really have much else to add. You'll read the rest. It's quite straightforward, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any. Otherwise, I'll give you some time back.
Hey, let's just say that we're very grateful for your generosity, but I should ask my colleagues if they have any questions of you. My question is, you'd like to see minimum standards.
Yes.
You specified 4 hours into the living room. It's currently in the 80p. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, at that level. Yeah, and look, some other plans go as low as 2. But I think if you look at sort of research outlets like sort of brands in New Zealand who have looked at sort of sunlight impacts and things like this, they recommend quite considerably higher than 2. And I think in the range of 4. And if you look at Auckland, it's up to 6.
If you were sitting listening to what the Waka Kotahi team.
Yes, I did. With great interest. I know I'm obviously not going to create a refer to clauses of the legislation, but again, that's why my slightly glib comment about amenity value. If you're living in the dark, you have lost an awful lot of your amenity value. The walk to work will not make up for it. And look, as our sort of longer submission says, we'd actually like to see a staggered approach to some of the building that's allowed that would allow for access to light to continue for most, if not all, people.
Yes, the thrust of Waka Kotahi's case, and we're going to get a longer version of the same case from Kaingoa tomorrow, is that you have to jump through hoops to, in fact, jump very high through hoops to satisfy the statutory tests, and that's what's exercising us at the moment. The council's tried to justify controls based on character values, and you've heard Waka Kotahi's version. They just haven't done enough, and they need to go back to the drawing board and sharpen their pencil, basically. And
it's interesting.
It's not really a question, merely an observation. Say the panel are wrestling with these issues, and sunlight is. We understand exactly what you mean about quality of life and mental health, and trying to fit these things in the appropriate boxes.
What look, I found their evidence actually super interesting. What are the sort of quality? There doesn't appear to be, and look, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but some of those quality of life aspects kind of appear to be missing. And does the new legislation at a national level actually prevent those being considered? Which seems to be the point they were making, that they actually prevent them being a factor. And look, we're not under the new proposed plan in a character area per se.
Well, that was the issue I was discussing with Waka Kotahi's lawyer, and I think she retreated a little.
Yes, yeah.
Where do you live, Mr. Scanlon?
Look, we live on our precise location is Earls Terrace, so we're quite a way up the hill, just above Hawker Street in Mount Victoria. So we don't, under the proposed plan, we don't fit into the St Gerard's character area that was kind of the subject of some of the discussion before, nor some of the other areas that have been proposed.
Thank you. I'll just ask my colleagues if they have any questions. I think we're good, Mr. Scanlon.
Thank you for your time. Good luck making the rest of your time back.
Hey, we appreciate your contribution to our mental well-being.
Have a good evening. Thanks a lot. Catch you.
Thank you, Mr. Scanlon.
Yeah, bye.
Looks like Mr. Burns and Mr. McIndoe are out there. Mr. McIndoe, long time no see.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
We can indeed.
Excellent. Okay.
And your colleague, Mr. Burns, is somewhere in the vicinity.
Yes.
Out in the
Hi
electronic
there.
ether.
I'm here. Good
Right.
evening.
Yeah. Hi. Look, we're probably in your hands as to how you want us to deal with this. We've put together those speaking notes, which is really like an extended table of contents, which, if you like, we could go through and just talk to really briefly to highlight the key points of our evidence. And then, of course, we're really happy and open to taking questions. So,
why don't you take us through your speaking notes, and then we'll go from there. We've scheduled an hour for this discussion. I don't know if it'll take that long. Thank you in anticipation for your readiness to participate in caucusing. That is appreciated. I think that you'll understand that the panel are a little bit apprehensive about the prospects of rewriting the design guides themselves, even with the extensive assistance you've given us, and would much prefer that you and the other urban designers did it, if it's going to be rewritten. But as I say, why don't you take us through your speaking notes, and we'll go from there.
Okay, right. Look, I'll take the lead on this, and then we'll obviously both be available to answer questions. Look, firstly, we support having design guides in the district plan. However, we think where these guides are at, we don't think they should be included. This is largely about structure and expression of content, not removing any, in our speaking notes, any substantive and useful content. Things are said way too many times, and that's unhelpful. We think all design guides, and we've submitted all design guides, need to be reviewed and refined. That they're not properly coordinated in our view. There's too much overlap, multiple guidelines covering the same thing in different ways. So the whole suite needs to be looked at. So the issue there is obviously repetition between the guides. That's really inefficient, and it adds cost, and we don't think that in any way benefits the quality of the outcome. And Andrew is right now being subjected to applying these guides, and you can question him on that in principle later. For example, with applying both the residential guide and the centres and mixed use guide for a residential in a centres and mixed use zone, there's 234 guidelines, and that's just really way too many. It's already time consuming to do an assessment. It doesn't need to be like this, but that can be dealt with by removing all unnecessary and unhelpful repetition. We looked in detail at some of the guides, and there's inconsistency in expression of about similar guidelines. We looked at the first 15 guidelines in the residential and the centres mixed use design guides, and there's overlap, but there's variation. Now, in some instances, the message was exactly the same, so the wording should be the same, but it wasn't. It should be different if there's a good reason for difference, but there is in some of these there's a contradiction in the wording, which is really problematic because the way the guides are set up both apply to a particular project, but they're saying different things, and there's more about that later and in the evidence. The simple solution there, which is to restructure the guides to the two parts, zone-specific content and residential content, and that means that the guides can both be zone-specific, and the residential content can be applied in each zone without any need for repetition whatsoever. And there's two commissioners will be familiar with the approach which has been taken in Porirua to address this very same issue. And this is significant because these guides will be applied to. It's hard to say whether how many hundred or thousands of applications will be subjected to the guides, and it'll be grossly inefficient. And multiply it by 1,000 or two, that's not helpful at all. Within each guide, there's repetition. And we've got some examples there as well, that guideline issues are broken down into what would be barely distinguishable issues. So that has to be reported on. And it's significant that the has to be reported on because the introduction to the design guide says guidelines rated with 3 dots are considered essential and must be applied to all proposed development, and rated with 2 dots will apply to most proposals, and the process to be gone through if you're going to deviate from those. So it's important then not to have too many unnecessary guidelines where you effectively will be reporting the same thing, or more or less the same thing. Why not compress 4 paragraphs into one? Numbering design outcomes. The council has confirmed that they're a core part of the district plan design guides, but they're not numbered. So how are they referred to in reporting? It's like a district plan without paragraph numbers. This is just a simple form issue to make the document easy to use. There is some issue with precision and clarity and consistency of expression. And this is a simple editorial task, and this, let's say, unnecessary variation and ambiguity, and we've identified some examples at paragraph 43. There are cases where both the Resi and the Centres and Mixed Use Design Guide apply, and but the expression and the guideline are different. So, and even one example that we've given has different dot ratings, so that both guidelines, design guides apply. One says something is important, the other says it's not important. And the wording's different, and they contradict each other. And now that, from my perspective, and our perspective in being involved in assessing, being involved in writing parts of district plans, assisting with the writing of district plans, implementing district plans and design guides is terrible. It just needs to be taken out, and it can be taken out quite easily. And this what we see is cryptic, incomplete, and varied expression. Some of the guidelines are insufficiently clear and ambiguous, and of course the risk there is these, what we said, are multiple unintended interpretations and unnecessary debate and dispute, which needs to be avoided. Like, guidelines are there to give flexibility, but you don't want to have so much flexibility that they're almost meaningless, and there's ongoing debate about so many aspects that complicates the process. And an example is architectural coherence, which is covered quite differently in the Centres and Mixed Use Design Guide. Same issue, unhelpfully cryptic. In the Residential Design Guide, the wording is okay, but the explanation is either incorrect or misplaced. So again, there's editing required. It just hasn't been completed in our view. And critically, when dealing with a fundamental principle such as this, it should be expressed once and correctly and consistently, and the guides should not contradict each other on that matter, because both apply and are saying different things for residential in the centres and mixed use zone. Another point is the consistency of expression of guidelines within any list. In paragraph 48 from the Residential Design Guide, we have guideline 8 talks about orientating buildings. It says orientate buildings, which is quite directive. And then G9 says dwelling should be whatever. Now that's just descriptive. It probably makes sense to have, it does make sense that all follow the same construction, grammatical approach. Otherwise, it just seems messy and unnecessarily complicated. The context analysis, there's still multiple overlapping lists. There are 3 lists of matters. They could be combined into one. The way that guideline is worded at the moment is it is focusing on describing context. We think it's better to concentrate on designing for context rather than describing context. And we've talked about this afternoon, Andrew and I, a way of tweaking that wording to make it effective. Requiring a detailed context analysis as an output, well, is the job of council to assess the quality of the context analysis or assess the quality of the development? We think it should be assessing the quality of the development in relation to context. This process proposal was also proposed for the Auckland Unitary Plan in 2015 and deleted for the reason that it was seen as not offering a great benefit. City outcomes contribution. The problem here, particularly in a residential area, is that it doesn't address shading, wind and visual dominance effects on the residential zones. And that's where these matters are crucial. So we think this risks what we've called unconscionably negative effects on residential neighbours, and its content should be reconsidered to pick up shading, wind and visual dominance. Unconscionably negative, well, it's potentially cruel. This will apply in areas where people have houses which are 1 or 2 stories. That's the way the zoning has been. They've been upzoned under the NPSUD to be 6 stories, and then this mechanism will allow them to go up to, say, 9 stories to the north with no consideration of shading, wind or visual dominance. That is flawed in our view. The city outcomes refers to an urban design panel doesn't yet exist. I don't know how that can happen in the district plan. And then it calls for that panel, which doesn't exist, to review against all the design guides as decided by the panel. Now, a lot depends on this, you know, a rating of 1 or 10. But a urban design panel is all over in 3 hours, say, maximum, including writing the minutes. There's absolutely no time to look at 137 guidelines for residential in the resi zone, or 234 in a residential in a centres and mixed use zone. It's just completely impractical. We refer the panel to our conclusions in those paragraphs 69 to 74, and I'm not going to read them out. We've said that design guides are useful. We think the guides are flawed in structure and expression and are unnecessarily inefficient. They're currently not fit for purpose. There's a restructuring could eliminate that repetition of overlapping guidelines when the residential guide is applied in the centres and mixed use zones. Then there's editing required to remove unnecessary content and repetition within all guides and achieve consistency of expression. Now, what we're saying here is we're not talking about content, we're talking about expression and structure, about form and expression, as opposed to content, although we did have some content comments as well. And if this doesn't happen, we've got this completely unnecessary process complication and inefficiency in every project. And we think it's many orders of magnitude better to deal with this now before the guides go into the plan, rather than have to deal with it with every application which happens in the future. So we're not going to go into our appendices in detail. You may have some questions. I'm not sure, and certainly we're happy to take part in expert conferencing. We don't think we can rewrite the suite of design guides in expert conferencing. It's a much bigger task than that, but we certainly hopefully could assist the experts who might be involved in that, could assist with addressing some of the issues. So look, I think that's an introduction, and we're really happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. McIndoe. The starting point might be that, well, first of all, your request that you present jointly on urban centres, the centre sign guide, and residential threw up a problem that, as you say, it spans the two, and we've got different panels sitting on each. So the good news is that Commissioner Lutz is common to both panels and will take the responsibility of bouncing between the two and briefing the other members of the panel. That's probably the first time she knows she's got that job.
It's full of surprises.
That we had a discussion with Dr. Zamani yesterday about some of the broader structural issues, the role of the design guides, and if they are part of the plan, what exactly it is that is mandatory and what is just a guide. And his answer, and I want to get your feeling for it, is that the focus needs to be on the relevant principles and relevant principles and outcomes, and not the 137 or however there are guidelines. So that's the first question. What do you think of that?
Well, I think the first comment is that the principles are quite loosely defined and not well embedded into the suite of guides. They occur in the introduction. And they seem to be an afterthought following on from the statement around the wider city outcomes that are being sought. So from my point of view, I'd find it quite difficult to carry out quite a detailed assessment of a specific proposal, and I'm doing that all the time, including one on behalf of council at the moment, with fairly high level, well, very high level objectives, or as they're described as principles. I think there's a little bit of lack of clarity around conversion of city outcomes to principles and then into outcomes for the guide, for the suite of design guides. So if they are to be given that much weight, then they certainly need to feature much more strongly and be ordered in a way that you can actually respond to them. So at the moment, I would find it difficult to do that. I think in terms of the outcomes, as Graham said, there's an issue around just formally referring to them. But then I would also question how one responds to some of those outcomes. They're, again, very high level, talking about does the scheme deliver or respond to well-being, for example, or has Maori and sort of issues around water and so on been thought about? Well, you can answer that in so many ways, and you open up far too much interpretation, for an assessment which is meant to be quite a specific exercise. So I don't think it's helpful. I also would then question what is the point of the guidelines in the first place. So if these guidelines, which absorb 90% of the guides, are therefore less relevant and it's all about outcomes, why are they there in the first place? Certainly at the moment, one is sort of directed to respond primarily in the way that the guides are written to the guidelines. They are the things that are numbered. They are the things that are precisely described, or more precisely described. So, and of course, as Graham mentioned, these all have a rating system of 3, 2, or 1 dot. And if you go through and look at the residential design guide, the 1 dotters, I think I counted up about 21 of the guides have 1 dots, and all the rest are much more mandatory or essential. So, sort of 85% of the guidelines do need to be looked at, and 15% you can maybe take a view on, but nevertheless, you still need to look at all those guides to decide what is relevant. So from my point of view, and having done design review for years and years in this country and abroad in the UK and for different authorities, and it's the same for Graham, we respond to those guidelines that are in front of us, and making much more general statements around objectives and outcomes is often less helpful. It's less directive for the applicant. Sometimes doesn't lead to meaningful change in the way that you would sort of want it to be. It's too open to interpretation. So I'm not a fan of that approach. Graham, I don't know if you've got it.
Yeah, look, I would say if the guidelines have no weight, that's not how the design guide is framed up at the moment. But if they would have no weight, they should be out, and the outcomes and principles, the unnumbered outcomes and the principles which are hidden in another document need to be identified as policies or assessment criteria, district plan policies or assessment criteria, and they are used, and you get rid of all the guidelines. That's the only approach. I totally agree with Andrew. You cannot do an assessment of something that lists a whole lot of points that you have to, that it says you must address, and then ignore them. That's just not possible. As a consultant for council or a consultant for an applicant, you'd be shot down and should be shot down because you're not doing your job properly.
And of course, that comes to the next question is, what does the dot system mean? If it says essential, does it really mean essential? And I think that the answer from Dr. Zamani was that it clearly meant something less than essential, and which suggests a need to reshape, as you say, what is the interrelationship between the outcomes in particular and the guidelines, and how do you express the guidelines in terms that admit that there are different ways of doing things, that even the essential guidelines are not in fact mandatory, they're not standards. The message seems to be they're clearly something you need to think very carefully about and have a good reason not to depart from them and be able to say what that good reason is. What do you think, like if we're going down the track of rewriting the description of what the dot system means, what would be useful?
I think it might be helpful just to look at the language of the dots in the first place. So the rating system describes 3 dots as you say, essential and must be applied to all proposed development. So that's a reference to just the fact that you have to consider them. I find that odd in the sense that you need to consider all these anyway in order to determine how important they are. The 2 dot then says that the applicant under a 2 dot scenario may be required to justify or revise the design. That's different from saying whether or not it needs to apply, and presumably if it has to lead to a change to the design under a 2 dot, is that also the case under a 3 dot? It doesn't say so. And then the 1 dot comes back to the sort of the 3 dot description where it says they may not apply, but you still obviously need to carry out a review of them to decide whether or not they're relevant. So the way it's working at the moment, I struggle to apply the level of weight that I think Dr. Zamani's probably intending them to apply.
And I think the description in his evidence was that they are different levels of prioritisation, and I'm searching for suggestions as what would be a sensible way to describe that. As say, essential doesn't mean essential, it means something short of that. Obviously 2 dots then has to be scaled back proportionately. So as I say, do you have any suggestions?
It might come down to the question around departures from the guidelines. Graham, this is a point you made. Want to comment on that?
Yeah, look, the way the current design guides work, the operative design guides, which have been in place for 30 years now, no, actually 28, they have design objectives and design guidelines. And the mechanism is if you are to depart from a design guideline, you have to demonstrate how, by other means, you are meeting the design objective. And that's a really helpful mechanism. It has been helpful for that period of time. So this design guide has outcomes. The outcomes are in a separate section from the guidelines, but if in fact everything was restructured so that you had the outcomes which related to a set of guidelines under a certain topic, then you'd have a mechanism by which you could, are we achieving this outcome? And that would help with guidance on whether to apply a 1 dot guideline or not, because it may not be relevant to a particular project. Another approach, if you were to be bold, would be to remove all the 1 dot guidelines.
Yeah.
And then suddenly you've taken 20 guidelines out, things which the design guide says, they may be helpful, but they're not. Or alternatively, it's the wording of how these guidelines are expressed. You could be quite directive with the 3 dotters and the 2 dotters, and then all of the 1 dotters, you may even remove the dots entirely and just say consider this, consider that, which could be helpful. So it's not saying you have to do it, but it could be really helpful in a discussion between a council, urban design reviewer and an applicant as to, well, addressing this outcome of water quality or whatever, these are some things you might consider. There are some things you must do, but there are some things you could consider. Because it is quite complicated here. You have to make, as Andrew said, you have to look at all of these 137 guidelines and make a decision about whether they apply or not. What does a 3 dot mean in this case, a 2 dotter and a 1 dotter, and does it apply? It's you just can't get away from it.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. I think integrating the outcomes back into the guidelines is really important, so you can make an early decision about how relevant that sort of suite of issues are likely to be. Also, it might be worth thinking about, why do we need the dots? And we probably need the dots because there are so many guidelines. And if we can go through an exercise of being a little bit more, economical with this exercise, this document, then we probably don't need the dots. That might be something to think about.
Yep. Mr. McIndoe, in your evidence, you when you talk about the context analysis, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
You're talking about, what I understand is that some context analysis is required in your view, and correct me if I'm wrong. But on the other hand, you're saying to place attention on successfully designing for the context is much more important than describing the context.
Yes.
In your view, don't you think that you need to describe and understand the context before you can actually make a successful design for that particular context?
You need to understand to do a successful design, but this particular guideline, G1 and G2, they require description. It's the way they're worded. That it would be quite valid to, rather than prepare a contextual analysis that depicts the context, you could say ensure the proposal positively contributes to the valued characteristics of the surrounding area. And that's actually getting people to respond to context. It's really problematic to spend, is council going to be assessing the quality of a context analysis? That's what they should be assessing, is the quality of the design in response to context.
Yeah, but I could imagine that the planner who sits at the council on the other side might not be as familiar with the context as you are, designing for that particular, the architect is with that particular context. So a description would be going possibly a long way for them to understand what the context is, and then being able to assess if that is actually, if the building is appropriate in the context.
Yep. Yes. No. Look, there is some merit in that, which is to describe in the application the key factors which the design is responding to. But this list, these three lists of matters, natural environment, that could be anything and everything. Cultural context and Te Ao Māori. Well, that kind of overlaps with G2, Maori sites and so on. Heritage context in G1 and heritage context in G2. Well, scheduled heritage places. Well, why have we got this duplication? Streetscape movement. Well, what's that about? Site characteristics, built form, land use. Let's say we're looking at a 15 or let's say a 10-unit development somewhere in, the previous submitter was somewhere in Mount Victoria. Frontage widths, block sizes and grain. Why is that needed? It might be needed. But there's just way too much information here that may not be relevant. Now, I understand council has said, put a relevance criterion in here, but it might be that it's, in our view, it's better to require responding to the whakapapa of place. And just to be clear, we did not suggest that that title be removed. We suggested that responding to the natural environment should be replaced with responding to context. And that's precisely because these matters under here are not only about the natural environment, they're about the cultural environment and the social environment, as well as the natural environment. And that was misunderstood in the Section 42 report, and there was a submission in opposition to our submission on that, which we were very disappointed about. So this needs to be simplified, respond to context, and these are some of the things which might be considered. And then, of course, in the discussion between the applicant's designer and council, council will know where there might be an issue, a character issue or whatever, and then the applicant can be directed to say, oh yes, we'd like some description on this aspect of character. But there's another issue here that the district plan is changing the character radically. And this is all about the existing character, and it's going to change absolutely completely from 2-story, 1 and 2-story, maximum 3-story perhaps in some of these areas, to 6, or 1 and 2 to 3, or 5 if you apply the city outcomes contribution mechanism. So all this character stuff, well, a lot of it is irrelevant because we should be responding to future character as well. So this is a lot of unnecessary and complicated, onerous work which doesn't necessarily need to be produced. The key thing is the quality of the design. And I would also say that urban design reviewer for council who doesn't understand the context of a particular site, that's a bit problematic. It's very easy to with experience, you'd know an area. If you don't know it, you should go and have a look. But there's good information on the council website, GIS and elsewhere, to actually very quickly get a good understanding of what's happening without it all having to be drawn at huge cost.
Can I run a possible test past you? In the RMA, there's a function of a requirement as part of both applications and plan drafting to undertake analyses that are commensurate with the size and scale of the application. And I was wondering, as you were describing those issues, gentlemen, whether this issue about context could be framed around that your description of the context is in keeping with the nature and scale of the issue of the proposal.
Yep.
So that, as you say, if you have a single 10-story block, you don't have pages of analysis of things that no one's going to care about in the context of that particular development. But if you have a 3-hectare retirement village, then you might have to undertake rather more in terms of contextual analysis.
Yep.
Yeah. 100%. Graham and I would both agree with you completely on that point. Yeah. Sensitizing it to the scale of developments, absolutely fundamental.
And also to the significance of the context. If, for example, you're doing something in the Mount Victoria Heritage Character area, of course, it becomes really important there. But if you're doing it in another part of the city where there's radical change happening, both in urban structure and urban form, that is the context, and so that the characteristics of the existing buildings, for example, becomes much less relevant.
Thanks for that. One other question. You are saying in your paragraph 46 that G108 does give direction on what is meant by coherence. And the supporting explanation is not consistent with that direction. It describes instead relating to neighbourhood context. And it's not about architectural coherence at all. Wouldn't you think that the context, that architectural coherence is part of a characteristic of a context?
Not in short, no. The G108 is very clear, and in fact, this is we think it works quite well. Ensure the design and composition of any building has an overall coherence that integrates all relevant design guide requirements in a coordinated way. That's precisely what coherence is.
Yeah.
The explanation underneath that talks about architectural coherence, considering the following design techniques, which is grouping units and modules to relate to the neighbourhood, expressing the form of each unit, offsetting units vertically, and so on. Height integration. That's not architectural coherence. It just absolutely is not. I'm a registered architect. I've been one for 35 years, and that's not what architectural coherence is. So that's misplaced text. That seems to relate to G109. So this editing is required. G108 is good. G109 is okay, but the explanation is all over the place.
Well, that explanation of the grouping units into modules relates better to the contextual analysis issue. It's a one way of responding to a particular contextual pattern. It's completely out of place, as Graham said.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. That's for me.
team?
Yes, sorry. Mr. McIndoe and Mr. Burns, I was going to ask you a number of detailed questions, but I think really what I do is just step back and focus on the relief that you sought. And I guess the starting point is from your speaking notes, Mr. McIndoe, where you say we support the design guides in the district plan, or you support design guides in the district plan, and however, unless that they are reconceptualised, restructured and edited, we don't think the documents should be included, and then you go on to say the reasons. You've also talked about how the guidelines might be able to be improved, for example, restructuring the residential guideline into zone specific content and residential content. Quite a good solution. But the impression I'm getting is that there's a lot of work required to make these fit for purpose. And well, I guess my first question is that the impression that you sought to give the panel?
No, that's a correct observation. Absolutely, there's a whole lot of work required to make that, to do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just going further, you said that yourself and Mr. Burns are both open to conferencing, but that that in itself might not be the solution. The work required might go beyond conferencing. And what I'm envisaging from what you've said is that there's a fundamental restructuring of the content and format and approach of these guidelines to make them fit for purpose. It's not just tinkering with the words in your submission.
Yes, look, the benefit of conferencing here, there's no way in conferencing of one day or 4 hours or whatever that this could be resolved, all the detail. There's way too much. The whole suite has to be re-juggled and so on.
Yes.
And of course, there are a whole lot of submissions from us and many from others on the content as well, that obviously the panel will have a view as to whether that gets taken into account.
Yes.
But conferencing could, we did a detailed submission which went in 7 months ago. We went to great lengths to try and provide helpful information. And so this has been known about, and the response in the Section 42A report and in the evidence has been to say no, reject, no change, reject, no change, which is, so council has had an opportunity to respond to our submissions and the submissions of many others, and they haven't taken it. The work, in our view, has to be done, and they're going to need to take the time to do it, to get it right in our view. Otherwise, the city has a real problem, the council has a real problem with a set of very inefficient and ineffective guides, which are going to be really problematic for both council and every applicant who has to apply them. So it's really worth doing it.
Sorry, Mr. Burns, you were going to add to that.
I was just going to refer to a point that Gray made earlier, that this will apply to thousands of applications over years, and really the time it takes, it might be weeks or it might be a small number of months to restructure these guides so that they're efficient, workable. They reflect the reality of making an assessment on the ground for individual assessors like me. It just pales into insignificance compared to the importance of getting the guides right and usable.
Yeah.
Yes. So I guess sorry, Mr. McIndoe, carry on.
I was a bit unclear there. What I should have said is the conferencing, the benefit of the conferencing would be hopefully to get a meeting of minds on the things that need to be done at a structural level. That would be helpful.
Yes.
With obviously we know Kāinga Ora have submitted and others to help if council were to go down this track of refining the guides to make them workable and in our opinion fit for purpose. So it wouldn't be about the detail, it would be about agreeing the approach.
Yes, and knowing what you do know about the IPI process and the timeframes and the scale of work required, is this something that could be delivered through this process in time for us to deliver our recommended decisions to the council, or is it something that needs to be given longer and careful thought?
Look, I'm Commissioner Mann. What is the time frame? Just can you remind me us what that is?
The chair will remind it.
Just decisions by November.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
But just bear in mind that to deliver that, we've got to work backwards. We've got to do it
Probably mid-August in reality for the
possibly
town,
July for draft decisions.
Yeah, for the panel to sign off.
Yep.
And therefore inputs to the panel a reasonable time before then.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
I would have thought that's possible.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yep.
I mean, given where the councils have initially thought timing was going to lie with preparation of the guides, you know, some years ago when it went out seeking responses to those, it was looking at a matter of months to prepare the guides from scratch to completion. So surely it's possible to, you know, work from where we've got to as a revision process.
Yeah.
Effectively, you would have no more than 8 weeks.
Yep. Look, I would say that's doable. It would require, I think it would require council to put the right level of resourcing into it. I think there would be real merit in having a professional editor, and some sort of also legal oversight in terms of
or even a
planning oversight, planning legal to get the wording right, so these contradictions and things are completely eliminated. But yeah, it's doable.
Or even a facilitated conference.
Yeah, there could be. A lot of these things can often be done in design workshops. A really intensive workshop could achieve the outcome. Like some of the things we've identified are, you know, 4 guidelines covering a single issue, or there are 3 on natural informal surveillance in the central, Centres of Mixed Use Design Guide. They're saying the same thing. Well, that's easy. 3 into 1 can happen in 15 minutes.
Let's just step back again though, and in the absence of A, that conferencing occurring, or B, it not being successfully resolved to a agreed solution, what is the relief that you and Mr. Burns are seeking?
Well, I think we've already asked to say that they're not fit for purpose. They shouldn't be in the district plan. They can't be in the district plan.
Removed from the plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I thought you were saying in your first bullet point in your speaking notes. So can I just very briefly float a hybrid solution? And that's one that you suggested yourself, and that was about taking the objectives and principles, which you say sit in a separate document to the design guidelines, and to massage those as policies or assessment matters to achieve some level of design. I don't want to use the word guidance, but some level of design policy, if you like, that would be able to be referred to in the interim period. To, when I say interim, to, so I guess the logical extension of jettisoning the design guides, if we were to run with that, is that there would be none in the plan, and there would be potentially a hole. And I'm just wondering whether that's chucking the baby out with the bathwater.
Look, there are many district plans. A unitary plan doesn't have design guidelines, design guides, and it's done with policies and various mechanisms like that. It would be quite straightforward to change those outcomes. Like I'm still trying to find the principles. Where are the principles? They're not in the design guide document. Are they in the design guide introduction, the separate document? Yeah. Well, see, there is a real problem there too. There's a separate introduction, then there's an introduction to the design guide. That's in at the end of our speaking notes. But you could pick out those, and it could be done it could be drafted overnight effectively. I say that because I was asked to do that for the Christchurch replacement plan, by the panel to take something like 37 or 40 assessment criteria down to 25, which I did, and they were taken in. I did that overnight. I'm not offering to do it here, but that's how quickly those things can be able to be done. It could be worked up quickly. It can be assessed and modified and edited and tweaked. So, you know, a 2-week period should be able to readily address that sort of matter, which could be covered in conferencing, perhaps, if that was the approach which the panel were to go to.
One of the things, my last question, Mr. McIndoe, is we have to consider the appropriateness of the provisions to meet the policies, well, particularly the objectives, in this case, the appropriateness of the design guide. I guess would that hybrid example meet the test of appropriateness?
The hybrid example being having a whole set of policies as expressed as policies, and then no design guidelines. Well, in the absence of workable fit for purpose design guidelines, yes, I think it would be, because it's the approach which has been taken in many other cities, and virtually every other city that doesn't have design guides. So it must be workable.
Okay.
Palmerston North City Council uses quite defined assessment criteria embedded within the district plan and then defined it according to the activity status of the application. That works.
I was going to remind my colleague that is, of course, the relief KO is seeking, to put the key design matters in the form of policies.
Yes.
And to delete the design guides. Any questions, panel? I think that's it from us. Thank you, gentlemen, for beaming in, and sorry it was a kerfuffle about whether you were appearing and when, but I think we've got to solve that problem, and you give us one or two things to think about. Lots of submitters have given us things to think about, but we'll be wrestling with this, and we'll go forward.
Good. Thank you very much for the opportunity for us to speak, and for organising that. We really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, team. We'll adjourn for the evening. Restart 9 AM tomorrow.
Thank you.
What are all of these?